they love warfare. And wherever the violence go, we say send more there. Then the money and power grows until they don't care. Not just dollars, the death of ours will be our fare. On the highway of death, you're typing, yeah, I'm there. Life and death got your rival stifled, and yes, I'm him. I'm opposing all of these evil leaders. Evil leaders that they evil by other evil leaders. They stand before the people as manipulators, controlling power. Now I'm on the elevator. The truth lies. We holding up a dead thing. Cut the beat, go dog. We them regulators.
Welcome to Call of Duty Next, live from the Capitol. Today we cut the tape and open the dossier. We have a packed show for you today with an exclusive look at all things Black Ops 6, including our first ever deep dive on multiplayer.
Get ready for the world premiere of the all-new Black Ops 6 Zombies map, Liberty Falls. We also give you the drop on all things Warzone.
We're taking you to Area 99 and we're taking over 200 global creators with us.
Welcome to Call of Duty Next.
The creators have arrived. The game is loading up. It's time to introduce you to Black Ops 6 multiplayer.
Pre-order the Vault Edition and get the Hunters vs. Hunted Operator Pack, the Mastercraft Weapon Collection, the Season 1 Black Cell Bundle, and more.
See, nobody's paying attention to us.
Oh, buddy, that was one hell of a trailer. Welcome, 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 everyone. I'm your host, Golden Boy, and this is Call of Duty Next, the official reveal of Black Ops 6 multiplayer. Of course, I'm joined here at the desk by Stephanie Snowden. You got the Senior Director of Studio Communications here, and Man, I can't wait to see what we have in store today. Black Ops is a special place in my heart. It was the first esport that I ever got to cast. So this is a great experience, and this is freaking wild stuff.
It's amazing all around. The energy in here is incredible. But it's been a long time since we have had the opportunity to talk about a new Black Ops game out in the world.
Hell yeah.
And damn, does it feel good to be here ready to reveal Black Ops 6. We've got some incredible developers who are going to be joining us at the desk throughout the day. Lots of new to talk about, and even the opportunity for you to earn some new loot just for tuning in.
It's as simple as that. Make sure you stay tuned throughout the day, as you will have a chance to unlock in-game rewards for Black Ops 6 just by watching this stream. That's all you got to do on the official Call of Duty Twitch and YouTube channels. And you can see the awesome
tiger
things.
stuff.
A lot of tigers. You know, tight like a tiger, all across it. All right, folks. So now go ahead and if you're in chat as well, make sure you're out there taking a look. There's some details up there on the chats for both Twitch as well as YouTube, so you can get up to date on everything. But there is so much to talk about here today, and we're not. This isn't like hyperbole. Like there's a ton of stuff to dive into.
Big show. We're diving in, and I am thrilled to welcome the multiplayer team from Treyarch to the desk. We have Matt Schrantz, Brittany Perello, and Joanna Long. Guys, I get to see you all the time at the studio. I feel very fortunate for that. But we're here to talk. We're here to talk about the world to Black Ops 6.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah, all right. Well, let's just dive right into this. I keep saying dive. Look at that. I have something on the mind. I can't seem to figure out. That might be some Omni movement. Oh, boy. Now, we're about to see some live Black Ops 6 gameplay in just a little bit. And as I had already alluded to, Omni movement is going to be the talk of the town. Matt, why don't you tell us, what we should be expecting with this new movement option that's going to be coming to Black Ops 6, because it really does feel like it is changing the game. I'm seeing these players absolutely decimate.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, you said it. They're going to be able to dive right in. They're going to be able to slide right in. They're going to be able to sprint right in. Whatever they want to do, Omni movement will unlock that ability.
In any direction.
In any direction. To your heart's desire. Omni. That's what that means.
We've been hearing about Omni movement since reveal. We got to talk about it a little bit in the direct. But today is the first time we're actually seeing it live, happening all around us in action. Matt, how do you expect the streamers to be showing off Omni movement today?
I've caught a few glimpses of some screens, and I don't think they're going to have any problem. These are all very good players. I fully expect diving out of windows, rotating backwards, and taking out enemies in all 360 degrees.
All the action hero glory today. And you can feel it for yourself starting in just a couple of days in our multiplayer beta.
Yeah, that's right, folks. So you pre-order Black Ops 6 or subscribe to select Game Pass plans. You can get early access to Black Ops 6 multiplayer beta now starting in 2 days. That's August 30th. And don't forget to preload the beta starting today. We have the technology, so preload it. Get in there.
And also get those juicy rewards.
Yeah.
But Brittany, speaking of beta, you and the team have been very busy because you're talking about maps. We got a lot of them lined up for launch. Let's take a look.
We got all the maps.
We've got maps.
Yeah.
We've got maps.
Oh my goodness, you got every map. That's awesome.
We've got 16 brand new maps at launch.
Brand new.
All brand new, and we're going to be playing 8 at the beta. So that's 5 core 6v6 and 3 of our strike maps.
Wow,
awesome.
that is typically, for the betas, you get like maybe 1 or 2 maps, you look a couple morsels. You guys going in?
Big offering.
Yeah,
You're going
you guys,
in. Huge.
You're going to see these here today. Brittany, is there one beta map you think folks are going to be really excited about playing?
I mean, there's not just one. They're all going to be great. Getting a hands-on look so that you can practice when the game comes out. But I'm personally really excited for players to play Skyline. I've been slaying really hard on that one in Hardpoint, and you got to dive into the pool.
Yeah. Omni movement, the pool, match made in heaven.
Tell you, it's giving me some, if I'm remembering right, some estate vibes, you know what I mean?
All right,
got some fancy buildings,
Yeah,
I like that. I like the way it looks. All right, now we're talking about maps here, but I love me some modes. Let's talk about some modes here, because we got a nice mix of modes that are going to be coming for the streamers to play, for the people at home to be able to play in the beta. But Joanna, there is one mode in particular that has caught my eye when I was looking through the menu, and that was Kill Order.
Yes.
What's Kill Order?
Yes, Kill Order is our new mode for Black Ops 6. It's a combination of a Slayer and objective mode. Every team will have their own high-value target, and is the key to their victory. Each team will want to protect their high-value target, aka HVT, while attacking the enemy's HVT. Any elimination will count towards their team's score, but you will get more score if your HVT gets a kill and you eliminate the enemy's HVT.
So you get to be aggressive or defensive.
Exactly.
However you want to pick your poison. For your
This is
strategy
one of
on
my
that
favorite modes so far in Black Ops 6. We've had a lot of fun play testing it. I've seen people getting pretty rowdy in the pit at the studio over this. And if you're selected as HVT, you're actually going to get some unique bonuses, right?
Correct. You will get a bit of more perks as the HVT. You get a bit of extra protection with armor plates, and you can see enemies with directional indicators on their minimap.
Okay, so you can be a little bit of a shot caller.
Yes,
for
exactly.
your team, or not, and be a terrible friend and not call things out.
Turtle up,
just
be
turtle
aggressive, whatever you want to do.
It's a good way to know who really has your back. Let's be honest.
I know that my friends will not call things out for me, and they will want me to suffer.
Your ride or dies really are.
Yeah, truly, mostly die. Now, let's talk about, because obviously you have all the maps you can play kill order on. Is there one map in particular that stands out to you that people should be looking out for in the beta?
I mean, you talked about aggressive players. I'm definitely a more aggressive, high-value target. The game is telling me I'm important, so I gotta.
The game's telling you you're high value, girl.
I gotta show it off. So I really like Babylon for that one. Just you're in the action. Here, as the HVT, it's easy to just go around, rack up the kills.
Ooh, all right.
Some say aggressive, some say careless.
Yeah.
I
err on the side of carelessness for sure.
We've got plenty of new modes as well as fan favorites returning at launch and into the live seasons. We're only talking about kill order here today because it's in the beta. But Joanna, what can you give us a little taste of in terms of modes for launch?
Yeah, of course. We took a hard look at every mode in our portfolio, whether it's your traditional core modes or new modes like Kill Order. And for example, in Domination, we are bringing back objective zones.
Oh, sick.
Exactly.
Okay.
Having it as zones allows players to have a bit more space for exciting engagements battling over A, B, and C.
Yeah.
Another thing we took a look at is hardpoint. And what we did there, we basically added numbers to our objective icons to make it easier for players to call them out to teammates and to help players to remember and understand the specific rotations of the zones.
Yeah.
So
Sweats rejoice.
Yeah. Esports gang's excited. In terms of what other modes and newness and maps, Brittany, what have you got for us in the live seasons?
I mean, we're
just a little hint, Talk to me.
Still cooking.
We are still cooking. We've been told players want maps, so
I hear that is
I
a
read
thing.
it on the internet.
We're making a lot.
That must mean it's true.
We've got new things cooking up, and we're also excited to revisit some fan favorites from the Black Ops universe.
Matt, fan favorites.
Yeah. I mean,
fan favorites, you say?
There are certain maps where it just wouldn't be a Black Ops game without. That's all I'll say.
Well, stay tuned later in the show. We might get a sneak peek.
All right, I'm compelled. All right, well, speaking of what lies ahead, let's go ahead and check out what we have coming up here at Call of Duty next, because there's so much goodness to go around. We're about to kick off our live multiplayer gameplay any minute now, and then we're going to be jumping into zombies later on the new Liberty Falls map. And finally, we're going to round out our live gameplay with a look at Warzone on the all-new Resurgence map. Also, we'll be hearing from our friends over at the mobile team towards the end of the show, because there's a lot of goodness happening over in the mobile side of Call of Duty, so you don't want to go anywhere for that one. And now it is time to dive into some Black Ops 6 multiplayer gameplay. We'll be back at the desk in just a little bit with the developers of Treyarch to talk more about classic prestige, weapons, and so much more. But until then, we got two great casters to guide us through the action. We got Miles and Puckett standing by. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. That is right, folks. We are here in DC. Call of Duty Next has now begun, and we get to kick off this degustation, Chris, with some multiplayer.
Yes,
but
sir.
I think the most fun part of today for us is the playground we have to work with. Oh, let's get it, baby. Oh,
Look at this incredible circle, guys. We're going to be playing in here all week long. And of course, Miles, we are going to be breaking down all of the multiplayer. We're starting here with some classic 6v6, and that's got me all kinds of excited, because it's been too long since my hands have touched a Black Ops.
It has been a minute. Of course, Cold War was the last time I got in there. But ladies and gentlemen, we start things off with the man who was always going to break it. Shotzi, Anthony Cuevas Castro, multi-world champion, and an absolute demon on the sticks, Chris.
That's right. This man just won Worlds a few months ago, already gearing up for the new game. And if anyone is going to showcase just the potential of Omni movement, there's no better screen than this.
So the third kill we get to see him do is a diving forward headshot there. Again, like, this is what you wanted to see. The man's going to be airborne most of the time. If he's not in the air, he's on his knees, slip sliding around. This is a difficult man to deal with, Chris, on the worst of days.
All right, the question is, how long before he gets fully streaked out? It's been, what, 60 seconds?
Yeah, I mean, look, that's the UAV, counter UAV, and it looks like the helper helo is going to be his last streak. So, look, guys, it's a Black Ops game. You know what to look for when it comes to crazy weapons. We've got some awesome streaks being used here. And this man, backwards, forwards, you name it, whatever direction he's going, he's diving.
Let's switch it up, taking it over to MZ, who seems to be on the losing end of some fights. But what we love about MZ, never afraid to bring out the sniper rifle at all ranges.
Every Call of Duty I've watched MZ play has just been a sniper fest. Now, but she's sprinting already. She's using Omni movement to go side to side, left to right. She's getting ready for a big dive. Everyone wants to find that mega moment where you just get to fly through the air, hit that shot, forward, backwards, doesn't matter. This is Call of Duty on absolute roids.
And this seems to be a perfect spot for her to just go to town. That is back-to-back, making it 3 straight kills. Starting to unlock those streaks, and this is just going to get even easier for her.
MZ again. Want to see some snips. Hit a stim. Can we dive? Come on. Get it.
Slam cam!
It counts. Flying through the air. Check this out, folks. Oh, MZ, the people are watching.
I love the reach out, though. Mad respect. We got to take our screen over to the man representing the greatest team and the greatest team in the history of the sport, Tim the 88 Lamb.
A man who will not be hitting any airborne snipes, but he's going to do something. Let's go, Tim. What have we got?
I can't wait to see him in Zombies, where gravity is actually going to be on his side. No spoilers yet, but this stuff gets exciting.
A true professor of the School of Flopper on your screen, folks. Tim, though, having a good time here in DC. He's got a tough lobby. I mean, let's face it, Legion's on his team, Kane Brown's on his team as well. I wonder if he's got any pros to help him out.
I love that. Kane Brown making his way back here for Black Ops 6. He hosted Tim the Tapman's tailgate party. Awesome to see him there. And Tim gonna fall once again on screen, but we did see Legion with a little pop-up performance, and now it's Jay Smooth's turn here from the Nuke Squad.
I mean, I wonder if anyone's running the intelligent movement system here, where, again, you could do things like automatically mantle, automatically slide under, obstacles. It really just allows players to feel a little bit more fluid on the map, not have to use as many button inputs. This is something you can toggle on and off as well, so don't worry, folks. For those of you who are like, that sounds OP. It's not a problem here, boys and girls.
Tim, solid shots once again, and he is trying to get the angle, taking the corner a little too tight there. 0.73 KD, take me off his screen and show me Hutch.
Hutch, one of the older players here in DC. And he's having himself a decent time so far. We had questions, Chris. I mean, are the old guys going to be able to hang in this game? And I think the answer is, yeah.
Can't run for president. He said he's a little bit busy with Black Ops 6 dropping here this weekend for the beta. But I can't wait to see the old guard returning here. Classic gameplay meets some brand new movement. And Hutch is fired up to try it out.
I mean, we've seen some slides already, and you can see how fluid the game is. I mean, one of the things we've been talking about constantly with the creators who have been here in DC for a while is, what does it feel like? Does it feel like a Black Ops game?
It feels so good just moving around the map. It's natural. My first thing I did was dive on my back, though. And I thought it was so dope that you had to challenge me, and I was already aiming where your head's going to be.
Chris Puckett, supine prone, fighting kills, Hutch on the right-hand side.
I'm really good at it.
Chris and I,
should we do another lap?
We can do another lap. I don't want to do too many laps because it's going to get hot in here real quick. But ladies and gentlemen, this stage, an absolute delight. We've got creators all around us here. DC is absolutely out of control.
Who thought that we deserved to be in a museum today? Shout out to whoever put this one together. Yes, everybody, welcome in to Black Ops 6 multiplayer, and let's show you what's going on with Hazardous.
One half of Trey and Jay.
Don't let me do it.
Oh my God. Methods don't let me do it. He did. Thank God. Schrodinger Lee now on the other side, and it looks like he's the HVT for his team right now, so picking up a lot of points here. Again, it's a dub. It's the first dub we've seen of the day.
We've got multiple different game modes. You saw MZ was playing Domination. There is a little bit of the high-value target. You're going to score more when you're the HVT. You also get a little bit of body armor that I found went a very long way.
It does, while you're highlighted red in-game, so everyone knows where you are. It's up to your teammates to protect you, unless you're one of GB's friends. And he nearly hitting the old Omni movement dive. Getting nothing but shots there. Another one of the SMGs, Chris, we're seeing here. So much fun here in Black Ops 6.
Methods, I know your gun's really good and you're putting up multi-kills, but can we please see the RC? I need to see some explosions to start the day.
Oh, here we go, counting over his up. He might pull it in a second. Zenny, he did say to me that this might be his year. He might have to come back. I don't know, Zen. Let's see how this RCXD goes.
Let me show you something here, kid.
So much gameplay, so much entertainment, and so poor driving skills. He still gets the kill, though. Well done, Methods.
Good job, Sin. Wow, plenty of multiplayer action taking place today, folks. All of these streams are available, so if you have a favorite stream you want to check out, get them on a side monitor. We have got tons of good news for you, folks. We have a special announcement to make today. And there's a lot of special announcements, folks.
Yes.
One of Call of Duty's most revered characters is returning
is it?
for Black Ops 6 launch, Chris. I'm not gonna
is
say.
it?
Just watch the video.
He can't be replaced.
Hi, baby. I'm back.
Folks, the replacer is back, the one and only Peter Stormare. I think every single Black Ops game without fail, he is here and he's back. His car's parked outside, Chris. You're going to be able to get him again soon.
I hope he's doing some donuts. Let's take a look at what's going on with Kind of Funny Games. I saw him post on Instagram this morning. So fired up to play the new title. How is the aim, though? Okay, one-shot kill there coming through. Let's see if he can turn into a streak. And I love the dive.
Oh, the dive. Well, folks, this is Babylon. This is one of the new maps here in Black Ops 6. A little small, fast-paced. You've got that sort of central pyramid section. A lot of action in there. Obviously, you can see the objective as the B zone here in this game of domination. And that's a GG's. I was just getting warmed up talking about the map.
250 to 145, not even close. Kind of funny laying down the hammer. Let's take our screen over to another Snipey McSnipe. In fact, we've got DK Dynamite ready to showcase what he can do in game.
We're watching a mouse and keyboard player, I think. Oh no, I take it back. I'm seeing L2 after this man is on 20 cents. Absolutely flying. And this is the sort of thing you want to see. How crazy can a player on a high sensitivity play and here in Black Ops 6? Another thing to note here, Chris, this is one of the alternate HUDs we have here. You can see the bottom of the screen there. There's a mini-map, a slightly different style. I think this one's called Recon. It could be wrong.
Can we just highlight the fact that he took out Symphony, Huskers, and JOLO in that triple kill?
That's a feed, baby. That's a big old
well
feed.
Well done, Dynamite. Clip it, somebody.
Everyone here at CodNet's running these incredible PCs. They're brought to you by Corsair. Everyone's setups are absolutely dripping.
We tried these out yesterday. I have never had a smoother experience. I was on mouse and keyboard, and it was like, dude, plug in a controller, plug in a controller. I was like, no, bro, this feels incredible.
This feels real good. Another new map here, Chris, and another CDL World Champion. That was Rewind for a brief moment. Bandura's sniping. Is he hitting anything big?
Bandura, what do you got for me?
Go to hardpoint number 3.
You can reclaim it. I believe in you, buddy.
We believe.
That's 3 kills in a row from pros. This is a sniper lobby. I respect this lobby.
Yeah, this is great. A lot of fun sniping in Black Ops 6, as you'll see.
So rewarding when you hit those body shots.
AG Biner, also in the zone. This is our brand new game mode, HVT, folks. So, and again, this is the map Rewind. It's a strip mall, a place where you were able to purchase and rent VHSs, Chris, in the center of this map.
What is that? Some of the people in the chat have never seen one of these pieces of Square technology.
They have not. Alley Cat being one of them. Oh, it's your boy Joe Woe.
Hey, Joe. Okay, so we saw Shotzi, but here's the guy who was originally crowned the Movement King. And Joe Woe is getting up close and doing dirty things. I love the stim. You can tell this is a Warzone player ready to fry multiplayer.
Yeah, he's bringing a very fun loadout there. We'll see what Joe's got in the tank, folks, because this is a man with a very smooth left stick. Hello, that's a sweet.
Joe!
Gosh. On the dive, Joseph Wosif. They call him the Movement King for a reason, folks. He's cooking.
Oh, he's going for the 5-er. Clips for days here from Team JOLO. Iceman, Isaac, Huskers, and Symphony also on this squad. This may be the most stacked we have seen of any of the lobbies.
Yeah, let's be real. That's a heavy hitting lobby. And Joe, he's dancing with the best of them. Tons of fun here on Babylon once again. I mean, look at this, man. We're all over the place. Here's Aiden, another superb player. And okay, you know what, Chris? We're out, baby. We got to roll. I hear we've got Lottie on the floor with an update. Lottie, take it away.
What's going on?
Not to that guy, I guess. That's supposed to turn you into an enemy. Like, it's supposed to make him...
Safe house where, in addition to our 215 creators, we also have a few celebrity guests trying out Black Ops 6 multiplayer for the first time. And I just happened to have found an RG3. Hello, mate. How are you enjoying the game?
Oh, I mean, I'm enjoying it a lot. 4 years? 4 years been waiting for this bad boy.
It's been a long time, and it's good to be back on Black Ops for sure. Now, how much time are you putting into COD these days?
I mean, I'm putting a lot of time because, I don't know if you heard, but I'm recently unemployed, so got a little more time on my hands, so I'm enjoying this game to the fullest.
You certainly do, but look, all right, I don't know who let you go, but I'm glad they did for me because I need to recruit you today. I have 215 creators in this place. It is stunning, but there's only one of me. I need some help, and I was wondering, do you want to come and help me talk to some of these guys today?
I thought you'd never ask. Let's do it.
Absolutely amazing. I didn't expect him to say yes, but here we go. We're going to get RG3 mic'd up, but until then, let's check out more Black Ops 6 multiplayer. Actually, Robert, do you want to take this throw?
Oh, I would love to. Back to you, gents.
What a pro.
Robert Griffin III in the building. Excited to hear much more from him on the team. But Chris, we've got plenty of time here with our creators still rocking and rolling.
Absolutely. Let's jump right back into game. The Korean Savage.
That's the name.
And it seems like a lot of people are just gravitating early to this MX4. We also see the C9 in the back pocket. He likes to use this one when you're inside, but unfortunately, another game coming to an end.
Yeah, that's another disgusting lobby. Again, the creators in this room, as you heard Lottie talk there, 215 of them, a lot of them incredibly capable players. So, yeah, it's a hot room, folks, literally.
Just to try to see if we can score a better quality out of it.
Making the way around the truck. Ebates gets one, and that's all.
Yeah, where he tried. Ebates, this is Rewind. This is one of the many lanes here on the map, and I say many. I mean three. There's only 3 lanes. I know lanes.
3 lanes.
That's one. This is the middle of the map. Again, this is a sort of stores. There's a strip mall going on here, and on the outside, there's lots of fun. Again, Swisham now with another totally different HUD. Again, square minimap up top. Everything's different on the right-hand side, folks. It's a little bit difficult to sort of get a hold of. Once you play the game yourselves, once you get the beta starting tomorrow, you're going to be able to mess around with all of these settings.
And you can tell just everybody wants to feel out the Omni dives. You can get yourself into some great positions if you time it perfectly. Here's a fantastic screen to watch. He just won the Warzone tournament at Esports World Cup. Biffle is a monster, but seems to be on the losing end of another lobby as we take our screen over to another Warzone goat, Naden.
Oh, here we go. Benny Central, who's actually right over here. He's
from the UK.
He's on our right shoulder, Chris, here in the second Oculus, and checking out some of the emotes for these weapons. The blueprints are going crazy already. And speaking of emotes are back, much like what we saw in Cold War, but just, a whole lot more spaz here. Okay.
I just want to see someone start fragging out, and I think the guy on the left might be the key player to do it. He's a world champion, one of the GOATs, TP, one of the greatest Warzone entertainers is alive, and he's not the only one. We got the full-blown masking force.
We really do. Again, creators all over the place, from all the corners of the world here, folks, brought to DC to sample Black Ops 6 and see how things feel. And so far, it feels pretty good. That is the general consensus. And if you're watching these streams as well, then again, we are dropping some serious pieces of intel here on the main stream, but all of these creators going all day, playing games, we're playing zombies, we're playing Warzone, Chris.
Yes, sir. We got Swisham on the left, on your right. We're going to stay on board here with Benny Central. Now, Miles, when I was playing HVT on this map, I just found myself gravitating to the high ground. What do you think is going to be the evolution of this game?
I think the most beautiful thing about this game is just how fast it's going to play, man. I mean, we're seeing the speed at which you can move in every direction really helps. We're going to be hammering home the Omni movement, folks, in case you were worried about it or curious. But again, being able to sprint in any direction, the way you dive, the way you slide, dexterity is a perk as well. I mean, we're going to be looking at putting together some sort of like movement montages over the next year, Chris.
And I think what you're going to love as soon as you get your hands on the game, assuming you've already pre-ordered or have Game Pass, that every gun in your hands right out of the gates is so comfortable. It feels so natural. And I instantly feel like I'm ready to drop a 2.0 KD.
2.0 KD. Well, folks, plenty more Black Ops 6 action here. We're going to go to a very quick commercial break. You can still watch this stream. You can check out all the other folks in here as well. Don't go too far. More news after the break.
Watch Tim the Time, man.
Experience the world of Call of Duty with Corsair, the official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty. Introducing the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 collaboration from Movement. Get early access with email sign up at movement.com/COD. Call of Duty Next is powered by Xfinity. Stay ahead of the game with ultra-fast speeds and a smooth, low-lag connection. Operators, get ready to unleash a force of nature with Polaris Razor Pro R, dropping into Call of Duty Warzone in Season 1. Change your game. Scuff Gaming, the official controller partner of Call of Duty. Take your Call of Duty gameplay to the next level with Nanoleaf's modular RGB smart lights. Step into the game and sync your lights with the action on screen for the highest level of gaming immersion. Origin, customize your PC. Official gaming PC and gaming laptop of Call of Duty.
I have on rapid fire right now. Keep that in mind. If you're still having issues with your stream dropping frames,
Welcome back to the desk. We're now joined by Yale Miller from Treyarch. Of course, we're welcoming back Matt, Brittany, and Joanna. And Yale, obviously Treyarch's been cooking for a while. You guys have had a little bit to work on Black Ops 6. So what was the studio's vision for creating this game?
I think from the start, we really looked at what makes a great Call of Duty game, what makes a great Black Ops game, and we focused our energy on pushing on all those things like movement and all those things that everyone knows and loves about Black Ops games, and frankly we love about Black Ops games, and then just continually asking ourselves, like, how can it be better, how can it be better, looking at classic features, other things. So you're going to see a lot of that, and obviously a ton of innovations across MP, zombies that just lean into Black Ops.
Yeah, and I love hearing how you guys too were inspired by Black Ops of old, but also looking forward and how all those things work together.
Yep, people have built this into an amazing franchise, and we can't ignore some of the awesome things that we've done in the past, but we know we have to push everything further. So it's just like, how can every little thing be a little bit better every day?
And Black Ops 6 is definitely that, but let's talk a little bit about map design. Brittany, what are some of the core philosophies that you guys, have approached your map portfolio with for Black Ops 6 multiplayer?
Yeah, I mean, the classic 3-lane design is in there. Globe trotting, getting a lot of unique locations, and really focused on small to medium-sized maps for that tight gameplay, and still offer room for meaningful decisions.
Boom.
Yeah, great. We got a little commotion here in the studio, but. Moving on, so let's talk more about maps. We're going to take a look at our launch maps here. Closer look at some of the goodness coming soon. Here we go. We got Subsonic kicking us off. Brittany, take us through.
So this one, that was the Persian Gulf, and then this one's our red card map in a soccer stadium in Avalon, our Mediterranean-inspired region. Vault's also in the Persian Gulf. This one's a really fun one. I think you guys have seen in the trailer.
Possible competitive map.
Hopefully.
Probably.
Very, very clean, 3-lane. Love that.
And we're coming up on beta maps here, so let's take a look closer at beta maps.
So a ton of great maps in that. There's 8 beta maps that are just
8
awesome.
beta maps in total. Of course, we've got our 5 core 6v6
yep.
and our 3 strike maps. Brittany, let's talk a little bit more about strike maps.
Yeah, I mean,
we're going to see them in a little bit, of course, but
these are our extra small maps. Face-off, gunfight, super popular in Cold War, so we wanted to make these part of our standard offering and really lean into the designs for these. And there's a lot of fun, controlled chaos. There's no score streaks.
Yeah, so there's, of course, no score streaks on the face-off maps.
Yeah, we want to let you live a little bit and get around.
Strike maps are some of my favorite. I like to just turn my brain off, run forward, and kill or be killed.
I mean, I think that's how I approach every match of Call of Duty, period. But yeah, I mean, we're calling that the strat, then let's go. But Matt and Yale, we also have intelligent movement in Black Ops 6. Now, this is sort of all part of a lot of the bigger movement changes we've made with Omni movement. Can you talk to us a little bit about what intelligent how intelligent movement works for players and what it can do for them.
Yeah, so it really started with, we know we're asking more and more of our players how many times we're asking them to click a button or a key, and we want players to be focused on what they want to do and not how to do it. So intelligent movement at a very high level will reduce how many times you have to click your stick to sprint or slide or do all that. So it'll be in your player settings. Check it out in the beta. It's broken up into 3 settings. Please, please, please check it out. It's going to make your game easier.
Yeah, further customization for how you want to traverse the world, which is super awesome. And like I said, Omni Movement, we've been talking about it all day. We're seeing it all day around us. You're going to feel it for yourself in the beta this week, hopefully. But it's designed for players of all skill levels. And, if you're a little unsure, the Treyarch team's got you covered.
Yeah, it's from the beginning, we wanted to make sure everyone had those like awesome Black Ops moments, kind of that action hero. And some of this just allows it to be a little bit easier for different players, and also just really good players, and find their sweet spot of like, I don't want to click to sprint, stuff like that. That's super helpful.
And if you still need help, we've got a training course in the beta on a new map, Protocol, which you'll get a sneak peek at. That's a launch map, but go check out the training course if you need to get your feet a little bit more wet.
Yeah, so check out the Omni Movement training course in beta. Sneak peek at the map of Protocol. And speaking of beta, you can tune into the Call of Duty podcast this week and get some neat tips and tricks. But let's take a look at the beta schedule here, kicking off August 30th. And if you want in on that Omni Movement training course, you'll of course need access to the beta. So pre-order Black Ops 6 or subscribe to select Game Pass plans and get early access to the Black Ops 6 multiplayer beta starting very soon. And don't forget to preload.
2 days.
Yeah, you can preload now. So what are you doing watching us? Go make sure you're preloading while you're getting into the show. And you can also earn, neat rewards. Your XP will count towards
Absolutely. We wanted to make sure anyone that's playing the beta, they feel like they're still progressing in MW3 and those things. So it's just a huge level up.
Come have fun.
Play.
Progress.
Come play. Let's do it. All right, we've had a sneak peek at some of our operators out there in gameplay, and people seem to particularly be digging Klaus. But can you talk to us a little bit more about building out these characters and the factions a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it really starts with the story of Black Ops 6 and the single-player campaign. So on one side, we've got your rogue Black Ops agents. You're hunted on the run. You don't have Uncle Sam backing you. And then on the other side, you've got Crimson One. They do have the military machine backing them, and they're trying to chase down those rogue Black Ops agents.
And it's been a huge push for us just on fidelity of all those. Like you see with the maps, they're the best looking maps we've ever done, but that didn't stop with maps characters as well. So how can we make sure that these are truly Black Ops characters, but just the fidelity that we're pushing on the view model, everything in third person, all the animation stuff. Shout out to all the graphics engineers back at home, but like huge push there.
Yeah, it's been awesome. So make sure you're watching the streams. We're going to get a look at some more operators in action today. But in the meantime, let's take a look at some of these badass Black Ops agents from the Vault Edition. These in particular, that's Adler.
Yeah,
this is actually an Adler skin, which is pretty dope.
Go for it.
Do you have a
Joanna, you've got a favorite, don't you?
Yeah, this is my favorite. This is Brutus from our fan favorite map, Mob of the Dead.
Yeah. We got to work some zombies in there,
exactly.
right?
So much zombies.
It's Treyarch. It's a Black Ops game. We need our zombies. There's Klaus.
Yep.
Like I said, Klaus, I think, has been a favorite at Next so far. We've heard a lot of Klaus hype in chat. But that's it for us at the desk. Treyarch team, thank you for joining us. We're going back to gameplay. Camos, classic prestige, leveling your loadout are coming up next at the desk. For now, let's check in with the casters on gameplay.
Thank you very much, Steph. If you're just joining us now, folks, Treyarch developers have already walked us through some of the exciting new updates and content coming to Black Ops 6. But there is a lot, folks, so stay tuned. More of that at the desk. But for now, we just sort of been salivating in the back end. Folks, let's, we're joined by Ali Cat and we're joined by Nameless.
Yes.
Parkett and I have been having a little bit of much fun. We're not going to make you guys run. No one's running.
Do you want to?
I'm down. I kind of want to.
All right, let's go.
We're going?
Already gone rogue.
Are we running in a circle?
So Black Ops 6.
Maybe this will be the best idea we've ever had.
We're omni-movementing around the stage here. This bit's not going to get old, folks.
Maybe.
Real quick, how are you feeling about the game?
I mean, it's incredible. I've been geeking backstage, talking to all the devs, and about the attention to detail and everything in this game has been unbelievable. And as we're going to jump into some gameplay, we're going to see it put on display here. the Omni movement for me, the best thing ever.
Allie, what is the first weapon? What is the first class we're going to be building when you touch the beta in 2 days?
When I touch it, I got to touch it yesterday, and I loaded in an XM4, but I also heard the Krieg is as well back into the game. So honestly, there's a lot of options when you load into this beta.
So AR's on top of ARs.
AR's on top. You know what I'm saying, people.
So for me, I'm the biggest nerd. The first thing I did, I jumped on, I went through every setting imaginable. I'm like, okay, I can change my HUD. There's movement settings for assistance for, you know, the old people like Chris. If you need to be able to mantle and do things like that. So it's just a lot of customization, which one I love, but then also going through the maps. Dude, we got some good maps coming into this game.
I can't wait to see the snipes as well. Blake has one in his hands right now from Team Summertime. He and Hitch have been vibing on the new game. It's been nothing but smiles for all the creators here in the stage.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Hitch, this is Scud, one of the new maps we have here. Back over to Skyline, another one of the new maps. Great time. But yeah, guys, you talked about some of the ARs and some machine guns are great. Haven't seen too many shotguns. That was something that I think
Not yet.
there was a lot of back and forth. How do we make a shotgun really fun without making it too OP?
Well, I mean, you think about Omni movement with a shotgun, you can hit, especially on strike maps, you can slide in, hit people out really quick, especially around corners. And on this map, that's what I was testing. It's a good one to try out the Omni movement. When I was running through the hallways, that staircase you see in front of you, you can make some sick plays.
I'd also love to truly touch on how beautiful this map is. This has been my favorite one I've seen thus far. This is Skyline. It is absolutely stunning. It is vibrant. It is on a rooftop. It's got a sunset in the background while you were testing out your Omni movement, flying off of roofs and taking down your enemies.
And it's definitely a very expensive rental property, Chris.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
It's like a penthouse.
I want to go swimming in that thing. Big shout out, as you can see on the left, this room is packed. Over 250 of the greatest Call of Duty creators, all in one venue, all to touch Black Ops 6 for the first time.
And everybody's so stoked. You know, before the show starts, I was going around talking to all the players, and they just love it. I mean, they've spent so much time making this game, trying to make everything perfect for, you know, the community. And so far, everybody's been absolutely having a blast. As we jump over here to Shia, so we're making some moves on Scud.
Scud, Babylon, we've got a lot of maps, as you heard the devs on the dev talk about. There's a lot of maps. The beta, again, coming in a few days' time, you get to sample. Everything you see here at Next is going to be available to play. But again, when the full game drops on October 25th.
Name, what's going to ask you about the SMG class. I know that's what you're running. You're always up in front of people's faces. Was it the Jackal out of the gates? Were you running the PDW? What was feeling good?
Like you said, the Jackal. And then on top of that, I just try to make my class as aggressive as possible, right? Like trying to get up close and personal, trying to make plays. And with that Omni movement, as we keep mentioning, you can do some disgusting things in this game.
Yeah, there's some attachments that specifically address like jump to fire time, sprint to fire, ADS while jumping, ADS while flying. Like, these things are huge.
You throw on gung-ho with that, and you're just an absolute unit running around the map.
No recoil, maximum snappage. It's a lot of fun. On with Hutch here. Doing the best he can, man. You see in the HVT, that huge icon on screen, kill, go get him. Everyone knows exactly where he is. He has armor. And if you do get the kill, you get a lot of points.
Yeah, the big question mark on it if you do get the kill. I've not seen many good drivers so far in this building when it comes to those score streaks, but that's unfortunately going to be a loss. We're going to move over onto FIFA Kill. This is one of our Warzone players, and I know he is praying not to load in against Shotzi right now because he has been looking to break that movement.
So there you go, folks. Tons to do here at Next. We've got all of our creators playing alongside. And yesterday, those streamers had the privilege to tour the National Spy Museum here in DC. So much going on. And what they found inside was not what they were expecting. Let's take a look.
Wow.
Getting married in DC is pretty epic.
Kind of game I grew up with my brother playing. It's how I met all of my friends. It's how I met Chloe. I'm ready.
Brad and I met in a Call of Duty lobby on Crash. I didn't believe in soulmates until I met him.
Chloe, I have adored you since the first lobby we met. It was truly love at first sight. Our love is stronger than any meta, and I'm excited to spend the rest of my life with you. I vow to always cherish, protect you, and let you defuse the bomb.
You instantly made me laugh harder than I ever have. I vow to always stay by your side even when you steal my kill.
You may now kiss the bride.
We got married
like Call of Duty.
Couple just got married in COD Next.
A match made in COD heaven.
And we're here now with the Call of Duty DJ and Chloe Jagger, who you guys just saw got married yesterday. What an incredible ceremony. You're all about adding vibes to this whole thing. So you get married yesterday in a Call of Duty themed wedding. Now you're playing Call of Duty Black Ops 6. What would you say is the happiest moment of your life?
Easily getting married.
Good
Great
answer.
job. Amazing. You're getting brownie points for that one.
Big time brownie points. Now, as somebody who just got married literally a few days ago, to a gamer as well, I know how special it is not only to be married, find your soulmate, but to also involve gaming into this. So how special and important is it for you guys to be here at the Call of Duty Black Ops 6, beta and testing, but also to find love in COD too?
I mean, it means everything to us. Call of Duty is such a big part of our lives, and yeah, this is a dream.
It's always been a huge part of our lives, and just to know that's where it all started and to be here now, it's literally a dream come true. It's amazing.
Oh, that is awesome. Such a beautiful story between the two of you. But I gotta ask, what's the honeymoon plans? Is this the honeymoon?
Ooh,
For now.
Definitely go home and play the beta as much as we can, and then we'll worry about the honeymoon after that.
Yeah.
Sounds like a true gamer to me.
It certainly does indeed. Well, you guys, absolutely stunning. Such a special day. Enjoy today as well with the honeymoon vibes happening here at Call of Duty Next. Thank you so much. That's going to do it from us over here. Back over to our casters.
That's so cute.
That's amazing. About the
I love
honeymoon
that.
later. There's a beta to play first. I love that answer.
Real.
Call of Duty Lobby is truly bringing us all together. That is insane. What a wonderful thing to happen here at COD Next. Back to the gameplay. It's modern Warzone. Doug's at it in the hard point.
Yeah, it's so special to see them, get married. That is absolutely awesome. We're watching some Black Ops 6, and it feels crazy to say that.
My man Kane on the stage. I love to see this. Putting down his microphone, putting away the guitar. He needs some game time in.
That's also insane to say. Kane Brown here in DC at Call of Duty Next playing Black Ops 6.
Yeah, right.
Let's see what Kane's got. I watched Kane get a nuke with Bobby Poff.
No way.
Yeah.
That's a duo right there.
That's a duo. I think Isaac was. Oh no, Huskers was in there as well.
Yeah.
It was a super solid squad. But Kane was bringing it, man. He was carrying stuff. He was getting kills. He was doing great.
He plays quite a bit of Call of Duty. So excited to see him out here. He's running the AR as well. He's the XM4 in his hands. That was my gun of choice yesterday as the ARs. Unbelievable.
Oh, dude,
and he's running the variant.
My eyes were closed, Kane. I didn't see that.
We absolutely are close enough to. And the Cold War XM4 as well.
Yeah.
It's a similar feel. It's got real nice recoil control. It sounds good.
And
looks good.
when you want to be that aggressive AR, it's just one of those guns that you just pull out, get aggressive. I love the XM4. Similar feel, like we said, it's Cold War.
Oh, he's spinning again. Love to see it. What a stage. We're locked in here, though. Phase scope on your screen, and this is what I need. Show me the snipes. Show me the quick scopes, because I was doing it yesterday. It feels so good.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest
So
sniper.
I feel like
because I'm just not very good with it.
Game.
But when I pull it out, it does feel extremely satisfying. And as you can see right here, Scope. He's the man you want to watch make plays. And the phase guys, when they get a sniper in their hand with that Omni movement, they're going to have some insane
I can't wait to see the final kill cams, Allie.
I'm so excited. And that dive across the screen, I can just think of all the funny edits right now that are going to hit the timeline when this game drops. And Omni movement is just so fun. Regardless of your playstyle, regardless if you're a sniper main, regardless if you're a Warzone player, it is beneficial to literally everybody.
Do you go to your left or your right when you dive?
When I dive, I'm definitely a left person.
Always left?
Which is funny because I write with my right hand.
All right.
You know what's crazy? Nobody considered this, but people do IRL strafe in game. I mean, the dive is adding an extra layer of danger. I'm flying out of my
And
office
getting
chair.
turned on.
So-
I mean, you guys are screwed.
When you guys were all playing yesterday, did you manage to get a Hellstorm? Because it is the best feeling in the world in this game. It looks so good, so crisp. It's unbelievable. I can't wait to see one of our players get it and wreak havoc on the map.
I love that you had to say that. Just to make sure everybody knew that you went on a streak versus
just a
us
slight
yesterday.
flex.
Just a slight flex.
Well, like 6.5 kills.
You've done it a couple times.
If we're going to see one, it's going to be shots.
Class is in session. Shotzi already having a good time with that snipe.
Wait, hold on. I need to
Wait
Never
for
mind.
some Miles. T-Dog Smitty. Boston who?
Get him on the roster. That's it.
That's a big go. But this is, again, a superb opportunity. Let's see some snipes. That's a big old dive off the mantle as well.
Yeah.
So Shotzi has already found a way to interrupt the animations. Are the devs listening? Are they watching this? He's already done
doing it again.
Keep your eyes on this man, please.
You can see some of the badges up top just so crispy when you get that. It looks so clean, and that added dopamine as you're playing BO6.
We've been warned that there are some absolute legendary old school medals coming in the game, so keep an eye out on those on these medals as they happen. Obviously, T-Dog's just there flexing like, I mean, look, I'm the best player in the world, right?
The admins are telling him to chill out.
He's like, did you see that kill versus Ant?
Put the guns away, bro. Put the guns away, bro. Over to Noah Sunday, who's finding pieces all over the place.
I love
Listen
it.
to that.
Doesn't even adjust the camera when he gets in. He's like, nah, just give me the controller. I'm good. Let's lock in.
One of my favorite things right now is seeing all the different guns and attachments right now that everybody's running, because there's no true meta currently, and I feel like some players have truly got this figured out.
Well, folks, we've got all sorts happening here, but let's tickle our ears with a listen-in presented by Corsair.
Feels good.
I'll tickle your ears.
Sure.
Jage. Oh, yeah, they're... Yo, 58, god damn! Run it.
Yo! Oh my god.
Oh, you gotta love it. Spawn camping at its finest. Lines up 2 with 1 bullet. Collats are a thing. Found out.
I mean, off the rip, we're just getting some crazy camos and variants. Like, I'm loving what I'm seeing. Once again,
what is this?
That thing looks straight out of
Is that an
Zombies.
eyeball on the left side?
Yeah,
You get a knife that matches as well.
It is beautifully horrifying.
We haven't seen anyone like focus on pure knifing until just now. Lunchtime got the business delivered.
The dedicated melee ant.
Yeah. Oh, yes, the dedicated melee
mainly
spot now.
figuring
So
out,
you
like,
can have a
what's going on
pistol
with the tech
and
stuff.
a knife, which is amazing, as you just feel a little more swaggy when you're running on the map with a knife in your hand. So something a lot of our players will very much enjoy, and I know the competitive players as well. Lunchtime, big into rank play this
they show,
year.
like, my
Only a
APs?
couple weeks in, we'll be
Or they
good.
show me getting shit on,
Well,
or
lots of
what?
news coming here at Call of Duty Next, folks. Plenty to go. And if you love ring lights, we got them as well. Look at that view. It is all
show
happening
my
here.
big boy stuff?
215 creators sweating it out here in a hot day in DC.
And Howie, I was thinking about this. They each have a gaming PC, right?
Yes.
And then they have,
And they
a
have a
streaming
streaming
PC.
PC.
Yeah.
So we're at over 500 PCs in this museum.
I don't know about you guys. I'm not sweating. You might be, but it feels great in here considering all of the power going on in this room. I mean, you're talking about ring lights galore, cameras galore, PCs, monitors. Everybody's on a dual monitor, dual PC setup.
mic is- oh,
I've yet to see how loud it gets in here,
bad, I
though.
don't
I'm
really
ready
know
to see
how
some
this
people
works,
on their
but
feet.
We've
I've
seen
been
some
trying
trash
to
talk.
figure
It's
out
getting
how to record
spicy.
and whatnot,
Oh, it
but
has to
hold
get
on, let
spicy,
me know.
folks.
Let me know.
It's a Call of Duty game. You know what to expect.
I was watching Jay Smooth going up against Tim the Tapman, Swag, Legion was on the squad. 3 of his teammates just straight up quit out. It was 18 to 186. I was like, they're trying to find an easier lobby. I understand it.
Fully streaked. Okay.
Full streaks. Oh,
Slay.
before we've got a break coming. I wonder if we can see this Hellstorm.
You want to use
on,
it?
Salty.
She's
You
got to call him in, right?
Hellstorm.
Is she around us?
I'm telling you, it is
Where's she
a
at?
beaut.
You can't-
Salties, it's time.
You can't loop him in this game. Just call him in.
Hit the buttons.
She's just slaying.
Somebody's got to tell her.
That's the
Somebody's got to tell her.
5.
Part of the room she's in. I'll go and hit the key. I'm not against it.
All right.
Off the respawn is when you would typically
Here we go.
call.
Come on.
Hit that D-pad. Oh, no, she's mouse and key.
Bad news bears, fam. I don't think
I don't
she's
think
going to
she's gonna
find
call
it.
them
We
in.
just got a word from the admin. She's been ignoring it since minute 3. She's just this good on the map.
It is frying though. There is something about she's cooking.
And she's moving around the map, like so fluid. Oh, there
Here we go.
Here we go.
Let's go, Smixy.
Look at how clean that looks. Map
come
looks
the
beautiful.
Wait, Smixy didn't call the clusters in.
The clusters are
Oh,
big
so the
damage.
clusters auto home on
They'll
4
get it down.
targets around
He
the
didn't know.
place. Okay, folks, we're going to compose ourselves. We're going to take a moment. The gameplay's still rocking and rolling, though, here in DC. We'll be right back with a whole lot more Black Ops 6.
Play like a pro on a big screen TV up to 98 inches from TCL, the official TV of Call of Duty. Share the wins. Elgato, the official streaming partner of Call of Duty. AMD, official CPU and GPU partner of Call of Duty Next. Herman Miller Gaming is happy to be the chair provider for Call of Duty Next. Today's players are sitting in Herman Miller Gaming Embody chairs. Check out which gaming chair is best for you at hermanmiller.com/gaming. Triumph, official motorcycle partner of Black Ops 6. Customize your typing. Drop, the official keycap partner of Call of Duty.
Welcome back, everyone, to the desk. Joining us now, we've got more from the Treyarch team, more amazing humans to talk about Black Ops 6. We got Pablo Ortiz, Matt Schrontz, and Lawrence Metten to dive into everything. Yet again, I used dive again.
Dive. Let's
you know
do
what?
it
It fits with Omni.
Whatever you want to do.
I was seeing a lot of people do diving over there. That was wild.
It works.
The amount of craziness that we were seeing from our players was absolutely incredible. This game is, I'm stoked.
Thanks to Nameless and Alley and Pocket, we've already got a meta conversation going, so we have no one better to talk about that than Pablo. We know the players can't wait to get their hands on the Black Ops 6 weapons in the beta. We've been seeing them in action. I've heard a little love for the Tonto, the XM4, the Jackal. We're going to get into that a little bit, but what was your general approach to designing the weapons for this game?
Yeah, on a high level, we really wanted the gunplay to be super tight, really fluid with all the movement that we have going on as well. But still hitting that high fidelity, like best looking weapons that we've ever done.
Yeah.
You heard it here first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ain't that the truth, though, man? They look fantastic.
Well, we did see some of the inspect animations, too, and they are fire.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they're looking and feeling great. And, yeah, a lot of variety, too. That was a big goal for us, making sure that every weapon has its own distinct identity, audio, visuals, the mechanics, all of that. So you're going to see a lot of classics returning, like the XM4, better than ever before. But it's Black Ops, so operators are getting their hands on a lot of experimental prototype weapons as well, and those start getting a little more out there.
Yeah, well, I mean, speaking of prototypes, we have some weapons coming at launch in Black Ops 6 that are completely new to Call of Duty, all new to the franchise, never been in a game before. That's so awesome.
Yeah, it's really awesome, and really just comes back to the weapons team having a blast exploring and capturing that 90s essence, which is pretty untapped for the franchise.
Yeah, we've never been to the 90s before, God.
Guys, we're very well versed in the 90s.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, personal experience.
Don't date us, Al.
Hey, I'm on this conversation too, okay?
So at launch, 12 of our weapons players will be seeing for the very first time ever in Call of Duty, which is awesome. And you're gonna get to play with a bunch of those in the beta as well.
Are they? So we will be able to mess around with those in the beta.
Yes, yeah. I know people. I've seen a lot of Jackal PDWs.
Okay.
The Vault Edition floating around out there in the stream, and that weapon's amazing if you love playing aggressively, rushing objectives.
Again.
Yeah, if you're a little impatient like me.
Gun.
Yeah.
There you go.
So I want to see it in action later today, too, not just an MP, but very exciting.
Yeah. No, absolutely awesome. But, I mean, there's even more to talk about, too, right? Because, you guys are also approaching things differently with attachments as well. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, no, this is really excited about where we landed with attachments this time around. Kind of two core pillars, right? The first was attachments should always feel really good to equip, make your weapon better, right? And the second pillar was giving players confidence and clarity so that they, feel like they can experiment in Gunsmith and make their own builds without having to go online and look something up.
Yeah, you're kind of you want to empower people to have the confidence to build their own loadout, use those attachments, know what they're doing. I think that it's awesome, and we're going to hopefully see a lot of customization here at Call of Duty Next today.
Yeah, now what else should we know about attachments here? Like, because I feel like there's more than meets the eye with all this stuff.
Yeah, so, I mean, players are going to notice that there's way fewer cons across the board, and attachments are more focused on providing one or two big chunky improvements.
Got it.
And there's also, that's mostly consistent in terms of where those improvements will be on all your weapons, so that you quickly are getting into these situations where you're like, okay, I want to make my weapon ADS faster. I know I go to the rear grip, I put on the quick draw. It's that simple.
Love that. Yeah.
And we're going to get deep into weapon progression with Lawrence here in a little bit, but talk to us about what things are shared in terms of unlocks in the attachment system.
Yeah, so for most of the attachments, you're going to go through your normal weapon leveling journey and unlock everything for just that weapon, but then optics are going to be shared within a class.
Oh, nice. That's huge.
Yeah, so if you're playing with your XM4, you might unlock like a red dot or something like that, and you're going to immediately be able to put that on your AK, no matter what level that AK is, right? It could be...
Oh, that is big.
May have never touched it before. It might be rank 1, and you can already put a red dot on there.
Yeah, it gives you that advantage to be able to get in there early with the weapon.
I can tell who here is not an iron stand.
Not
like
it.
me.
Yeah, not it.
That's me.
No, I love iron sights. I love iron sights, but having that ability to be able to go across is absolutely fantastic.
Give me some good, clean glass. That's all I need.
Yeah, well, now we got it. No matter what, as long as it's unlocked in that class. But Matt, actually, you know, time to kill is something that players are always curious about with a new title, TTK, time to kill. How did you guys approach that for Black Ops 6?
It is a critically important part of the game. So I'll go through some quick hits, right? We're slightly lower TTK. You're going to die a little bit faster than something like Cold War. We're at 100 health. We've tested a ton of different health values and around with the weapon damage, but we feel like where we're at right now, it sits really well in the world of Black Ops 6 with Omni movement, our attachment philosophy. But of course, we're definitely looking for data and feedback in the beta, so please give it to us in appropriate ways. And we will listen and assess and adjust.
Follow at Treyarch for more on that.
Yes.
We'll be looking for it throughout the beta.
I'm definitely very interested in how Omni movement and that lower TTK are going to play with one another. We're even seeing it here come to life too, and it's been really fascinating. And I think it's only going to just continue to add a little bit more. You know, and make you be a bit more strategic.
Yeah, I mean, it was really important to be able to react.
Yes.
Right. So we don't want the health so low that you just immediately die. Yeah. But we don't want it so high to where you get frustrated. Right. So we feel like we're in a really good spot to where you get a little bit of a dance, but you know, we'll see.
Yeah. No.
Designed with Omni movement in mind.
Exactly. Exactly.
Now, Lawrence, my fellow camo enthusiasts out there are many of us. I hear you have some really exciting things for us in terms of challenges this game.
Yeah, so there's a lot you're going to be able to do with weapons. First off, we're bringing reticle challenges and reticle customization back.
Nice.
So that's
We
back to Call of Duty this year.
See
We have an update to the camo system, and as part of that, we have some really
that
dope
looks
mastery
sick.
camos.
We're seeing them right now.
Our Treyarch weapons team has really gone all out,
I love that
and
one.
we are confident we're delivering the best mastery camos we've ever seen in the franchise. Take a look at Dark Matter here, back and better than ever. And when you shoot this thing, it actually has some dynamic elements that add and swirl and move. Really dope mastery camos in the game this year. We'll have more to show later in the broadcast with the other modes. But
okay,
awesome.
yeah. If that's just only a taste and a
Little
moose
taste.
boosh.
You got master camos for every mode.
I'm gonna call out. Lawrence said it. The team killed it on
They
the
really
master
did.
camos. I see the conversation come up of which was the best gold camo. I see Black Ops 1 come up a lot. I don't necessarily disagree. I think we've topped it. I think we've topped
bold.
it. Yep.
Bold move, bold move.
Let us know.
Hey,
That was the bar.
there are a lot of cool stuff here, without a doubt, here. And these things are looking absolutely incredible. But also, something is looking equally as incredible, are Vault Edition weapons, which, I am very, very excited for. I mean, look at these things. They look so cool.
And everybody's running these on the streams today. Like, we've seen these in action.
They are gorgeous. Of course, if you pre-order the Vault Edition and you can unlock bonus content, including the Hunters versus Hunted Operator Pack, the Mastercraft Weapon Collection, the Gobblegum Pack, and Season 1 Black Cell. Plus, if you pre-order the Vault Edition, you will get the chance to use these operators and these weapons. And look at these. I mean, this is absolute
Insane.
shenanigans. You're going to get to use them in the beta. So that's freaking awesome. I'm really stoked for that one.
I like Spooky Fish Knife.
Yeah,
He's trying to hurt you.
He does try to hurt you.
Yeah, it clearly is Spooky Fish Knife.
I forgot what his actual name is, but that's the one that calls out to me.
That's the name. Actually, they're
perfect.
gonna change it in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. Now, of course, there is one thing in particular that I have been excited to ask today, and this is the return of Classic Prestige. We saw the announcement. People were popping off about it. Lawrence, what can you tell us about, Classic Prestige? Just give us an overview. What we should be expecting, because I hear Classic, I think Classic.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what we're delivering in Black Ops 6 and then some. So we're super excited to be bringing Classic Prestige back to the franchise. If you're unfamiliar with Classic Prestige, you're going to start leveling up 1 to 55, unlocking content for use in your loadouts. If you hit max level, you're going to have the choice to Prestige, relock all that 1 to 55 content.
Yeah.
Do it again, having gained a
And
little
do you still get the
prestige.
perma unlock as well, like it was back in the day?
That is back. So
Okay.
every prestige, you're going to have a permanent unlock. If maybe you lost access to your favorite weapon or your favorite perk, use that permanent unlock, get it back right away. We have 10 prestiges in Black Ops 6. Make it through those. You'll graduate into Prestige Master with 1,000 levels to climb through.
Let's take a quick look at our sneak peek Prestige 1 icon.
Dude. So I remember having a conversation with Lawrence in our office. I think maybe we shared an office at the time, talking about bringing this back. And it's like, well, if we're going to make the best Black Ops game ever, then you kind of got to do it. And we said it's got to be a no-brainer to want to enter Prestige. And the team, Lawrence, hats off, like, absolute no-brainer, and I'm going to try to max Prestige. I'm going to try to get Dark Matter. I'm going to try to do all the things.
Yeah, I love that you've said, too, it's not so punishing, that you've made it super rewarding, and, like, of course I'm going to want to relock everything. I'm not risking it all, so to speak.
Yeah.
So on top of that, you know,
it's
pretty great rewards.
Yeah, actually,
talk about too.
That's the other thing too, right? Because, you know, one of the things that we always enjoy about the track and putting in that time in and locking things and getting stuff. So what are going to be some of the Prestige rewards and just in general that we should be expecting with this?
Yeah, so we didn't want to just bring back Classic Prestige. We wanted to go bigger than ever. We wanted to build the most rewarding version of Classic Prestige we've ever seen. We have a ton of high-value skins, blueprints, charms, and more, all created just for the Prestige system.
Okay.
And I mean, we showed the Prestige 1 icon a minute ago.
Amazing.
If that looked like the World at War zombie to
I was going to ask. It's got it looked really familiar.
Hint, hint.
It's because it is. And so one thing we're doing in Black Ops 6 is each Prestige is actually themed after a game in Black Ops history. So not only are we bringing back a fan favorite classic system, it's oozing with nostalgia. It's going to take you on a trip through the past Black Ops games. We're super excited.
I cannot wait to see what the Black Ops 1 one is. Oh, I'm so excited.
I mean, I think people are going to love these so much.
Yeah.
But Lawrence, what happens to your weapons when you're relocking? Just because this is a new system, we want to take people through what they should expect in terms of what happens to our stuff.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be Classic Prestige if it wasn't a little dangerous. You're going to relock that 1 to 55 content. But you're not going to lose weapon progression. You're not going to lose your global weapon builds. You're not going to lose challenge progress. When you re-unlock a weapon, you'll have all the builds you created for that weapon available as soon as you get access again. And it was important to us, to Matt's point earlier, we want players to Prestige, but we also want it to pay homage and reflect the classic system. And so that relock is an important part. You also mentioned the permanent unlock, Alex, so that'll help you mitigate the relock if you really
I'm
lose.
excited.
It's
I'm
still
excited
a little
for that.
scary.
Yeah, so only just a smidgen.
Yeah,
you know,
it's a calculated risk, and I like that in my Call of Duty. But it really wouldn't be a Black Ops game without a couple of other things that I think you are going to surprise us with.
Yeah, so we got a lot to unlock in the game. Calling card challenges with a deep set of those. We have a 100% completion cards in the game at launch. So if you complete the set in multiplayer, zombies, or Warzone, you're going to be rewarded for doing so. Each Prestige has its own set of calling card challenges.
sick.
The zombies one looks so cool.
We got Dark Ops challenges. You need Dark Ops challenges in a Black Ops game. So if you're unfamiliar with those are as tough as they get. Hidden criteria challenges that we're excited to see which ones the community find and which ones they maybe take a while to discover. We will not be giving hints.
Nope. Okay. Redacted. Smart.
Yeah, a lot to unlock, and excited to see what resonates with players.
So we were hearing Miles talk about a little bit while they were casting some gameplay, but it seems like medals are back, and I'm excited for them. So it seems like there are a ton for us to be able to earn as well. Is that right?
Yeah, we have over 150 medals in multiplayer, lots of returning fan favorites.
A lot of nuts.
And a lot of new ones, too, that we're excited for players to discover.
You can see them popping up on screen.
Yeah, we've been seeing, we got some turned on action earlier.
Love the turned on.
Yeah, that's Pablo's favorite.
Get tagged in the back and just have the perfect flick.
Yep.
My personal favorite is Doink, because it's fun to say and see Doink.
Yep.
But yeah,
I like how you say, I like Doink.
I do. I mean, I popped up and they were telling me some of the ones that were coming out. I was like,
kill an enemy with an impact from a tactical grenade.
That was Stephanie's.
It's a little different than stuff.
It was Stephanie's favorite before she knew what it was.
It's true.
She just heard Doink. She was like, I'm in.
We love equipment here, okay?
My personal faves are, we have a 1v1, 1v2, 1v3, and 1v everyone medals.
Oh, nice.
And,
I get those all the time.
And Search and Destroy, right?
Yeah.
S&D going to the all the time, picking up those 1v3 medals. This guy is unbelievable. All right, folks. Well, before we wrap up things here at the desk, though, Stephanie, I think there is one more thing that our friends at Treyarch wanted to talk about, because I see it here on the little graphic that we got.
You are so right, Alex, and one more thing. I'm coming to you, Lawrence. So Treyarch has obviously worked on every ranked mode the last few years. We simply need to know when ranked multiplayer is coming to Black Ops 6. What do you got for us?
Yeah, so, I mean, we love competitive COD. Ranked play is in the DNA at Treyarch. And in a lot of ways, we've been building towards Black Ops 6 as the definitive ranked play experience. And we're delivering it earlier than it's ever launched in a Call of Duty game, early in Season 1.
Season 1.
All right.
Ranked MP coming
My
to
friends are
Black
watching.
Ops
They're
6.
massive sweats. They're very happy about that, you know?
A lot of people, a lot of cheering in the room, I think, when we talked about this to some of the creators in the building. But thank you so much, Treyarch team, Pablo, Matt, Lawrence.
Thank you.
It's been awesome to have you here today. Thank you for sharing everything that's coming to the game.
Yeah, and it seems like most importantly, you guys are excited about it, which I think you guys are excited about it.
It's been a long time coming.
Yeah, it just radiates to all of us. That joy is so awesome, and I think I speak for everyone in here. This game's freaking awesome.
The vibes are high.
The vibes are high. It's great. It's Black Ops at its absolute finest. But that, of course, covers our news on Black Ops 6 multiplayer. But don't go anywhere, because we have plenty more live gameplay that's going to be coming your way, courtesy of our excellent commentators. We got Miles, Puck, and the rest of the crew standing by. Take it away, fellas.
Thank you, Stephanie. Golden Boy. Wow, a lot of great updates there from the Treyarch developers. Ranked play, ranked play. Oh my goodness.
Ranked play. Race to prestige, anybody? I will race
give me the
you
classic
as soon as we
system.
Okay, yes.
Just
We're
all
taking this.
the most incredible day of news, folks. I mean, I can hardly contain myself. But while you were at the desk, our creators have switched over to our next multiplayer section, which is a look at some of the new strike maps that are coming to Black Ops 6 multiplayer. So we're going into face-off, folks.
Fast and furious is how I describe this game mode. And I was talking with Aiden. He's saying, I think I found the God Gun. I think Hazardous might have as well.
The Tanto 22. It's got like a similar feel. Do you remember the Milano? That like...
And it reminds me of the ADS of the MSMC. Oh. One of the all-time favorites.
Oh.
You can
Before
hear
your time, Allie, but it was glorious.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just a little 10 years younger than the rest of you. But Hazardous isn't, and he was at that high ground for a hot minute there. Will finally get shut down, but Shotzi is still rocking this sniper rifle. I mean, players cannot get this guy down.
He's going for the 360.
He said he was going for a clip. You know, I walked over to go watch him, see what he was up to, and he said he was going for a clip, and he won't rest today until he gets a good one. I'm excited to see if he can pull off. Here goes an assassination.
Yeah. Was he on the receiving end?
We've seen a few in the trailer. The one that Klaus pulls off with the axe, like the flying. I mean, this is some visceral execution action.
Part robot, part zombie human.
All Black Ops 6.
Incredible stuff. Don't look at us like that, Alley Cat. All right,
I'm not looking at you anyway.
Shotzi's put away the sniper rifle for a moment, and this is what I've been waiting for. Can he fry?
He got executed. He wasn't taking any more of that. He said, screw the clip. I need to go for some kills. But he's still getting taken down. Aerith is one of our COD mobile creators, and seeing her pop off here in this situation versus one of our professionals. Pop off queen.
I will say, Shotzi's in the blender right now.
Yeah, he kind of is.
Can he confirm,
I don't see any movement.
Absolutely fried, okay? So that's a good sign for all you guys out there wondering if you could pick up Omni movement fast.
That's what he needed.
You can.
He heard him.
He looked destroyed. He got the best.
He's on his feet. That might be a different lobby, but yeah.
Clearly doesn't play the objective. Shout out to the 520 compared to your teammates' 1,400.
46
Got 5, bro.
And was that 5 deaths? 46 and 5? Oh.
Get a confirm over here.
Ridiculous.
And this was called the Scourge, and this thing is absolutely insane. It looks so good, and it has a high
That
mag, so you
ADS
can
is
just slay.
crazy.
Yeah, this is a Jackal blueprint, one of the variants. Again, you'll be able to use this in the beta. It just looks absolutely insane. And we saw that matching knife. Again, all the animations, everything looks so
The
cool.
spooky fish knife.
The spooky fish knife.
I'm calling it that for the rest of the year.
I'm making an emote right now for it.
What are you guys taking with you after your first Prestige?
Oh.
It's a great question. All of my attachments, but which one?
I don't know if it works on that.
I'm taking the
Looks like
Jackal.
that.
The Jack?
I'm taking the Jackal with me.
I'm taking the spooky fish knife.
Aims.
I'm going to just keep my Marine.
I'm taking the aims with me. That thing, we're watching Kenny use it a moment ago. Very, very impressive.
He was loving it.
Hey, okay, Physic.
And now I'm looking out for the medals. You see the double kill pops up. I think it's just so much satisfaction as you're playing and popping 2 pieces and 3 pieces. It looks so sick.
We heard Lawrence talk about there's a 1v1, there's a 1v2, 1v3, 1v everyone medal. I mean, that's going to be so fun to keep account of. I mean, not just, for like players having a good game or even in tournaments. All sorts of exciting plays here. Can't wait.
I can't wait to see what's going on here with FIFA Kill. Now, FIFA, one of the greatest Warzone players of all time. He's
100%.
always streaming. On the other side of this, though, you have Aiden, you have Sage. Good news is he's got Jay Smooth on his team here, Alley Cat, but I feel like this might be a stacked lobby.
Yeah, I don't know if that's good news because Aiden has got a 3-piece on the enemy side of things. I mean, this is a kill feed lighting up not in their favor, but can we just talk about, I think everybody's got tactical sprint on, and I'm going to start yelling at people.
And what I love about this is they're on a strike map, so it's so close. So every time you spawn, you're just going to be getting into engagements and having to use that Omni movement to get away as we see a dive comes out of nowhere. Couldn't be better timing. Those are some of the things you're going to be able to do. You get shot, you just got to get out of dodge.
So unlike Cold War and a strike map in this game, it's not necessarily a piece of a larger map that's been trimmed down. It's an entirely new play space, but it's still using a similar art design or a similar palette from an existing multiplayer map, or at least I've been told.
And this one's Gala, so you can see small themed area just looks awesome. And up top, this is the position it looks like you're going to want to hold. This FIFA Kill is absolutely slaying.
And y'all can't see it, but his hair is bright pink. It's kind of getting blinded in this shot, but he's right in front of us, and I'm seeing the sun shining down on him in these shots as he's going to find 2. Has the high ground, will find a 3rd as well. Now, I didn't see him much of as an AR player, but his movement is looking cracked.
Marley 13. Having a very good time here at Continents. Now, an entirely different experience there, though, Chris. I mean, not necessarily being pinned down in spawn and absolutely beaten alive, but all right, Lila, massive shots.
I walked behind her earlier, and she dropped the quad feed. She's like, how about that one, chat? Everyone is just feeling this game bright and early, and she is not afraid to take on anyone in the lobby.
So Chris walks behind people that quad feeds. I walk behind Tim the Tapman, and he rage quits his first lobby after missing a kill. Honestly, I'm just going to stay on the stage.
Yeah, come with me. I bring the PMA.
And as we jump to Lola, she has the X4 out with the red dot on. You heard them talking about it, and be able to change her reticle and customize it. That is something we had way back in Black Ops 1. It was one of the best feelings ever. So many features from previous Black Ops games were fine, re-added with that nostalgic feel, but also new. It's been so awesome to see.
Another thing as well, every single time you get a brand new weapon, the optic slot is open and ready. You don't have to level it up. You can put anything you've already unlocked in that prestige. So let's say you've got a big old sight, a ×4, whatever it may be, a nice red dot. It could go on the brand new weapon immediately.
All right, quick question for you guys. They mentioned that there's going to be different themes for the prestiges. We heard about World at War. Will we see a Black Ops 2 one? And is there a chance that I can unlock the FAL in the Cap 40s once again?
Imagine some of the best weapons ever, but we got a bunch of new weapons in this game as well. I'm excited to just get my hands on it, try it out.
Can we see this from Salties?
Some first timers. Some first timers
Look
here
at all the
in
medals.
the Call of Duty world.
Turned on. That's the one I was looking for. When I play against Chris, I'll be getting a couple.
Impossible! I have eyes on my back, and now I can dive backwards.
Did you see that slide?
I have been looking at stuff in the DC. It's beautiful here.
Great stuff coming through as our creators are finishing their first round of Strike. Everyone seems to be enjoying the fun. Alec, what'd you see in that one?
I just saw some incredible movement, and honestly, when I was listening to you guys talk about, getting your medals and all the weapons that are new, also just quality of life updates that all of your classes will move around, whether it's Warzone, whether it's MP, whether it's a private match, rank play. You don't have to keep going in and remaking your classes, and I think that is just so important. It's attention to the small details that Treyarch does really, really well.
And if you guys have been watching all the screens, the finer details, the different HUDs that we've seen, I'm liking people changing it up and making it easier on themselves. As we were talking about yesterday, if you're right-eye dominant, we were moving our mini-map up to the top right. And like, this is how it should be.
It feels right. I mean, that's a very, very easy change. It's just called inverted. There's a lot of presets. We saw 2 that were locked for now, and there's a streamer, and there's, I think, one that you can fully customize. Could be wrong there, but
we're getting into the weeds
lots of different options for those HUD presets. We're getting a little teaser of some of them here. Again, it's just a new dawn, baby. It's a new day, and it's a long, fantastic year of Black Ops 6 ahead of us.
Now, Miles, you're a full-time employee, and I'm a contractor, so I can ask this question. Can we talk about theater mode yet?
I think
Do I have to wait till later in the show?
I think we can. I'm not seeing any
can
heads.
we?
Not
I
in
think
aggressive mode.
Nobody's coming to arrest us right
There's
now.
no red dot on my chest, is there? I think we're sweet. Day one.
We're going to see the best
We're on
montage.
to you guys.
Can you imagine the clips that are going to come out of this game?
When I'm hitting them jumps and flips and dives, it's going to be a fantastic time, and you get to watch it in all sorts of angles, folks. While we're going to leave our creators for a moment, folks, we do have a bit of an update from Lottie, who's roaming the halls of Call of Duty next with some special guests.
I certainly am indeed. Some very tall special guests. I am joined right now by Keyshawn, Tristan, and Bub from the Washington Wizards. You guys may recognize them. Right, if I can reach here, but Keyshawn, first of all, Call of Duty next. This setting, I think, is insane. What do you make of this setup with all our creators?
I didn't know what to expect walking in here, and just walking in here, seeing the environment, the vibe, and just how good it looks, it's amazing to me.
It's pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, it's very vibey for sure. Tristan, have you managed to get your hands on the game yet? Have you played?
Yeah, I played. It's a great game. It's like a new what's the name? New maps, a new setup, and it's very nice. A little different, a little change, and it'll be fun. It'll be fun. I'll see how much I'll get on the game.
All right, we'll see how much you're grinding for sure.
I'll
and
grind
Bub,
for sure.
what type of player are you, Bub? Are you multiplayer, zombies? What do you dabble in? Multiplayer?
100%. Don't touch Warzone. I play zombies sometimes. I'm not really good at the game, so I just play Warzone so you can keep coming back to life.
Damn, I was really hoping you'd start being like, I'm going to smoke kids. I'm talking a big game, but that's fair. You got time to grind. Absolutely not. And obviously, we're seeing some of the incredible creators try this out. Are you guys fans of anyone's streams at all?
We've seen a couple of AMP members in here, so it's pretty cool.
Amazing. I love to hear that. And lastly, Tristan, how are you guys feeling about maybe squadding up together at some point when the game releases?
Us three? Oh, we should play for sure. We should start streaming, I think. This has given a good jump start for us. Maybe we get into streaming, so that'll be nice.
Hey, you heard it here first. A Wizards team might be actually emerging out of Call of Duty next. Gents, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the day. Castis, it's back to you.
Thank you so much, Lottie. We've got some of the biggest names in Washington all here to check out Black Ops 6. I wanted to ask you, though, while we're watching more gameplay, who is the greatest celebrity or athlete that you have played with or against or just watched in Call of Duty?
Oh, man, you're talking about skill at Call of Duty, huh? I would say I played with a decent amount of athletes. Marcus Valdez-Scaling was unbelievable at
MVS?
Warzone. MVS is one of the best Warzone players that I've played with. I think he's great. And then Max Holloway, a fighter, unbelievable player as well.
He was really good. I won a gunfight tournament with Michael B. Jordan, with the greatest teammate.
did.
And I went into that. I'm not gonna lie. I went into that fully thinking I was gonna have to carry him. He wasn't gonna know anything. He came in hot as hell, knew everything, had his own call-outs.
Yeah.
He asked me a couple of questions, and I was like, we're absolutely going to smoke this. There's no way we lose. And we didn't.
Did he have an 8-pack or a 10-pack in person?
He was wearing his own clothes.
Why were you looking?
He starred in Creed. He's a pretty good athlete.
Everybody loves Call of Duty.
Let's take a look at the gameplay.
Tim loves Call of Duty.
Tim loves Call of Duty, except when he rage quits.
He
But
did rage quit.
he's not going to do it now. We talked to him about it.
Here we go.
No, he did it like 10 minutes ago. My
Zogoro.
bad.
Oh, wow. He hit that player. Look at the diving.
It looked good to me. It looked good to me. Go forward, then backwards, and those are some of the gunfights you're going to have to get used to in this game.
I mean, the quads on that man to hit them dives.
Hitting them squats.
Look at this. This is so hard to stay alive. That was a phase player taking him down there. I'm not sure exactly who that was, but on a shifty, another Warzone warrior.
But also one of the most individually talented, just Call of Duty players we've seen come into the scene from a content creator side, and now competitor in Warzone. He's been unreal, so I'm excited to see what he can display here.
His aims is not missing, Ellie.
No, he's not missing. But kind of piggybacking off of Omni movement, it looks like a lot. Like, it looks very daunting, but I promise you, once you are loading into the game, once you are playing, it comes so naturally. It feels like it's going to be a big change. It really isn't. It's super fun. It's super natural, and you can already see it. Like, people aren't struggling. They're having fun. They're testing out kind of their limits and their abilities with the Omni movement. It is so, so good.
Oh, yeah, at this point in time, I think our creators have had maybe like 2 or 3 hours of total gameplay time. So, I mean, they've picked it up real fast. It's going to feel difficult for them to go back to, a different Call of Duty, go back to MW3 or go back to previous games. We always love to do throwback tournaments and throwback gameplay in the sort of mid-off season. It's going to be hard after Omni movement.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's going to change the way that you approach basically every scenario. I mean, when you're hitting a corner and you're walking into a building, like I said, when we were talking about it, it just feels natural. Like, it's new, it's awesome, but it feels natural, almost how it should be. And obviously, they've catered the maps towards the movement as well, so everything is smooth when you're running around.
Some games that you'll play in the FPS genre, it feels like you're ice skating around the map. Absolutely not in this. Now, what's happening here, Miles?
Oh, this is, I mean, we're taking a hostage, and we're holding on to this player as a meat shield.
Wow. Wait, that hipfire was insanely accurate.
So again, this is a new feature in the game. You're able to take these players hostage from behind. This is sort of an alternate to an execution. This is going to go huge in Search and Destroy, in Warzone. You can be able to take a hold of players. They will take the bullets for you. You have a limited amount of time, and if you get rescued, you can be rescued by your teammates. So, and I'm screaming like, it's got me. I'm being taken.
I got you, brother.
I'm being taken. Wheeler's coming out of nowhere.
Climbing the sniper.
Would you call
saving
that
me.
a meat shield?
It's a meat. I'm calling them a meat shield. That's not the. I don't think that's the official name.
It's a personal bodyguard.
I feel like I just got told that was the official name.
I like that you're a personal bodyguard.
That was just what came to my head there.
Against your will, bodyguard.
Hey, guess what? You got a job now for the next 12 seconds. That's right. You'll be guarding me, sir. Marley 13, though, thank you so much for that. And oh, yes.
Yep.
Legion.
Why, dude, this ADS on this is crazy.
Oh, he power punched it too.
Oh, yeah. Legion, do it. Find somebody and blow him up.
Let's do it. Come on.
Yeah, baby! Oh, no, he's been taken!
Leave him alone!
Oh, no.
Leave him alone!
Well, Legion turns into someone's personal meat shield as the game comes to a close. And a draw. We don't see many of those either.
Yeah.
And I love that they're just using this left and right. This is so sick.
He's screaming for help. Please, somebody save me. It doesn't last forever. You will be taken care of there. And Zogoro, look, man, it happens to the best of us.
So you just have to be aware. You can't get taken as the meat shield.
It's going to be all snipers, right? All the snipers who have been camping, you finally climb up next to them. They don't get to use tac insertion. Nah, they coming with me.
And you know what? You have that prox chat out. I'm talking to you the whole time.
Oh, the whole time. Whispering.
In your ear, literally in your ear.
Okay?
Hey, buddy, what you doing up here?
Do you mind if I just borrow your body for a second?
Just for a minute.
Just take some bullets for me.
All right, Zog, what do you got for me? I'm ready for some Blaine train.
Not much. Not much.
It's coming though. You know, it takes a moment to get used to the aim down sight speed. He's getting collats here. What more do you want from him?
Honestly, I think that was an opposite jinx. I think I just helped him there.
It's all happening here, folks. Collaterals, body shield
Attack is
plays.
locked.
It's happening here at Call of
He's
Duty
locked.
next. Unbelievable day so far.
Question on Attach. So he won his first world championship when we went to New Movement back in Advanced Warfare.
That is true.
How do you feel he's going to adapt as now one of the old guard in the CDL coming into Omni Movement?
I think he's going to love it. I mean, Attach is a guy who could run any weapon, so we'll definitely be checking him out later today throughout the show.
We'll be checking out a whole lot later on today in the show, but now we're going to take a little bit of a moment to look back. Let's take a look back at some of the best reactions during multiplayer today, brought to you by our friends at TCL. And that does it for Black Ops 6 multiplayer. We're heading out to a very quick break, but when we come back, we'll be back over at the desk with more of our Treyarch developers for an exclusive look at Black Ops 6 Zombies. That's it all, folks. Stay tuned throughout the show for live Warzone gameplay on the new Resurgence map and updates on Call of Duty Mobile and Warzone Mobile 2. Ooh.
Don't go anywhere.
Wow.
Experience the world of Call of Duty with Corsair, the official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty. Introducing the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 collaboration from Movement. Get early access with email sign up at movement.com/COD. Call of Duty Next is powered by Xfinity. Stay ahead of the game with ultra-fast speeds and a smooth, low-lag connection. Operators, get ready to unleash a force of nature with Polaris Razor Pro R, dropping into Call of Duty Warzone in Season 1. Change your game. Scuff Gaming, the official controller partner of Call of Duty. Take your Call of Duty gameplay to the next level with Nanoleaf's modular RGB smart lights. Step into the game and sync your lights with the action on screen for the highest level of gaming immersion. Origin. Customize your PC. Official gaming PC and gaming laptop of Call of Duty.
Welcome back, folks. I found myself up on another overlook perch here at Call of Duty Next to let you guys know that the 5th annual Call of Duty Endowment Bowl presented by USAA will be coming to you live directly following Call of Duty Next. Code Bowl 5 will feature 10 esports teams from the military branches from the US, UK, and Canada to compete alongside the most competitive players in Call of Duty Warzone, including Aiden, Benny Central, Natasha, Olims, Joe Woe, Stode, Symphony, Teep, Westy, Zelena, country music star Kane Brown, and more. Tune in to see who will dominate Urzikstan, be crowned the second Monster MVP, and for the first time ever, claim victory in the Code Bowl 5 solo YOLO. You won't want to miss the chance to celebrate 5 years of Code Bowl, 15 years of endowment impact for veterans, and learn more about the upcoming endowment pack in Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Stay tuned after next to see who will take home the coveted Code Bowl 5 trophy, live from Washington, D.C. Now, I'll tell you what, folks, the energy in this building is unbelievable, and we've only just really begun. If you are just tuning in live, welcome to Washington, D.C. Welcome to Call of Duty Next. We've had so much incredible news so far, but it's not over yet because we're going to head on down now to the developers at Treyarch to give you guys an exclusive look at Black Ops 6 Zombies. So, GB, you know what to do. It's over to you.
Thank you so much for that, Lonnie. And yes, the Cold Bowl is incredible. Make sure you guys stick around for that. And a great time. And those players are going to throw down in the server. You best believe that. But here we go, folks. We're at the desk. And it's now time to talk about everyone's favorite undead thingamajigam. It's zombies, baby. And you guys may have seen this online. Round-based zombies is back. And honestly, I'm stoked. It could be better than ever. I think it is going to be better than ever.
There's only one way to find out.
And how? Yeah, that's right. So now we will have 2 maps at launch, and one of which we're going to be debuting here live at Call of Duty Next. So, folks, welcome to Liberty Falls.
There's a place just round the bend. A place by the name of Liberty Falls. 1991's fastest growing town in America, and it's plain to see why. It's a place of simple tastes. Neighbors help one another. Where church ain't just for Sundays. So if you're passing this way, be sure to stop on by. We're dying to welcome you.
Pre-order digitally and instantly unlock the Reflect 115 Camo Pack in Modern Warfare 3 and Call of Duty Warzone.
Let's kick things off with a good old-fashioned hell yes, round-based zombies is back. We are welcoming to the desk the Treyarch Zombies team. We've got Kevin Drew, Steve Bianchi, and Anthony Saunders. Guys, that Liberty Falls trailer, as Alex said, it's going to leave a mark.
It's intense. It's incredible,
intense.
right? Yeah.
Small town.
It was peaceful. It's a little more dangerous now.
Yeah, it looked like it would have been a good time out with the family. Now, not so much. You know,
we've been riding the Zombies hype train since reveal, and you know, I feel like I just hit a new level there. But there are 2 awesome round-based zombies maps that launched with Liberty Falls and, of course, Terminus Island, which we've been talking about over the last few weeks. What does it feel like to just have both of these out in the world now?
Oh, it's so awesome to have basically Zombies Month, where we've gotten just so
really
much
has
time to show off all the hard work the team's been doing for the last 4 years and showcasing both maps. Very different. We'll get into that, but it's just been great.
Yeah, lots of hard work over the years from the Zombies team. And Steve, Liberty Falls kind of feels like a new setting for Zombies. Like you said, the small town, it's bright. It feels like a little bit of a different place. What's this map all about?
Yeah, it's this really idyllic small town. You know, it's in West Virginia, but now it's like the site of a zombie incursion zone. So watch out, it's just destroyed immediately, right? It's crazy, but there's so many details when you look around the map and all these little shops and things like that. It's such a built-out world. Is great, and there's actually all these little stories about the people who used to live there, and some little side quests that maybe you'll find.
You guys, side quests never.
So
what?
Yeah, you gotta wait till it comes out. But, you know, yeah.
And of course, Black Ops 6 is set in 1991. So first look at this map on Liberty Falls. It really seems like we're embracing that early 90s era, where of course we see it all over Black Ops 6, but this has got that nice nostalgia.
Oh, yeah. So, I mean, Terminus, it's a little hard to get that 90s vibe when you're in a remote Pacific
prison.
Yeah. I've been to a few prisons in the 90s. So,
Liberty Falls is really like where we got to just embrace everything from nostalgia, 90s. I think everyone here was a child when they were in the 90s.
Yes.
And so just to bring all these little elements, so for me, it's like the comic shop, bowling alley, video store.
You remember brick and mortar stores, right?
Some fun.
I used to actually work in a video store in the late 90s, you know, with VHS tapes and all that.
shot.
So make sure
when they existed.
always rewind, right? Yeah.
Yeah, be kind and
exactly.
rewind.
Yep.
So you mentioned Terminus, and we know that Terminus is set concurrently, right, with Liberty Falls, because you see the dates and the trailers.
Yes.
So you got people were putting 2 and 2 together on that. What are going to be some of the biggest differences, though, between the Terminus experience versus the Liberty Falls experience?
Yeah, so Terminus, or rather Liberty Falls, has a deceptive calm compared to like the more immediate threat you feel when you load into Terminus. Terminus is dark, it's claustrophobic immediately, so you feel that threat, you know. The brightness of Liberty Falls will have you feeling almost kind of safe, like maybe you could hit up Yummy Freeze, get a couple scoops, but this is zombie
Don't
zone.
tempt me.
Yeah, you know it's not all good. You know, as you explore the map, you'll start to see the signs of the outbreak. You'll see the signs of a failed attempt to contain this thing.
Okay.
So, you know, it'll be everything that you expect. And what we want this to do is like set, we want it to be easy to pick up. You know, but hard to master.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot for players to chew on. It's a smaller map, so again, a lot for players to chew on while they try not to be chewed upon. There you go.
Yeah.
I like that. I'm going to write that one down. But speaking of story, because you kind of hinted at it a little bit, it's a failed attempt at a containment, which means, you know, we got to look at the cinematic earlier this week that's going to set up the map. And damn, there's some spooky things happening in there. You know, we're seeing for the very first time the man himself, Edward Richtofen, since Black Ops Cold War, and he seemingly is going to get yeeted into another dimension here by the ether. What does this mean, Kevin?
Well, you know, I think it's the cinematic, first of all, is incredible, but I don't think this is how we expected to find Richtofen, and it's a bit of a change of expectations. We're not going to give anything away right now.
Okay.
But we're really just setting the groundwork for the game in this cinematic. It's basically whatever you saw at the end there, and Richtofen.
Well, and also too, we see his family. You know, I'm going to make some assumptions here. It seems like they were violently murdered, or there's some sort of very.
I think they just were out at the sun too long.
I hope he doesn't have those nightmares.
No sunblock on the picnic. That'll do some things to you.
Yeah. So up until now, we've really been framing him up as this villain.
Yeah.
And, you know, he's done terrible things to our crew on Terminus Island. But now we found out some terrible things have happened to him. So it's a bit more gray than you might have initially thought, right?
Yeah, we're adding some complexity.
Yeah, the best villains are always the ones that believe that they're doing the right thing, you know what I mean? There were some really sick moments in that trailer as well, so you can definitely get the vibe that there was, it's going to be pretty wild. I'm excited for it.
And you did talk about the end there. I'm gonna push on a little bit. You tell me no. Was that a Maxis voice that I heard there?
don't know. You could make some assumptions there. If you played the end of Cold War, some things happen that really kind of translate here, and you can kind of connect the points.
So is that what you would suggest players start if they want to get into the story?
While we're waiting, if you want to jump into Cold War, it's a great time to go check out those main quests and
I've
get
been doing
ready. The story.
Yeah, I've been replaying Cold War Zombies. But all right, we're headed right into Zombies gameplay here. But a few quick things for those of you watching at home. We are spoiler free today. We do not want to ruin the moment, play it at launch. So the main quest and all the Easter eggs are actually turned off. And of course, the dedicated crew is back in round-based zombies in Black Ops 6. But since Liberty Falls happens concurrently with Terminus, dedicated crew's busy. They're trying to break out of prison, so they're not at Liberty Falls. We're going to see a different set of characters played by the folks here on that map today.
Yeah, and so, should be waiting any minute now to be jumping into the action, but it seems like once that's good to go, Black Ops 6 Zombies is live. There you have it, and we are in to the action. We're going to be sticking around with this one for a little bit, talking about what we're going to be seeing, and I mean, I'm just excited to have round-based zombies back. That is going to be really exciting. Just fun, just kind of to see how far you can climb, right? That's always the gimmick. You know what I mean? You want to see how far you can go on that one.
So guys, we're already at round 10. Where on the map are we right now?
This is the bank here, so they're inside. You can actually get up on the roof of here too. We call this the Alamo. It's like the last holdout that they had here, Project Janus. So it's actually where you'll find the Wonder Fizz inside here. Yeah, we have Juggernaut. This is kind of the classic central point of the map. So there's a lot of good things, a lot of connections you can make between the two major sections here.
So we see we're in this mission right now, Liberty Falls. Who's your handler? What's the goal of the Liberty Falls mission?
Right. So we actually got introduced to our handler in the cinematic. John Blanchard, and he's the head of Janus Security.
Okay.
Rick Toffin told him, lock it down, try to protect Liberty Falls. As we see here, they didn't really succeed. So you enter as an outside group, and he mistakes you as part of Project Janus. So he starts to team up with you and guide you along to try to salvage the situation, see if anyone's still alive, figure out what's going on, really just try to contain.
But you said that he assumes that you are a part of the group.
So you might not be.
You might not be.
Oh.
TBD.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. That is, I'm quite curious to see how that story plays out with there, but that's going to be pretty damn cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have someone in the bowling alley here. This is Liberty Lanes. And there's my guy, Mr. Peaks. Little neon Mr. Peaks on the wall.
Great place to do some training there on the bowling lanes.
Oh, and we're crafting. We're at the crafting table.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, so crafting's back.
All kinds of goodies.
You can make support, which is mostly score streaks, but a self-revive. We're actually limiting how many self-revives you can craft in a game now to 3.
So only 3 per match.
Make it a little tougher and higher rounds, less opportunities.
I definitely needed that.
Here's our first abomination.
Okay.
And he's gone.
I mean, that ray gun is... You can always leave it up to the ray gun. Yeah.
Somebody, of course, they go and lock out the ray gun.
So the ray gun has a new look that we're...
Yeah, so the weapons team did an amazing job. They remodeled the weapon and gave it a huge polish pass. So, like the weapon inspect, it looks amazing. You actually see the cartridges as you reload.
There's a lot more animations when he's firing it too. You could see it was revolving around there. So it's really neat. Yeah.
I'm sure we're going to get another ray gun look as we get further into Liberty Falls. Benny Central here, round 11.
Yeah. Now, something I'm curious about, because the world looks very lived in. It's got a lot of, it seems like it has a lot of layers to it, and there's a story to be told in the map itself, right? So, what is like being in this map? Like, how does this relate to the players? Like, are there going to be some goodies that they could find around here? Like, what do we have?
Yeah, we have an epic main quest here in this map that you'll be able to experience when it comes out. And, as part of that, we are really upping the challenge this time around. So I think people will be pleasantly surprised of what they need to do to kind of do, challenge their skills and their puzzle solving abilities. But, we also have some really cool rewards for that as well. So we have new operator skins and actually for the first time Wonder Weapon skins as well.
Wonder Weapon skins. That is something that I think people are going to be
the ability to make your ray gun look like a different ray gun.
We're super excited for the day one hunt, on this map. Everyone's really stoked. working on the map. We can't wait.
Yeah, I'm not going to get a lot of work done that day. I got to be honest with you guys.
Yeah.
If you're looking for anything, I'm going to be busy.
You can definitely also see the Omni movement as well playing a role in this too, right? That has to add a different layer to this, because now, you know, before you're like, oh, I got to turn around and run. But now you can just like slide back. Yeah, you can just move away. Has that added some fun layers to the zombies experience?
I'd say definitely with PhD Flopper, you could see up on the hill there, you grab that, you run and jump down, do an awesome back dive and explode, and it's great. It's really cool. The movement makes it so fluid to get around.
You can run backwards now, but there might be zombies behind you, so it's not necessarily an advantage.
It's safe to assume there are zombies anywhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
So actually, we have third-person mode.
Yes,
in
and we're
zombies
seeing
now.
it right here.
There you go.
Oh,
so
snap.
That's kind of a nice way, if you're able to play like this, to get a little bit more, awareness behind you.
Wow, I did not realize that. That is actually really cool. And then you can also see just like the wild slides.
We're showing off.
It shows off Omni movement really well.
Yeah, cool. No, that's pretty damn awesome. So now, in terms of main quests, can we confirm here that they're like every map is going to have like a main quest at launch?
Definitely. We'll have both at the launch. Both these maps will have main quests that we're super stoked for people to play. We've been putting a lot of effort in, tuning and balancing these things. So it's going to be a good challenge. We can't wait.
Should we be expecting that difficulty to be climbing up and again harder and harder?
Yeah, I think we're always trying. It's tough when the world is trying to solve a single puzzle, but it's like we always want to make sure the steps are intuitive but hard to discover initially. It's an interesting balance, and we always give it a shot every time, and always trying to hone
challenge your skills too.
Yeah,
right?
of course, of course.
Yeah. Ultimately, we want more people to dive into the main quests and enjoy the narrative, discover the narrative in zombies. Anthony, what have you got for players who might be newer to zombies with Black Ops 6?
Yeah, so in BO6 we have what we're calling directed mode, which as the name suggests, will help direct the players through the main quest. What we've done is allow the quest, or rather the rounds, to progress as the player opens up the map and completes the quest. So as they finish steps, the rounds will ramp up. It'll help keep things under control. We've given it a general cap of round 15, so things will never get too crazy for the players.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we're really excited about
So
that.
if you've never really dived into the zombies experience before, that is like the best way to do it, to like acclimate yourself to that gameplay.
Yeah, I think we all know someone that has just either been intimidated or just hasn't been able to get into the main quest because of the difficulty, and we're hoping that this will be a good on-ramp for them. Oh,
we're seeing a trap.
It's Etherella.
Just in.
Etherella.
Yep.
So this is a new trap just on Liberty Falls. Tell us about Etherella here.
This is a life-size action figure here from comic book, right? That actually you can fire this up, and she blasts zombies with her laser death beam eyes here. But you gotta watch out there, because your head could get clipped too. So be sure to crouch.
Guy was taking some shots there.
Guy
was
taking some collateral damage.
You don't want to hang out in the comic book on top of the counter there. You might get blasted during that. But there's great witty comments as part of that as well. It's really fun. And there's another trap they might come across here as well. The Dark Ether Field Trap is around here, and that's a really cool project. Janice set those up. And actually, it'll slow down and dissolve zombies actually when they're in there. And you can kind of
we love dissolving zombies
and lure them, but you don't want to linger there too long either. It's going to impact you after a little bit of time. So those are really fun too.
A good zombie. Yeah, a good zombie dissolving goes a long way for the soul.
Rampage inducer.
Now, I understand as well, because there are a lot of new things that are going to come into zombies. It looks so fun.
Oh, somebody's got the jet gun.
Somebody's got the jet gun. Okay, so
speaking of
Hutch, one of the OGs, we could talk about this. Every map has its own unique wonder weapon in Black Ops 6.
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
This is the jet gun, right, for this map. This is a favorite returning, maybe fan favorite from Transit that we're actually boosting up here, and you're not going to break it apart now, right? Like last time, you're going to actually keep it. It just overheats. So once you construct it, you have it. So obviously, if people haven't played it before, it's made from a big jet engine. So it's going to suck in all these zombies, chop them up, kind of spit them out the back end of that. You can actually pull in, salvage, stuff like power-ups. We have weapons and things like that too if you get... So it's really fun to use that weapon, just cranking through the zombies. But, it also has a new specialty blast that you can do and charge up, and it fires off. And
that's sick.
Puts into
in case of emergency, break glass type scenario.
Yeah, for sure. Well, like I said, a lot of new things that are going to be coming to this. We just saw even things that are returning that are getting a fresh coat of paint on it. But also, I want to talk about the new perk machines as well, because there's one name in particular that I absolutely love, the Melee Macchiato. It's just too good. What is it? What can you tell us about it?
So this perk machine is new, and it is everything that is 90s. We've got grunge rock, we've got boxing, we've got coffee. So
coffee shops, what's
coffee
better?
Shops.
Yeah.
So Melee
called a cappuccino. Wait till you see what it costs. Yeah, nice.
You drink it, it replaces your gun butt with this lethal punch that sends zombies flying. Really fun to use. It also ties in nicely with our dedicated melee, which is also coming to zombies. So when you bring your baseball bat and your knife in, it buffs the damage for that as well. So it's a really nice perk, especially early rounds, to get a kind of a heads
here's
up.
the armor buy, which is new.
Yeah, so we've moved armor as wall buys instead of, it used to get it, you'd have to get it from the arsenal. And so now it's such an important thing. That we thought we wanted to get that out there at the level, and it's part of the core progression, right? You're deciding, do I want to get Jug or do I want to get Tier 2 armor?
Yeah,
right?
and
that kind of thing.
And that can obviously, be your undoing ultimately, or it could be the thing that bails you out in the end, right?
Prepare accordingly.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's not just about, all of the new things coming to Zombie, because we actually have some really awesome things returning from previous Zombies experiences that have that exciting twist on top. And one of those things that's hugely important is Gobblegums.
Yeah, so we might have seen it somewhere around here, but we've got several Gobblegum machines in the world. Gobblegums are a consumable buff system that was first introduced in Black Ops 3. They're really fun. You use them and you kind of break the rules. It gives you little, really powerful abilities for a little bit of a time, or it kind of progresses your growth. We made a lot of improvements this game, so you always have to earn things in Zombies. So it's still important. You make your pack in the front end, but once you get in, you still have to go to these machines.
Yeah.
One's free every round.
But you can earn them just through playing, to your point.
As you play, as rounds turn, you always have a chance to earn a gun.
Okay.
What's new and really cool is we actually allow you to take 3 and store them on yourself. So you can actually kind of strategize or make combos and decide how to use them. It uses the score streak menu, very similar to MP. So if you're familiar with that, kind of sorting between those, you can do it here.
Yeah.
Really excited to see how people are going to kind of
just feels like you guys are
these things
doing
out.
such a great job of just making sure that the person who only plays multiplayer can go over to Zombies and also feel at home with some of the mechanics that kind of transfer over, which I think is really cool. Yeah.
And that's the awesome thing, especially about Omni Movement, the global systems that are coming. We called out the HUD presets earlier, which you'll be able to see in Zombies as well. Dedicated melee. We've got plenty of stuff.
So much of the stuff we do at the core is so buttery smooth. It's like we want to bring that over into Zombies.
You're making me hungry. We're talking about coffee and butter. And maybe it's something about watching the zombies try to eat you that's...
Yeah, it's a little bit of that. But it's a different kind of hunger.
Yeah.
A bit more evil.
So Kevin, augments are also a huge new thing coming to Zombies in Black Ops 6. And I've heard this referred to as build crafting a little bit. You get the combos going. How's this going to work?
Yeah, so this is the evolution of a permanent progression system that we introduced in Cold War. This idea that the longer you play Zombies, you get to power up your abilities, your field upgrades, your perks, your ammo mods, make them more powerful. What's different this time around is you're unlocking augments, and there's 6 per category of content. So you have minors and majors, and you can equip 1 of each. And the idea here is that depending on what you're trying to do in the game, whether it's high rounds, playing as a group, going for the main quest, right? That's really going to impact how you build your augments and what you set. And so ultimately, you're making your Juggernog your Juggernog.
Yeah.
Your Juggernog.
It's my Juggernog.
Yeah.
Your Juggernog is not like mine. Or maybe it is.
Maybe it is. I'm a support player.
So maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
But there's over 100 of these to unlock, and it's going to be a very lengthy journey to unlock all of them. So, just really excited to see what combos people come up with and builds.
One thing that I always loved when at the studio, when you guys talk about the making of Black Ops 6, sort of these set of core pillars that the game was built around, and one of those is become monster. And that's something that's interwoven across the entire game, but you folks on the Zombies team said, hey, we'll take that literally. And that seems like how we got mutant injection.
Yeah, it's a blast, right? So yeah, here we have it. You see, you inject yourself, and you actually can become a mangler for a limited amount of time, and you just plow through zombies and chop them up and blast them. It's great, you know. And we've been wanting to do this for a really long time, and the animators actually showed us, like, hey, check this out. Like, let's do this. Let's make this happen in this game. So we're like, yeah. So this is the first score streak that's really meant for zombies, and it's just such a blast to play.
Also, you can hear the maniacal laughter coming from the. He's like, you know.
I feel like it's like being a chopper gunner on the ground. Like you're a living chopper gunner. It's like that level of power.
I think you said yesterday too, like the mangler on mangler crime. If you use mutant injection on another, on a mangler.
Battle, it's great. And the VO that he says is great during that too. It's hilarious. It's like,
Got to see that.
No, for sure. All right, well, there's other things to talk about here as well. Kevin, why don't you go ahead and tell us about the Arsenal as well, and like what should we be expecting there?
Yeah, so we've really streamlined the Arsenal this game, and also kind of given it a glow up. It's, it'll be found on the level. It's a one-stop shop for weapon upgrades. It's where you spend your salvage to upgrade rarity and apply ammo mods. What's also really cool though is this time it's kind of got a AI drill and sergeant voice, and it will actually kind of call you out if it notices that you run nearby it. If your weapon's underpowered, it might be like kind of shout at you.
Yeah, I love it when my NPC judge me.
To get over here and upgrade because it's really important to kind of keep up with the power band as these zombies get harder and harder.
Yeah, we just heard someone wail.
I just heard
on the
someone scream at no behind us. So
that's how you know they were in a good run.
They might have hit that death animation that we've been hoping to see.
Oh man, and this the abomination is just horrifying. I am not looking. There's like one outside too, right? There's like some massive one. There's just so much to talk about. We're going to be talking about it. Don't worry, folks. Plenty to yap about when it comes to zombies. But we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're talking some more Black Ops 6. See you guys on the other side.
Play like a pro on a big screen TV up to 98 inches from TCL, the official TV of Call of Duty. Share the wins. Elgato, the official streaming partner of Call of Duty. AMD, official CPU and GPU partner of Call of Duty Next. Herman Miller Gaming is happy to be the chair provider for Call of Duty Next. Today's players are sitting in Herman Miller Gaming Embody chairs. Check out which gaming chair is best for you at hermanmiller.com/gaming. Triumph, official motorcycle partner of Black Ops 6. Customize your typing. Drop, the official keycap partner of Call of Duty.
Pre-order the new half-scale DG2 Wunderwaffe replica. Bonus, all fans who grab one of these for their collection will get a gift with purchase. Exclusive gold lightning weapon camo.
Okay, we are all so obsessed.
How was that?
We were obsessed with Abby. That was Abby, which is our pet name for the 2-scale Mega Abomination.
Yeah, because he gave that thing a pet name. Oh my word.
Abby.
She hasn't eaten anyone yet.
Yeah, she's been very demure, very respectful.
Very cutesy, very thoughtful, but there's actually a team articulating her smoke, all of the things. She did a moment for the creators yesterday as they were coming in.
Holy crap.
She is so cool.
She has to come home with us. I love her so much.
So we've been in here, so I haven't really had an opportunity to see. And, I saw when I came in today, and I was like, oh, wow, that's big. Didn't think much about it. But when you see it moving around and stuff, That really hits home. That is utterly fascinating. And actually, as a matter of fact, you can see right there that there is a little placard. I actually have it right here.
Oh, here we go.
That's
We
right.
have officially won.
I am also a Guinness Book of World Record holder, so I'm very proud to hold this alongside my colleagues at Activision and Treyarch, because this is the largest marionette of a video game character achieved by Activision Call of Duty USA in Washington, D.C. on the 27th of August, 2024.
Abby's a star.
Congratulations,
Yeah, we're so proud of her and the team that brought her
that built her at Treyarch. So thank you, Zombies team. Huge moment. Guinness World Record holder.
That's a real one. That's a real one right there. That's pretty awesome.
And there's baby Abby.
Yes.
Oh, so yes. Cute. I mean, again, all horrifying, but now smaller size. So that's just great.
Extra cute.
Extra cutesy. You love to see it. All right. Well, now we're ready, obviously, to talk more about zombies, Steph. But what do we have next here? Because we got a lot of good stuff here to dive into.
Yeah, we talked about Wonder Weapons a little bit. You guys got a quick look at the Wunderwaffe. Wunderwaffe, which we have all been arguing about, which is the correct way. I think I'm siding with the internet. I'm saying
I just call it the DG2 because I can barely grasp the English language.
But every map will have its own unique wonder weapon. We got a quick look at the Thrustodyne, but let's go back and have another look here.
The Thrustodyne.
AKA the jet gun.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. I love that it's called the Thrustodyne, but in its core, it's just a giant jet engine. It's just gonna devour people.
Yeah. Model 23. You know, it's like, what were those other 22 models?
Yeah.
Makes you wonder.
It truly makes you wonder what that first version looked like,
and saw
the person who used it.
We saw in gameplay a little bit, but of course, we still have.
There's that blast attack. Right?
Oh yeah, the blast attack is real. We still have Old Faithful is there, so we got a quick look at the ray gun, but the ray gun has had a bit of a makeover.
Yeah,
there she is.
Good it looks
so
the weapons
cool.
Team knocked it out of the park.
That reload animation is so sick.
So cool.
Man.
And it rotates, right?
Yeah. The back spins, it rotates. You know, you can.
You can tell, like, just again, a lot of work was put into that. A lot of care was put into that. So to the whole team.
Can't wait till you see the Wonder Weapon skin for it. You know, I'm sure now, but
we saw a few skins for it as well. I think some people were running around with it.
There's Pack-a-Punch for both of them in there now, right?
Oh,
which is where the jet gun can Pack-a-Punch too, right?
Complete the main quest.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see what it looks like.
See what that looks like. You know.
Now you really can't talk about the Wunda weapons without mentioning the iconic Wunderwaffe, aka the DG2. And for all those Call of Duty collectors out there, we actually have something pretty dope to show you. Check this out.
Oh,
bam.
There she is.
Boom. Now, not exactly, this is obviously a smaller version of it. A little half scale of it here, of the Wunderwaffe DG2 replica that is now available for pre-order on the Call of Duty shop. And we saw Richtofen use the DG2 in the Liberty Falls cinematic and use it in a lot of creative ways as well, might I add.
Reloading with a zombie's head.
Yeah, that just seemed like a thing to do in the moment, right? Very cool thing to do. But of course, this right here is going to be a perfect shelf companion for your ray gun collectible that released last year, and I want this, so I'm going to take it.
Kevin said it best earlier, is like, be like Richtofen, keep it next to your bed. You never know what trouble is lurking.
You get like a camo with this too, right? So you also get something else on top of it. So guys, come on, get out there.
An actual camo you can use in-game for buying the Wunderwaffe on the COD shop.
Yes.
Yeah, incredible. That is pretty darn cool. All right, folks. Well, with Black Ops 6 around the corner, now is the perfect time to grab this new addition to your Call of Duty collection. Of course, only available on shop.callofduty.com while supplies last. But that's not the only way to get your hands on one of these bad boys right here. Because Miles, tell us what you got for the people watching today. Let them know.
More Wunderwaffens?
Wunderwaffe, yes. You at home can have a chance to win one of 5 Black Ops 6 Zombies Wunderwaffe DG2s. All you have to do is go to X/Twitter and send a tweet with the hashtags #CodNext, #Black Ops 6, and #Wunderwaffe Sweepstakes, and you'll be entered to win one of the 5 half-scale collectibles. Chris, Das ist good.
Yo, I'm tweeting it right now, and I'm a little bit lazier than you, so I'm just going to scan this QR code. That's going to help me pre-draft everything, and then I can just tag you and tell you how much better I am at Call of Duty Zombies.
Oh, zombies. Hey, we got to 28, though. That was pretty rocking. How about you at home, folks? Are you ready to get into the zombies action? Here, the Call of Duty's Black Ops 6 Zombies. Absolute shenanigans here in DC. Save us, Golden Boy.
They're having way too much fun with that elevated camera.
That stage is so good.
Yeah,
I am obsessed with it.
All right. Well, look, guys, and I know there was a lot to talk about here. Briefly, I did want to touch on real fast because we had talked about directed mode real quick. But just wanted, I know you guys wanted to emphasize something real
What
fast.
you want to call it, that is actually going to be happening after the launch. So we want to make sure we have that initial window for all of our dedicated audience to go solve that main quest the old-fashioned way.
Got it.
And the idea is at the start of Season 1, directed mode will come out, and thereafter in seasons. To open it up for more people to experience.
That's awesome. That's awesome. You want people to, feel like, they can discover what they want to discover, but at the same time be able to introduce new players to the zombies experience because everyone should play zombies.
Yeah,
it's freaking awesome.
At that point, too, you group up with your friends who might have done it already.
Yeah.
Bring them on, get your new friends involved.
Unique rewards.
Maybe join the
directed mode.
join the hunt.
Yeah.
The next time around, once you got your feet wet.
So we saw this a little bit earlier in the show, but I am very excited to talk progression challenges coming to zombies, which includes some incredibly mastery camos that you're seeing on screen now. Kevin.
Here's our time to shine. These zombie mastery camos are equally awesome as the MP. This one's Afterlife. Looks incredible, but I am really excited about Nebula. This thing, when you fire it, it actually kind of heats up in a way,
that looks cool.
And it just becomes more dynamic the longer you fire it, and it feels like you're like, I don't know, weaponizing the cosmos.
I like that. That is a phrase right there. Weaponizing the cosmos for success.
Reticle challenges and the Dark Ops challenges also coming to zombies, plus the camo track. The camo grind is almost here. I can taste it.
Yeah.
And prestige shared across all modes.
Classic prestige across every mode.
And that is just really, really cool. So there's so much, just so many cool things to talk about here today. But look, if you're like me, I've been oohing and on at all the nice, juicy camos that we've been seeing here today. And I mean, again, you have so much that you can lean on here. Make sure you guys are out there digitally pre-order Black Ops 6, or you can subscribe to select Game Pass plans and get the Reflect 115 camo pack. Of course, playable immediately in Modern Warfare 3 and Warzone. And these look really cool. I mean, just the visual is just striking in of itself there, Steph. Pretty dope.
I already have these.
Yeah.
I'm going to go home and play with them.
I don't doubt it. You have probably everything.
Yeah.
Your inventory is probably wild.
I play a lot of this game, needless to say. But it's another really cool thing coming to Black Ops 6. Zombies are evolving enemies.
Yeah.
Kevin first described this to me as zombie popcorn, which is really gross. But
Changes
Anthony,
popcorn forever for me.
Yeah, Anthony, tell us how these work.
Yeah, so basically we have what's the start of an evolutionary chain represented in the parasite and the vermin. And basically these things will pop out of zombies dynamically throughout an engagement. So kind of switch it up for you. You think you're clearing your horde, and all of a sudden a giant head pops off and turns into a spider and comes after you. And so you have to kind of change where you're aiming. It mixes things up, keeps it interesting, keeps it challenging. You have look down, look up. So, yeah, it really just switches things up for you.
Because if there's one thing that we all needed, it's more ways for things to kill us.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely. I mean, really, it's just more creative ways.
Never
Evolutionary.
enough ways to die. Never enough ways to die.
If you think these are terrifying, there's more on the way.
Just wait till the live season.
We got stuff for you.
Oh, man,
it's
just nasty.
There are more coming. And speaking of things to come, Treyarch team, we've obviously got 2 awesome maps at launch, but what can you tell us, what do you got in store for us and beyond that on the live seasons?
So what I could say is that the next map is going to be coming by the end of this year.
Oh,
and that is going to be
round-based zombies map.
Really setting the tone for how all in round-based we are this year.
Yeah, that's quite significant. I mean, you're just so many options for ways to be able to play. That has to feel pretty good for you guys and the team to be able to deliver so much like this.
It feels amazing.
Yeah, I'm personally I think we're all just really stoked about all the maps that we're going to come with. Everything just helps kind of tell the story and just pair all the maps themselves, pair with the story we're trying to tell. So yeah, we're all really excited.
So excited about it. Yep.
Oh!
Okay.
There we go.
This is a mutant injection, is it not?
Indeed,
Yes,
it is.
it is.
Oh my word! You can see him go, oh yeah!
Yeah!
It's like the Kool-Aid Man on steroids.
I like his nod of approval.
He might be. I mean, he's all the way in 21, so Ink Slasher is retreating here as we're seeing.
We're not even getting to the rounds where it gets hard yet.
Yeah, and I'm seeing, so there is like a time frame that you have for it, so I can't just go and live out my destructive fantasies unlimited.
Coming back out now.
Time.
For a limited time only. Get it while it's hot. Oh man, that is so cool. It just looks absolutely devastating. That would be such a fun way to just clear massive waves of zombies.
Yep. You want to hold on to it for the right time when you really need that, and then pop that and go for it. Wow.
Awesome.
Oh, we got ourselves a jet gun again.
Oh, no, that's a mangler cannon.
Oh, wait, that's the mangler?
Yeah.
So
man.
If you shoot the chance to drop this thing, you can pick it up and get a couple shots, or you can go craft it as well. So it's another kind of a smaller way to get some zombies.
Spend your salvage, get the mangler cannon, or find it. Maim a mangler.
All sorts of ways to kill zombies.
Oh man, well I tell you, it really has been awesome to see all the things that are coming to zombies. And like I said before, it really just feels like you could feel the enthusiasm. I could tell, having talked to you guys, behind the scenes stuff, how much you love this, and it just comes across, to the game that you guys have created, but also to how you guys passionately talk about it. So thank you.
Yeah, it's so much fun.
It's a pleasure being here. We're just excited.
Yeah, Round-Based Zombies is back. Thank you, Treyarch team. It's been incredible to see everyone here at Call of Duty Next playing Liberty Falls, our first ever gameplay of Liberty Falls. It's been an absolute blast having you guys on the desk with us. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much for joining us here on the broadcast now. But folks, when we come back, we're going to be diving into some live Resurgence gameplay on the brand new map we're revealing for a new chapter of Warzone. And of course, we're going to be joined by both Treyarch and Raven here at the desk. So make sure you stay tuned. Warzone's coming up right after this, folks. Don't go anywhere.
Experience the world of Call of Duty with Corsair, the official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty. Introducing the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 collaboration from Movement. Get early access with email sign up at movement.com/COD. Call of Duty Next is powered by Xfinity. Stay ahead of the game with ultra-fast speeds and a smooth, low-lag connection. Operators get ready to unleash a force of nature with Polaris Razor Pro R, dropping into Call of Duty Warzone in Season 1. Change your game. Scuff Gaming, the official controller partner of Call of Duty. Take your Call of Duty gameplay to the next level with Nanoleaf's modular RGB smart lights. Step into the game and sync your lights with the action on screen for the highest level of gaming immersion. Origin. Customize your PC. Official gaming PC and gaming laptop of Call of Duty.
Welcome back, folks. I'm here with the Call of Duty legend himself, FIFA Kill, and our fans have actually been voting on the question that they're most excited to ask our creators and hear them answer. So, the winning fan voted question was, how have you used the new Omni movement system, and how has it been so far today?
I mean, it's feeling good, I'm going to be honest. At the start, I was a little slow. I'm not exactly a movement king, no Joe, but I got used to it. We started cooking. I was moving around, diving over tables, looking behind me. I was going a little crazy. I think I got a 99 kill game earlier. So I'm liking the movement. It's feeling good. I like the slide too. You can like slide and then go down into like a laying backwards kind of thing. It's crazy.
It's good because you're flexible. You can kind of, pursue your own movement and what you want to do on a map as well. Now, you did mention Joe Woe. I know he's the movement king, but with this new hairstyle, you might be starting to overtake him with this new alter ego that you've got.
I don't know about Jovo. I've been called Ninja a lot. But nah, I'm moving different. I can't lie. I've never been a movement king myself, but the Omni movement is great. When you guys try it, you'll see as well. It's very fluid. It's very, very natural. It feels good. I'm happy about it. I'm loving it.
Love to hear that. Fever Kill's moving different. Let's see what other creators think. Robert, who you got?
Hey, what's up, Lottie? I'm here with the Warzone GOAT himself, Repulse. All right, Repulse, tell us what you think about this new Omni movement system.
All right, man, look, this new Omni movement system, I'm not gonna lie, feels really, really fluid. I think there's gonna be a big skill gap, and I don't know, I feel like I barely got to play a little bit, so I have like a 1% idea of what to even expect, man. But so far, I feel like it's gonna be really fun.
Okay. All right, so now we got 16 new 6 versus 6 maps. We got 4 at launch, and we got 12 new weapons. What are you looking forward to most from this next Warzone?
From Warzone in general, man, I'm really excited to just kind of see what kind of changes are new and what things that they're adding. I don't know what we're allowed to talk about yet, but there's some cool stuff coming. I ain't gonna leak anything. I'm assuming maybe we can talk about it. I don't know, but there's some cool things that we kind of found out during the preview that are like super dope. So I'm excited for the movement to see how much that changes things and just to feel like COD's fresh again.
Yeah, if you're excited about it, you know we're excited about it. All right, so now, before we bounce, I want to play a game with you. All right, I got 2 props. Okay. One is a GOAT, right? You hold that. All right, and the next one is a piece of coal. I want you to go around and give these to the creators that you believe deserve them the most. All right, here we go.
It's only 3 GOATs?
Only 3 GOATs.
Oh, shoot. All right, let's go find.
All right. Go! Come on. Here we go. He's running. Whoa. All right, nice. Come on now. Who's the GOAT? Who's our GOAT? Uh-oh. Amir. No, he gave Amir a piece of coal. All right, here we go. All right, now why is he a GOAT?
Hey, he's quite literally the best player in the game right now, hands down.
Real quick. Yeah, it's good.
How you doing, brother?
Yo, what's good, man? What's good?
He said you're the best in the world right now.
Yeah, someone would say.
I like it. He's humble.
Them two, they're teammates. That's why.
RG3, what's up, man? What's good? Oh, dude,
man, what's good, baby? I love the hair.
I appreciate it, man. What's good? What's cracking?
They're the best team in the world right now. Them 2 plus 1. So I think it's only fair to call them the GOATs. Plus 1 more. Come on, let's go.
Here we go. Okay. Here we go. Hey, all right, who we got here?
All right, my boy Diaz Bipple, he's the third of the 2 that we just went to. Here, we're giving him the last GOAT status. But look, man, we got a lot of people to get Gold D. Talk to me, man. How you feeling, bro?
I feel good, man. I feel good.
What do you think about me calling you one of the GOATs?
You appreciate the gas? Hey, he said you're one of the best in the world. All right, find the coal. Let's find the coal. Oh, man. He gave him coal.
That's my GOAT. Look, man, this guy lives with me. He's got to, bro. I got to give him one. I got to.
My dog. I appreciate that.
All right. Hey, we appreciate your Repulse. All right. And Lottie, why don't you go ahead and tell him a little bit more about the beta?
Unbelievable. He gave him coal and then dapped him up. I mean, that is the craziest switch around I have ever seen, but that's why I've got RG3 over there doing the cardio, and I'm giving you guys the good news. The Black Ops 6 multiplayer beta early access kicks off on all platforms in 2 days on August 30th at 10 a.m. Pacific. Pre-order now for early access so you can jump into the beta starting on Friday. Now, let's jump over back to the desk where developers from Treyarch and Raven will be joining us for all things Warzone.
Thank you so much for that, Lottie, and welcome back to Call of Duty Next. And we are about to watch some live Call of Duty Warzone gameplay. I'm stoked. It's going to be awesome. Steph, we got some guests with us here today, too.
That's right, GB. We've got the very first live gameplay of the all-new map coming to Season 1 later this year. So buckle up, because you're going to want to see the debut of this Resurgence map coming up here shortly. But we are excited to welcome our guests to the desk. More talented people from Treyarch. We have Brittany Beidelman and Miles Leslie. Guys, It's almost time.
Let's go.
Yeah,
I'm so hyped
you're
up.
excited?
Let's go.
I mean,
Yes.
like the electricity
I
in
wanna
the
go
room.
play. Let's go.
Okay, all right,
I do
all right.
too.
So you know what? Let's just jump right into it. Let me not waste you guys' time anymore here. All right, Brittany Miles, of course, thank you so much for joining us here today. And we're going to be talking about this new Resurgence map that's going to be coming to Warzone, courtesy of Treyarch. What it's been like building this experience for y'all, because it must feel great to see it now out in the world.
Yeah, it's been really putting so much passion across all the teams, and special shout out to the Treyarch teams, the Raven team, the High Moon Studios teams. Everyone has really come together on what the dream and vision of this map is, and every single piece has been touched. So much intention. We're so excited to talk about it and show it off.
Nice.
Because it's been a minute since we've had a new Treyarch map in Warzone, so this is really exciting.
It's a big moment, yeah.
Yeah, the team at Treyarch has been working tirelessly on this map. We are thrilled to finally be able to talk about it and show it to the world.
I love that. Well, here we go. I mean, look, guys,
boy.
without further ado, let us introduce you to
Area 99.
All right, Area 99.
Welcome to the Pod Dormitory. Weapons testing. Mannequin assembly. A nuclear reactor. The House Factory. Nuketown shipping. Well, howdy there, folks. It's your old pal, Archie Adams, to welcome you to the Safety first. When in doubt, ask what would Archie do?
We have arrived at the birthplace of Nuketown.
Wow.
And here's your very first look at our overhead tac map of Area 99. Brittany, we're here.
Yes, we made it. You said it, Stephanie. Welcome to the birthplace of Nuketown. We have 10 POIs, each with their own gameplay flair and thematic connections to Nuketown. This is uniquely a Black Ops map with a ton of character. It is, we just cannot wait for players to get into this.
Yeah, and we actually have more POIs on the version of the TAC map that you're seeing here today. On the streamers TAC map, once they're in game, it's gonna look a little different, but you know what? This is where we're headed for launch. You're obviously going to see alpha gameplay of Area 99. We got live gameplay coming up on Area 99 in just a few minutes, but first, let's take a closer look at our points of interest. Brittany, take us away.
Yeah, so Area 99, you're parachuting in. What's the first thing you see? Our Nuketown house suspended mid-air. It is so awesome. Up here, you have a view of other Nuketown houses that have been swallowed up by the sands of time. Then we have our test site. This is where experimental weapons are tested. The observant player may recognize that we have a prototype Guardian in the space, which is a fun nod.
Lots of little treats there.
That's cool. That's pretty cool. That POI connects to our underground bunker space. So down here, the players are more self-contained, separated from the chaos on the surface. But I recommend grabbing a gas mask before going down there.
Okay.
Then we
Duly noted.
have our bunker space. This is our bullseye in the center of the map. It's also our tallest POI with multiple levels. But what's most important about this POI is actually that it is connected to every single other POI in the map through a network of trenches.
And it's got radioactive goo.
There's also radioactive goo.
You will take damage from.
Confirmed.
Trust me.
Yeah. We have our manufacturing POI. This is where the Nuketown houses are made. This space is fun. We have doors, windows being carried throughout the space. There may or may not be a sneaky zip line in here somewhere. I'm not going to tell you where it is.
You have to go and find
You
out.
gotta go find it.
Oh, I love everything about this.
Then we have our mannequin assembly space. This place is really fun. So, okay, the backstory of this is it has been overproducing mannequins throughout the years, and now
not scary at all.
It's a little bit creepy.
Yeah.
players get to run through massive piles of mannequins. Mannequin limbs are just tossed throughout.
As one does.
Don't get squashed by our mannequin smasher. And then we have our pods. This is where the people who worked at Area 99 used to live. This is the fun, stacked, smaller engagements. And players here really need to listen for those footsteps of other players in order to hone in on their targets.
I mean, this just looks so cool. Everything
Pod's
about
final
this.
circle, absolutely wild.
Chaos.
I really hope we see one today in playtesting. Final circle on pods, you're going to have one of the wildest fights I've seen in Resurgence in a long time.
And something that stands out to me just looking at that overhead map real fast is a lot of color. You know, a lot of visual color that's really going to stand out when you're like moving through the map. You really get the idea that like, well, I'm moving into new POIs. I'm going into new environments.
Absolutely. That was super critical for us across just deconstructing Nuketown and bringing that color and fun in that sense back.
Yeah. Now, here's the other wild part that, you know, I genuinely just didn't even consider it being a thing, that there's a story around Nuketown. How did the creative come about for this? Because what an utterly fascinating way to approach not just making a map, but also tying in the lore of this simple map that we were introduced to years ago in Call of Duty. How did you guys come about doing it?
Yeah, I mean, we were super inspired by Nuketown. It's a fan favorite. We love it. And when we had the opportunity to bring something to Warzone, we really wanted to bring the frenetic energy of Nuketown. And so we deconstructed it. And part of that is the history of the space and how fans love the history of it and the gameplay. So we tore it apart, broke every single piece down. Like Brittany said, there's so much intention. But this had to be where they're making all those Nuketowns and then shipping them off to the desert to blow them up. This old, you know, abandoned military facility built in the 1950s, you know, we leaned all the way in. And so when you see that color and you see so many unique POIs in gameplay, it all stems from that idea is, where was Nuketown made?
Yeah.
Area 99, baby.
Very, very interesting. Now, narratively, I'm absolutely just in. I'm down with this. But I'm also seeing a lot of really cool areas, Brittany. We can have some fun engagements. What were some of the core design philosophies that y'all wanted to implement on this to really make it feel like not just you're playing Nuketown, but you're playing Nuketown in a scale that's never been tested before?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the most important things that we wanted to do with this map was, like Miles was saying, tell the origin story of Nuketown. And in fact, Nuketown itself was a key source of inspiration for our map.
Yeah.
So we pushed for more of a classic 3-lane design, and that was strategic because we want to funnel players together towards the center of the map.
Yeah.
And by doing this, you'll have quicker engagements, faster gameplay, and that's what we want from this space.
Yeah.
We also have a lot of like vertical, taller buildings in the space, and that's also strategic because we want players to gain awareness of where other teams are, using the rooftops, things like that, help them think tactically in the space, and again, all for the the need of having the faster engagements that we want in that space.
I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of really fun fights at Reactor, right in the center. As you mentioned, it's like a bullseye. It's tall. It's beautiful. There's underground
the second
components.
you drop, you're in it.
Woo! Let's go.
Yeah. Again, all hit up with that toxic sludge.
All over the toxic. Yeah. Well,
I'm going to land right into it. I already know that that's happening. My friends are just going to have to deal with it.
Strat.
Yeah.
But Brittany, what can players expect in terms of comparing Area 99 to other Resurgence maps that they know in Warzone right now?
Yeah, so players can expect this map to bring the fast, frenetic gameplay that we all know and love from the OG Nuketown. It's coming to Resurgence in Area 99. And when you look at the pre-existing portfolio of Resurgence maps, you'll see that Area 99 is actually very similar in size to Rebirth Island.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
That'll make a lot of people excited. Also, another thing I had noticed as well is just, the map layout itself, gives you a lot of great opportunities for rotations, to really move around the map fluidly. It feels like you guys really thought about that. Like, how do you get from POI to POI in a very smooth manner, right?
Yeah, there's so much care, like Stephanie was saying, and the team's absolutely crushed it as we've been playtesting it, is having those conversations on rotations and approaching it from a Warzone and Resurgence point of view. That was key, is, again, taking MP Nuketown for Resurgence is key. it absolutely feels and plays like it.
Yeah, well, speaking of the feels part of it, I mean, the aesthetic stands out big time.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So let's talk about that inspiration, why you guys went the direction that you went with this very retro style, if you will.
Yeah, so when you look at Nuketown and where really the origins of that, it's got this retro futurism sort of aesthetic.
There's a
to
word
it.
for that.
There's a word for
There is a word for it.
Let me get the
It's been
dictionary.
conversation.
Yes.
Everyone has
Today
been like,
I learned.
It's abandoned, but it's Nuketown. What does it mean?
Retro future. So this was a key inspiration across all the buildings, and really because it's a projection of almost what the 1950s thought the future was going to be. That's really through all the machinery, the robots, the crusher, the reactor. It feels like that, and that was important to us. So you're constantly immersed in Area 99, and you know it's Black Ops. You know it's special to this moment, and you know Area 99 is bringing something fresh and new.
And Archie.
And Archie
Adam.
Come on, you heard him at the top. He's really a special character to the team that we crafted to be the mascot for the nuclear reactor and the nuclear world that Area 99 is bringing. So
The
shout
spiritual
out to
leader
Archer.
of Area 99. I think we're going to see a lot of him.
Just remember,
hopefully.
do what Archie does. I love it. I love it.
You are going to hear him in the map. He's all over with the PAs. It's fantastic.
Awesome.
And of course, like I said, this is alpha gameplay that we're seeing here today at Next, because this map is obviously still few months away from launch, but the streamers here live at Next are going to be dropping into Area 99 shortly. Brittany, I have to ask you, I have my own thoughts. I have my own favorite place to land here. What do you think the hot drop is going to be today?
Oh yeah.
Oh man, I think the hot drop today is going to be our manufacturing POI. That's the one that has all the Nuketown houses getting built, right?
Okay.
Any mini Nuketowns.
All of them, yes. And so this is going to be a hot drop because it is a parkour playground inside. Players can run, jump, climb on all of the different house pieces. It's going to be so fun. And it's a good, testing ground for that Omni movement system.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep.
it's absolutely
My
fantastic.
favorite is, I have to say, House on a Crane. You talked about it first. It's
House
in
on a Crane.
Nuketown shipping. You cannot miss House on a Crane. You got a great vantage up there. Miles, do you have a favorite?
I do. So, I mean, it's hard to choose, but personally for me, I love to get into the command bunker underneath. I like the SMG, the shotgun. I like to really try to dominate that if I can. The circle might push me out, but I'm going to try to hold it. And I have a soft spot where really when you were looking at it is callback to Blackout, Nuketown Island bunkers underneath.
My
for everyone that
man.
knows.
My man. Love it.
It's got that vibe and that feel. So I love to just kind of sit down there like a hermit and a creep and just kind of like watching people.
Okay, duly noted.
Yeah,
we
so
got to play
I'm gonna
sometime.
see you. I'm gonna see you down there.
Yeah.
See, I like that strategy too. Just way in the corner. Really, I
didn't say a corner. Okay, GB.
I'm going to a corner.
He said command center.
Tactical defending.
Okay, but outside of the command center, we're looking outside the bunker. If I happen to look at the periphery of the map, out into the desert, saw some conversation about this online. What else might we see in that Nevada desert?
Well, you might see a hint of something fans love that might come later. We'll see.
Okay.
Get something with scope. You might see
Just a
something.
little hint
You guys,
there.
you guys out here with the teases and everything. My
can't give
goodness
it all
gracious!
away. Come
Every time. All right, folks. Well, we'll be back with more Warzone coverage, including talking about Battle Royale updates, ranked play, and more. But for now, though, let's send it over to our casters for some brand new gameplay of Resurgence maps, Area 99. Fellas, take it away.
Thank you very much, Alex. Area 99 is a mere moments away, but myself and Chris, raring to go.
Yes, I want to dress up as a mannequin, though.
Ooh,
Just random
mannequin
comment.
skin. Well, folks, we've got some very, very exciting news for you. That's right, folks. Welcome back to the Castle Circle. Miles and Puckett, and we are welcoming you right now to the TCL Power Hour. For those of you who were here last year, you know what it's all about, but during this next hour, we'll have our creators try to complete these 9 challenges while in the middle of the Battle Royale. These 9 challenges will come them 9 opportunities for you at home to win a 65-inch TCL TV. 9 of them.
65 inches?
65 inches and 9 chances to win 9 TVs.
I like these different challenges. This is going to make the gameplay extra spicy if it wasn't enough. And also, if you want to be involved, use hashtag CODNEXT and hashtag TCLXCOD sweepstakes to enter. Check out the full rules below. Make sure you're doing it right, Miles.
So let's get to the game, Chris. We've got a whole lot of action to get through. Area 99, folks. Let's do it. Yeah. Honestly, can't wait, Chris.
It's
Mannequins.
gonna be great.
Imagine a mannequin skin. That would be a very, very
I'm trying to
interesting
get
thing.
it like in week 1. It might take till season 2, but I mean, who doesn't want to dress up?
I do. Look, the idea of a new Warzone map is incredibly exciting to me. I've been so pumped for this.
All right, get up.
So many talented gamers here as well. I was just looking around to see who would be in our lobbies. This should be fun.
Yeah, we had a chance to. I stood behind Shotzi for a while. I got to watch him running around. A little bit of trash talk. I was told to run across the stage and unplug Iceman Isaac's setup, and I wasn't going to do that. I wasn't going to do that, Chris. I'm not that guy.
No. And we should remind everybody, Stephanie said this a few times, this is just alpha. We're going to see an even more polished version by the time you get your hands on it. But Miles, you and I saw this last night. We had just a few hours into it. What did you like most when you were playing?
I mean, it sounds like quite a cop-out, Chris, but I just love the idea that a single map from Black Ops history can inspire this huge play space. The idea that we're going like the home of Nuketown. There's this weird sort of like nuclear family feeling going on. There's mannequins being built. There's all sorts of cool stuff. It's just very exciting.
10 different POIs, and yet we can see, of course, all of our players bounce around to different ones. They said what's going to be the hot drop? Maybe manufacturing. I think it's going to be Nuketown shipping, though. Everyone just wants to go to the place that has Nuketown in the name.
Yeah, right. I also love the idea that there is a sort of floating part of the Nuketown map above everyone. To me, it's just such a cool idea to, show a little bit of homage. I know you can look out across the desert, and in the distance there is, the OG Nuketown, which, let's face it, Chris, is going to be in this game somewhere, right?
Absolutely. I do have to say, Ghost, if you're watching this one, my boy Knight did not make it to COD Next this year. I personally want to vouch for this guy after watching him play for Twisted Minds. Knight is a resurgence monster, and he refuses to play the big maps. He's like, Resurgence is my home. Why leave?
Why leave? And again, the idea that this one is a similar size to Rebirth Island, very, very exciting. So again, you've seen the top-down view. You're seeing some of the action at home. You know what you're getting yourself into, folks. It should be a fantastic time. And the whole time, Chris, we've barely brought it up. The entire feeling of like Omni movement being in there, Brad is getting involved. Lovely bit of work there with the Tanto 22, and he goes down. But look, a smile on his face and a heart full of joy.
Yeah, maybe he'll come back here in about 17 seconds, Bradders. Excited to have you with us here in DC. One of our 250 creators all playing Black Ops 6 for the first time. Let's take a look, though, at some of the other screens. It looks like Ocean Ops is continuing to dominate. His teammate fell, but Ocean Ops going to keep slaying out.
That's a lovely top-down look. Reactor, obviously the highest point of the map here.
To the pods.
To the pods, boy. To the pods. Dive.
Are you a green pod or blue pod guy?
I think I'd quite like to look at that purpley pod.
You're a purple podder.
Although the yellow pod looks like the tallest one. And these sort of these habitation locations for the staff here at Area 99. Let's have a quick look and see how it looks on the inside. Cool, look at this. Better than my place in LA.
Bigger than my New York City apartment as well. Well done, Future.
Well done, Bleak Future. This love this atom punk vibe, plates, you name it. All the goodies you would expect from Warzone, and of course, brand new weapons here in Black Ops 6. See some dives, mate. Come on.
I was going to say,
you've been doing it all day, Brothers.
Decent ground loot as well. Every gun you pick up feels like you can do damage with it. There was very few items that I was like, this is never getting used.
A lot of nice shots there. Aim Brot taken down.
And J-God's in this lobby I just saw. Can we get a J-God screen up here?
He's on his team, man.
One of the legends, of course, of content when it comes to Warzone. If you ever want an update, you go to his channel. He's going to tell you what the meta weapon is, what to be doing in-game. He's a family man as well. Always entertaining.
Oh, very indeed, a family man.
On the right side, I thought maybe
a man who loves to pick about his own gameplay. But once again, where are we going, folks? Where are we dropping? What's the game plan?
See, this is what happened. We had a good game going.
They had a good game going.
Yep.
Break it down for us, J-God.
Now we're like on Regain Central.
Now we're on Regain Central.
Yep, okay.
I mean, Ocean's patrolling the rooftops, making sure he's got a safe landing. Is there any gear up here? That's going to help out.
Certainly going to help. That's a full squad
so
mark.
we got that. Vest.
I love the narration of his own gameplay. Keeping the chat involved for maybe those who are driving or not necessarily paying so much attention to what they're seeing.
Instant YouTube video, you know? Why make edits? Oh, it's quick looking at loot, dude.
He's trying to figure out the new pickups. Oh, okay, this is the armor satchel. What's this? Someone's shooting him in the back. I'm trying to make a YouTube video over here, mate.
Trying to read. All right, now we did get the reinforcement flare. That is going to be massive. Anyone who plays Resurgence already familiar with that aspect. But basically, you can get your buddies back extra fast, extra easily.
Well, another absolute demon in the Warzone world, like Shamu.
Rooftop with me on ping.
And listen, it comes already. Rooftop on ping. They're doing their absolute best, folks. Running through. That's a squad wipe. See the nice gold highlight there. Another change again to the user interface here on Black Ops 6.
And unfortunately, Espresso still looking over Shamu's body. He's not happy about it. We got to go over to Biffle, though. This guy, I think right now, if it's not Shifty, Biffle is the best player to ever touch Warzone.
I mean, we saw it. Repul's giving him the little goat statue with damn good reason. Watching his Ames 85 here, one of the new assault rifles in BO6. Nameless giving it a lot of love in one of our pre-match segments. Big AR guy, bro.
I love this gun. It's absolutely amazing. And getting to see Biffle run it, he's going to do some things that I just can't do, so this is exciting.
And, of course, showcasing the new movement. How do you get to high ground? What's the head? He doesn't matter what armor you have. He has better aim, and that is another one added to the pile. You look at, is that 17 already?
Yeah, oh yeah, 17. That's the top right-hand side of the screen. His elimination count. 6 players remaining in the game as well, Chris. We are looking at a very, very late match here.
They popped the UAV. They know at least where 4 of them are, and this is just hunting time. This is what these boys do.
Well, he's got his dedicated melee out. Does he have any idea? Does he have any idea that this is going to be a moment in the VCL Power Hour? Looks like someone's going to get a TV.
Chauncey's coming on in, and here comes the revives as well. We love Power Hour. Once again, if you're just joining in, we have 9 65-inch televisions to dish out. All you got to do, hang out and throw up some hashtags.
Double ball back. A little quick look at the cluster munitions, cluster strike. That's an absolute classic, a staple from the Warzone world.
Live.
Good shots, couple of tags. Not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, still dialing in the XM4. This might not be the final build.
Yeah, it might not be. Who knows, though? I mean, again, our players, they didn't necessarily have time to create their own custom classes, but what they picked up, they're all very solid, you know?
No, they're going at the zone. They're going at the zone.
They got money for days, calling out the rotation. Biffle, I don't think so, he says. Ending your map a little bit early, and now they've got numbers advantage.
That player does get the revive, so a couple more folks coming back in. This game is not over yet, but Biffle, 18, looking for number 19. These shots are sensational with the ground loop.
I love what we're seeing here. The communication is perfect. Always know where their enemies are. They've got them pinged on the map. And Biffle on the flank is going to get caught out here. Goes for the in-system reach out. You can't hit the movement, baby.
He's getting down. His teammates hitting the assassination. And that is that, folks. Your first Area 99 victory. Biffle and the boys.
Let's watch it one more time. This is Repulse's perspective. The podcast GOAT right now, and you can see they're dropping a 51 bomb as a squad. Welcome to Resurgence here on Black Ops 6.
That's not a bad place to be. Well, GG's there, folks. A very, very exciting look. Very, very exciting look there to start things off. What an unbelievable run. 51. We'll see if anyone can beat that during the day.
A quite delectable bite of Warzone action right there, Miles. And you can't ask for a better ending. We have so many studs, though, in the building, so many fantastic players, and all of these players are live on their personal channels. So go find your favorite in addition to watching the main broadcast.
In addition to watching the main broadcast, a little birdie has just told me that Lottie is on the floor with a very special guest. Lottie.
Go Cowboys.
Thank you so much, fellas. We're actually heading over right now, aren't we, RG3, to Tim the Tapman for a From the Chair interview presented by Herman Miller. Tim, first of all, welcome to COD Next. Lovely to see you. How are you liking Area 99?
So far, loving it. Didn't fully get to dive into it just yet, but, I'm a slow learner, so hoping a couple more games and I'll be able to, compete with some of these other pros around here, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's I say that every time I start playing.
Yeah, that's me, bro. That's me.
But Tim, just for you, 4 years waiting for this game to come out. They've been putting it to develop, the longest ever between Black Ops games. What are you looking most forward to?
I think for me personally, it's definitely that Omni movement, and it's literally flipped the game on its head. Like, I didn't know what to expect before coming here, and now being here and playing it, it really is like, you can't, like, I'm going to go back and play the old COD, and it's going to feel so different compared to what I was playing here. So that, hands down, that's hands down what I was most looking forward to, like, trying out and running with, so.
100%. Sometimes it's really the little things, isn't it, that makes such a big difference. And speaking of little things, what is that on your desk, Tim?
Well, so, RG3, I saw that you had one of the largest croissants ever in Paris. And so what I did was I tried to find the smallest one I could possibly find for you.
Oh my God.
You're welcome.
Tim,
don't
you
eat all in
shouldn't
one
have.
bite. You know what I mean?
My long lost love right here. You know what? Only thing that's missing is my wife, so I might as well eat it, right?
Oh, that would have been.
But my teeth are too big. Fortunately, my teeth are too big.
That's all right. It happens to the best of us. But love that so much, Tim. Thank you so much. And best of luck in all your future games, mate.
Thank you. Appreciate it. I need it. I'm starting to cook a little bit, you know.
He's cooking. Tim's cooking at COD Next, and only here, folks. Casters is back over to you.
Thank you very much, Lloyd. Well, I'm joined back on stage now with some very, very special guests with a very special announcement about the Call of Duty League's Endowment Black Ops 6 pack. I'm here now with former Navy SEAL and current Performance Capture Director at Treyarch. I'm here with Mikel Vega. Sir, an absolute pleasure. Thank you very much for joining us.
Yeah, of course. We're here with a very exciting announcement today. The Call of Duty Endowment Tracer Pack will launch October 25th for Call of Duty Black Ops 6. It was inspired by and created in close collaboration with former UK Special Forces operators who are here with us today on behalf of Through Dark, a British apparel company founded on the principle that veterans are cut from a very special cloth. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thanks, Mikel. How's it going? Thanks.
Can you tell us a little bit about the inspiration behind the Endeavour Pack?
Yeah, so we've spent the majority of our military careers within UK Special Forces, and in this time we live by the mantra, endeavour through adversity.
This experience, however, is not reserved for the military elite. It is universal and human. We all encounter hardship in our own lives in our own way.
Ain't that the truth? And how did this collaboration with the Call of Duty Endowment come about?
So like the best of plans, interests were aligned from the beginning. As military veterans, the mission of the Call of Duty Endowment resonates deeply with our own brand of beliefs. So developing the Call of Duty Endowment's first ever UK operator skin, knowing our efforts would directly follow veterans across the UK, US seeking meaningful employment.
As you mentioned, this is the first UK operator skin. What does it mean to be a part of that milestone as UK veterans?
Well, our ethos as Royal Marine Commandos of the Special Boat Service is inextricably woven throughout this pack. From the operator kit to the loadouts and pack essentials, our goal was to create something unquestionably authentic. As proceeds from sales of this pack will employ veterans in both the US and UK, it is incredibly humbling knowing that we get to continue serving the community we all came from.
What can our players look forward to most as they await the launch of this pack?
So our hope is that players recognize that the good they will do by purchasing this pack to help the veterans. Without giving too much away, I'd advise other players to watch their backs, check the corners, and stay away from the water once this pack is live.
While a picture is worth 1,000 words, we would like to leave you all with just one: endeavour.
Well, there you have it, folks. The very first look at the Call of Duty Endowment Endeavour Tracer Pack. For a deeper dive into the pack components and more first looks, be sure to tune in to the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl immediately following this broadcast, where Louis, Foxy, and I will do a deep dive into the pack. And be sure to get the pack on October 25th when it launches for Call of Duty Black Ops 6 and join more than 3.5 million players who have outfitted their Call of Duty operators with endowment items to help us place more veterans into great jobs. We can't do what we do without your support. Thank you both for joining us today.
Cheers, mate.
Brilliant. Thanks, man.
Let's get back to gaming.
Thank you very much, James. Well, a wicked announcement. Very, very special. We do have much more gameplay here at Call of Duty Next. You can grab the Endeavour Pack October 25th when it all comes into the store. Thank you very much again, James. Absolutely brilliant stuff.
Thank you.
Back over to Tim, the Tap Man. And Tim's actually looking very good. I'm also waiting for my partner in crime, Christopher Puckett, to re-emerge. But for now, folks, you've just got me. What a day we've had so far here at Call of Duty Next. It has been a very, very good time. On board with Timmy, enjoying himself a little bit of time out here in Area 99. Buzz and Legion, Chris, what a squad.
This is a team. I like what we're going to see here. It's been a competition between Tim and Legion to see who can have the most ridiculous clips. I think Legion's had more time alive.
Well, look, that certainly helps. Legion, though, just going down there. We're seeing on the left-hand side of the screen. And it looks like Tim has opted for a different HUD as well. Now, this is something we're going to be talking about plenty. A massive, massive change here. Doesn't just affect MP, doesn't just affect zombies, because all of the HUDs are different, Chris. I mean, so you've got the ability to really customize your game depending on what you're playing.
And some of the perks are going to have an effect on your UI as well throughout this one. You can see Legion having a tough time saying, Tim, I'm good, I'm good. He's not good. Don't go for that revive right now. That's going to cost the squad. Can Butters keep him in it?
Bro. Butters can definitely keep him in it.
She was popping off in zombies. I went by, was not squatting up. She was going solo, and she was into the deep rounds.
We got a decent loadout here. I mean, decent gear. We've got no plates, though, for Butters.
Care package? Come on now.
No, she's got the squad covered. Absolutely love that there. Legion, of course, and Tim, they're now coming back in. We'll see if our team of heroes and heroines can keep things rolling.
The lads are here.
Let's see what we got.
Let's see what we got. Ooh, that's not bad.
That's a legendary looking, we got X4, we got ourselves a big old sniper rifle.
Little tracker.
That's a lovely care package.
And it's just going to be a moment to loot up for the squad. Can we go? Thank you. We are going to some people ready to frag out, and this squad is devastating. Iceman Isaac, the Strat Wizard, alongside Teep and Jowo, the Movement King, showing you how he's going to survive in the new game modes.
Of course, the first map we saw a 51 bomb from Biffle's team. Now we're watching the boys on the other side. Yui there popped by Iceman Isaac. And again, a lot of the things are going to be very familiar to you. If you're a Warzone player, you're going to be carrying across a lot of information. Yeah, it's a new game and there's new things there, but a lot of those familiar entities, Chris, are going to exist. Like certain elements of the store. You know, we've got a new backpack system. The backpack's gone. So that's a big, big change. That, I mean, I'm looking for players who show me the UI, man. Come on.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of POIs, I'll tell you that. This crew is moving Teep, though, in a little bit of trouble. Can Joe get some help? You look at the mini-map. They're going for the divide and conquer strategy. No one within about 1,000 meters. I've measured the map a lot.
1,000. An entire 1,000. Joe's back in 5. Meanwhile, his teammate Iceman Isaac doing everything they can to stay on the move. A little bit of points there. Again, you are a very slight reward, Chris, for not being a camper.
And high ground, of course, is always crucial anytime you're playing here in Resurgence. You got to look out for the folks dropping above you. Well, let's go over to Destroy. This guy plays with so much confidence, and he is a momentum gamer. So when he is rolling, it's so hard to stop this.
And watching that Omni movement, seeing the way he's able to sprint left, right there, get right back into that fight. He evades a bit of action, gets himself into it immediately, and now he's on the prowl. And again, what a familiar look here. We're in one of the Nuketown houses here. We're missing a couple of mannequins and a couple of pieces of furniture, but it's just so cool to see these places in this final circle.
Waiting for the skies to clear, unable to use his strike, and he is going to get run up on. Trouble for Team Destroy. Let's go over to Shifty and Hisoka, though. 2/3 of the Falcon squad that just dominated at EWC.
Oh, these boys, they got GOAT status approved. Here comes Evan. Hisoka on the long-range Overwatch. Big tags, nearly perfect shots. Wow. Even here on BO6, he's shooting hot.
Ripping through that body armor, and you can see they are just hunting at this point. They are going for a high score. Repulse and crew dropping 51 as a team.
UAV, we're looking for an advanced UAV in a moment. Yeah, there it is, advanced UAV. Pop 3, get the advanced. And now you're in serious trouble. Hisoka on the prowl here in the lobby. Precision airstrike on its way.
Once again, all these players are live. Go check out their individual point of view, especially this one. If you are the in-game leader, if you're the one calling out rotations for your squad, there's no one better than Hisoka. He has been a difference maker when it comes to endgame.
I think I watched Hisoka win the Warzone World Cup way back in 21, 22, something like that. Another precision there for Hisoka. Precision go Burt, quite literally. Think of some new gear by station. Not getting a huge amount of intel there because the player cam blocking the way, but you know.
You can see all these pings. They are all in the same building. Everyone is stacked up right now. They're just taking their time, frying away.
A classic look here, Chris, at I mean, what feels like a map that we may have been on, you know, if in the past, because of the sort of the feel, the vibe, but at the same time, Area 99, brand new. Can't wait to see more of it.
Absolutely. Let's check back in with our TCL Power Hour to see how we're doing so far.
Right now, our creators are trying to compete with these 9 challenges while in the middle of this battle royale. We've got a couple of them that are done. There we go. Dedicated melee done. Gunfighter wildcard elimination. Can we get that? And a combat axe, Chris. We've given away some TVs.
We need to see the combat axe elimination. 7 televisions already awarded. 2 more to go. And that gunfighter wildcard. That's going to be tough for us to track, but we're doing our best. We got admins all over the place.
I was going to say, that's not our job, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, tweet hashtag CODNext and hashtag TCLXCOD sweepstakes to enter. The full rules are below, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. More Warzone action right after this.
Play like a pro on a big screen TV up to 98 inches from TCL, the official TV of Call of Duty. Share the wins. Elgato, the official streaming partner of Call of Duty. AMD, official CPU and GPU partner of Call of Duty Next. Herman Miller Gaming is happy to be the chair provider for Call of Duty Next. Today's players are sitting in Herman Miller Gaming Embody chairs. Check out which gaming chair is best for you at hermanmiller.com/gaming. Triumph, official motorcycle partner of Black Ops 6. Customize your typing. Drop, the official keycap partner of Call of Duty.
Doesn't matter what weapon put on, Team Nipple are your champions. Here shortly pushes the fight. No! 120 players on land, some of the greatest Warzone players of all time. You've got to go without a Brennan. He does it up. Scoface wins the solo YOLO.
Welcome back to Call of Duty Next. I'm Miles, this is Puckett, and if you're just tuning in, we're watching live gameplay of the new Resurgence map, Area 99. But what you just saw was a little bit of a teaser for the upcoming World Series Warzone Finals. We're going to Vegas, baby.
It's going to be so sick. A live competition at its best. You're going to see a lot of these familiar names that are here for Black Ops 6 today, competing for serious money.
Serious cash and a lot of love there. But Area 99, we're going back in, Chris. We've got lots to see still. Joe Woe, we gave him some love earlier. Let's give him some more love now.
Okay, and already he is pushing for double-digit eliminations. They're just murking their way through the lobby.
Yep.
Once again, the highest we saw was Repulse and crew. They've dropped some 50 bombs as a trio. What can this team put together?
I mean, this is also a very, very strong team. T, Iceman, Isaac, Joe Woe, staples of the Warzone world. If you've never watched them before, I mean, feast your eyes on 3 absolute monsters. And there's a lot of monsters in this play, Chris. DC is bumping.
Joe Woe going for the selfie. Shouldn't be a problem, or is it? Nope, he gets run up on. As you can take a look at everybody playing here. What's up, everybody? This is Washington, D.C. This is Call of Duty Black Ops 6, and you are looking at some new fun that we are seeing on the big stage.
Dr. Lupo breaking the Hippocratic Oath and trying to find some kills over here in Area 99. He's the player on the right-hand side of your screen. That is some laser focus. The shot's not enough, though, as the high ground will be his downfall. Seriously, though, it's an unbelievable experience here at COD Next. Again, we wish you could join us, but quite frankly, we don't have the space because we've got 215 creators in here, Chris.
I was like, can I bring my wife and kid? They're like, no room for anyone but workers, and for good reason. I understand it now that we filled this place up. And I'm looking through here. I was just noticing the rest of Dr. Lupo's lobby. Team Summertime. Blake's out on his own, but that was George playing with Hitch. Love to see it.
Zogoro now on your screen. We saw him hitting some sweet snipes in the multiplayer segment. Now the same thing. No, that was so close. Wouldn't that have been ideal, folks? But yeah, snipes here in the world of Warzone. Obviously a big deal. Nice shot. Chrissy goes down. And now the pressure applied. That's going to be the precision. I mean, it's like... it's just all the makings of a good Warzone map, Chris. We've got some nice high ground to play with here. We've got ourselves these great big open spaces, a lot of lovely transitional elements, like a laneway from POI to POI, and secret tunnels.
Absolutely. You may be familiar with this weapon. It's gone by the name of the Ames 85. You can see the new sniper, the LR762,
Bang, bang.
also here. as Zog is fully loaded, ready to unleash some fury, just waiting for challengers to potentially be dropping back in. Here's his first opportunity.
I mean, that's the gorgeous thing about Resurgence, right? I mean, you've got to make sure you keep your team alive at this point in time. Again, some nice changes there to the user interface. We're going to keep bringing this up, folks. These are the new elements here in Black Ops 6. Lovely looks there across the board. As everyone's got a little different vibe. Some of the mini-maps are square, some of them are round, some of them are at the bottom of the screen, right above that sort of bearing tape. Very, very exciting stuff here at Zogaro. Not that exciting as he just waits to get back into the game. But Timothy Tatman, what have you got?
Let's see it, Timmy. Self-revive, smart. Focus on yourself. Go for a little strike damage. Precision. It's definitely good commit.
Tim's wearing the Warden skin.
I can precision it, hang on.
And that voice line was great. Requesting recon. Precision airstrike incoming.
This is how you push the pod, Miles.
The pod's
you
getting
blow
absolutely
it up,
getting
push
pounded.
up to the fence.
The pod's being pulverized right now. Go on, Tim. Be brave, Tim.
This is a tough final circle to go against.
The world is watching.
More free points falling in if he can hit the shots. The burst not quite clean enough.
That's a fun weapon. That's the SWAT 556. A bit of a burst weapon here in BO6. Plenty of love, though. Oh, guys, there's just so much. There's so much to get through still, and we're talking Warzone. There's no better folks to talk about Warzone than the guys on the desk right now.
Welcome back to the desk. We are thrilled to have Raven and Treyarch joining us now to talk about Call of Duty Warzone and some of the key updates that will be coming to us in Season 1. I'm excited to welcome to the desk Pete Actipes, Lawrence Metten, and Ted Timmons. Guys, the excitement in here over Area 99 and some of the gameplay we've seen has been awesome so far.
Yeah, you guys having fun?
Oh, this is fantastic.
Let's loosen up a little bit over here. Let's chill out a bit. I saw Ted walk out. He was taking pictures, posting online.
Ted's been taking selfies, you know. The rest
Ted's
of
been
us
walking
are
around with a was it a disposable camera?
You got to do it for the gram, right?
You got to do it for the gram. That's how you know we're in the 90s. All right, well, gentlemen, we have had a chance to cover a lot of the global systems that we're going to be seeing in Black Ops 6 today. Of course, that includes Omni movement. Said it like 1,500 times now, and for good reason, because it really is a big deal, and it is coming to Warzone. We've seen some incredible moments there, Pete. I mean, really, this has just changed the way that we play the game.
Absolutely. So for this year, our core design pillars really revolve around fluidity, simplification of systems, and player agency. So when we heard about Treyarch's global systems coming this year to Black Ops 6, we were really excited about the play potential that this could bring to Warzone, specifically with Omni movement, right? So if you think about it, just having the ability to dive, slide, and sprint in any direction, it's a real game changer. It's going to add a new dynamic element to the way players will engage in the combat. We've already seen a ton of clips in multiplayer. We've seen it in the first match already. Like, it's just going to go bananas.
It's basically just the way I'm going to lose all my ones. It's because of Omni movement. I'm telling you, it's like I'm going to get absolutely cooked. I can't wait to get cooked though.
The Omni movement is just one of the many systems coming from Black Ops 6. You talked about the global systems. And one of the most exciting new features that will be debuting across the titles are global weapon builds. Lawrence, you mentioned this earlier in the multiplayer section. This is a huge quality of life change. What does it mean for players?
Yeah, so global weapon builds make it easier than ever to create and maintain and access your weapons wherever you play, whether it's multiplayer, zombies, or Warzone. Every gun you create in Black Ops 6 or Warzone is a global weapon build by default and connected everywhere you can use it. So you can slot it into a loadout. If you make an edit to that global weapon build, it applies everywhere it's equipped.
Amazing.
No longer going in one by one, loadout by loadout, and keeping your guns up to date. Global weapon builds also exist outside of loadouts. So if you swap, let's say, your short-range XM4 build out of a loadout in exchange for maybe Latanto SMG, but you can go back to that XM4 at any time. It's a permanent creation and really makes it easier than ever for players to maintain their guns. And if you're that player who jumps into Black Ops 6 at launch, has your favorite guns, has your favorite weapon builds, when Season 1 drops and the Warzone integration happens, you can easily bring over all of those guns.
That's huge.
Super easily.
I think
absolutely huge.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned Tanto XM. I feel like that's might be the meta in the room at the moment, ironically. But
I know, it's great. You're hearing everyone talk about it. It's wild. But now we have a lot of things that are coming, over as part of, the shared experience that we're going to be seeing with Black Ops 6. And there are going to be a few specific things as well that we're going to be seeing, like perks and loadouts. They're going to be working a little bit differently, in Warzone. So, Pete, why don't you just take us through that, how that's going to play out, how that's going to look for the players?
Yeah, there's quite a few changes happening this year in terms of loadouts.
Okay.
First and foremost, wildcards are coming to Warzone.
Ooh.
We're really excited about this because we really feel that this is going to be disruptive in a good way to how players kind of strategize and think about which loadouts to take and how they build them. So the two that we're showing off today are Overkill and Gunfighter. So Overkill is back. Used to be a perk, but now
classic.
It is a classic, and this time it lives on as a wild card. So for those that don't know, Overkill allows you to take 2 primary weapons with 5 attachments on it. You might want to do that. Like, there might be an engagement that you might want to get into, and you have an AR, SMG, sniper, shotgun, whatever suits your fancy. You can make that choice right there and then. But if you don't want to do that, we're also showing off another wild card today, and that's Gunfighter. Gunfighter allows you to have 1 primary weapon and 1 pistol, and the primary weapon can have up to 8 attachments. So if you really think about it, if you take the right kind of weapon and put on the right type of attachments on it, that might be the thing that turns the tide in a fight.
I have a feeling a lot of people are going to use Gunfighter.
Absolutely. We also have more that's coming, and we'll talk about those as we get closer to launch.
For sure.
Those wildcards are going to be built specifically for Warzone in mind.
Oh, that's cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's cool.
So more coming as we look to the live seasons post-launch. But Ted, one of the things you've done is actually revisit some of the underutilized perks and, kind of look at how we might use them for this chapter.
Yeah, so our design team looked at the equip rates of all of the perks over the last year and just how players have used them. And we've taken what would previously have been bottom tier perks, clearly not much value, combined some of them together. Some examples being we took Combat Scout and Tracker. So for anyone who's familiar with it, Combat Scout is when you hit someone, you ping them, and we've combined them together just to be Tracker because it felt like it's really the same play style, same player motivation. But we think the one that everyone in here is going to love, it's got a new name, Sprinter, and we basically combined what would be movement perks from the previous game. So things like double time. There's a perk that we have in the game at the moment where when you're downed, you move quicker. And then on top of that, we've added infinite attack sprint.
Oh, boy.
So we think that's going to be a huge pick rate. And in the pre-brief, when we talked to some of the creators, the eruption for that piece was just phenomenal. So.
With Omni movement on top of all of that, we're going to see some pretty exciting movement in the game. But Lawrence, one quick thing I want to touch on. Classic Prestige coming to Warzone. This is new for us.
Yeah, so Classic Prestige in Black Ops 6 is truly a global system. Whether you're playing multiplayer, zombies, or Warzone, you're earning XP towards your next Prestige. And we've never had Classic Prestige in Warzone. It's a first for the franchise. Really excited to see how Warzone players engage with the system.
Wow. I'm the fact that Prestige is just going to be there in general, I can keep things going. I don't have to worry about going to one area. I'm stoked. I'm in. This is great. This is great.
And it's not the only thing that we have in Warzone because for the very first time, Warzone is getting its own dedicated camo
Are you serious?
track. Lawrence, we're pumped about this. We're seeing these mastery camos right here. They're sick.
Yeah, so as you guys have been seeing through the broadcast, we've been going big with mastery camos this year. We have an updated camo system, and for the first time ever in Warzone, you will have dedicated camos you can only earn in Warzone. Camo challenges geared towards things you can do in Warzone. This is your first look at Abyss. Sick. It's dynamic. It changes when you shoot it. 4 all new mastery camos we've never had before. Can only be earned in Warzone.
Yeah, I love all the dynamic camos that we've been seeing here. Really creative, just fun. Always a little special thing you get when you shoot your gun and you see colorful things pop up. It's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling. All right, now we have a lot to be excited for in this chapter, but especially in terms of what's going to be coming with Black Ops 6 here. But you know what? I like new features. What could we be expecting here coming to Warzone in regards to new features here? Who wants to take it?
So the big one it's like a new old one. There's no more backpack.
Oh, okay.
So this will be a huge change to the way that the game is played. We really reflected on the last 3 years, and I'm not kidding. We had like a 3-day design meeting on the backpack. And it just gave us an opportunity to look at the history of Warzone today, and we really felt that with all this fluidity that's coming in with this brand new Black Ops 6 experience, did we want people stowing stuff and doing inventory management, or do we just want people to pick stuff up smoothly, run with it, and just go with it? So we're really excited about this new old play style.
What's old is new again. I love it.
Always. We see here on screen that with the backpack changes, we're returning to the original armor satchel and also the ammo storage in terms of inventory.
Yeah, and as Pete was saying earlier, this player agency, fluidity, etc. It just gave us that chance to think about, okay, the backpack had a ton of positives. Some of those were that you could carry more ammo, could carry more ammo. So not only have we added the armor satchel that the OGs might remember, there's now this ammo satchel, and the best part is that they're additive. So if you find one, you can pick it up, find another, pick that up, and you're just constantly making yourself better. The same goes for the perks. I don't think we really touched on it too much, but a number of the perks that people can equip in the loadout menu can be found in ground loot.
Oh.
And
Right.
again, they're all additive.
So they're stackable. You can stack the perks that you're picking up out of the ground loot.
That's
You
also
can
going to change the
stack ammo
sandbox.
the satchels
And
with
then-
armor and ammo.
And then for the real hardcore players, they're still specialists. So don't worry, there's still the one thing to bind them, I guess. The one perk to bind them.
Don't worry. Yeah, we've got it. We've got it. Again, there are things we've been introduced to that are coming to Black Ops 6 that are also coming to Warzone. But again, they work a little bit differently in Warzone as a mode. They've been tuned up specifically for the BR Resurgence experience. And one of those things is dedicated melee, Pete.
Yeah, so we're really excited about bringing the dedicated melee back to or into Warzone. So this is a new feature that you'll see in your loadout when you go and customize it. The cool thing about this is right on rip, if you drop in, you will have this as part of your default loadout. So
Right.
once you land, you can equip the dedicated melee by holding the melee button down. The best part about it is when you have it equipped, you will also get unlimited attack sprint.
Oh, snap.
So this is our second way of giving you
By
unlimited
God.
attack sprint, right? And what we love about this is now you have more agency, more options and strategy in how you want to play. So if you find yourself in a situation where you need to rotate, if you need to get out of a sticky combat scenario, or if you want to make a tactical advancement somewhere, you can.
Yeah.
And the cool thing here is once you customize your loadout, you can customize your dedicated melee as well.
That is, famously, we all know you run faster with a knife out.
Absolutely.
So, that I think goes without saying here. The fact that's coming in, oh man, I'm stoked. That's so good.
We're looking at some gameplay here, which has been awesome to see everyone playing Resurgence on Area 99. But we got to show off a little bit in multiplayer. We saw some things happening in the winner circle and the MP matches. But Ted, emotes and sprays also coming.
New old.
New old.
We had them in the early days of Warzone, but now it's with a twist. So the emotes are third person.
Okay.
Don't worry. We have made sure there's a slow into and out, so you can't peek.
No peeking. My man.
Keeping us
My man. Remember those blackout days?
Yes, right. And then when it comes to the sprays, it goes, as Peter was saying earlier about this agency, a big part of agency is that ability to self-express.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I asked Lawrence was, a few years ago at a birthday, my friends and I jumped into Warzone. My squad sprayed me, so Dan, Rich, and Craig, thank you for that. And I ran around looking like a clown. And I asked Lawrence earlier in the week, I was like, can you still spray an operator? And he said,
definitely. Yeah, wouldn't be
We
sprays
got
back
you,
in
Ted.
Warzone without that. If you're like me and you think spraying all your opponents in the gulag before the gulag matchup starts gives you
That's
an
big brain.
advantage,
That's big brain thinking.
it's back.
Tag
you can
'em.
do it.
I like to tag my targets.
So my next birthday is going to be reliving my old birthday.
Oh, that's awesome. All right, well, Ted, something that it really has always stuck out to me with Raven and the work that you guys do, you guys put a lot of attention toward that quality of life, right? Quality of life updates. What are going to be those for Warzone that the community can really, chop the bit on and get excited for?
Yeah, over the last couple of years, I think the community's really resonated with our quality of life efforts. And I think this year going forward, we've got a massive list for season 1 coming up. But it's also a cross-studio effort. Not only is it Raven and Treyarch, I don't know if our friends at High Moon and Beanox are watching. If you are, thank you so much for everything that you do for Warzone. Warzone. But things like seamless ascenders, seamless horizontal zip lines, again, fluidity, really a real focus. And yeah, we just can't wait to show like the improved inventory, UI, etc., etc. There's a lot.
So much work being put into it.
The patch notes is going to be a big one. Yeah. So prepare, get a cup of tea, and sit down and read the patch notes when they come out.
Well, you know I love me some patch notes, but speaking of Season 1, we know one thing the community has been asking for, Pete, is the return of Battle Royale ranked play. And we had previously said the end of the year. So I got to ask you, do you have any updates for us?
I sure do. So, you know, we've really evaluated the last few years of what we've been doing with ranked as a system.
Yeah.
We've started out with the foundation, and we like the foundation, but we want to build upon that. So we're happy to like continue our work with Treyarch here and really build upon the infrastructure that's already there. So we're rebalancing and retooling the ranked experience, and we're happy to announce that ranked Battle Royale is coming to Season 1 during Season 1 on Urzikstan.
It's always great. I mean, a lot of great updates coming to ranked play in both multiplayer and Warzone this year. It's always awesome when our ranked play teams at Raven and Treyarch get together and collaborate on a Warzone ranked mode, and really excited to share more as we get closer to launch.
And that means we got all the toys
I'm excited.
from Black Ops 6, like Omni Movement coming to Big Map Ranked.
It's going to change it up.
I mean, honestly, I can't think of anything better. Unreal stuff. I mean, thank you, Ted, Lawrence, Pete. Thank you guys so much for joining us here today. We look forward to the next chapter of what we're going to be seeing in Warzone. Man, I mean, how do you top that? That is wild stuff.
Well, Alex, I got one more thing. And
No way.
before we let you go, here it is. This spring, we'll be celebrating an incredible 5 years of Warzone. And on behalf of all of us who work to bring the Warzone experience to life each day, thank you for playing. It only feels right that to celebrate this milestone, we gotta go back to our roots, which is why I am happy to officially confirm that the iconic 2020 launch map from the original Call of Duty Warzone, Verdansk, will return spring 2025.
Chat's popping off right now. I'm 100%.
Stay tuned for more information on this next year. Casters, back to you.
Whoa! We're back, baby! We're going Superstore.
Wow.
Yeah, we can go Superstore. We can go to Dam. We can go to Hangers. Big fave of mine.
Yeah. Can we
I'm a
be
big
serious,
Dam
though?
person.
Boneyard.
It is so cool for them to be listening to the community and bringing back the favorites. I know a lot of the Warzone players have been talking about this for a minute. Everyone very familiar with the original Warzone map.
Who could forget all that time stuck indoors playing Warzone? Not me, folks, but yeah, a lot of fun. Verdansk coming back 2025. Get in your calendars, fam. Oh no, FIFA, what happened to you?
Right now.
Back to reality.
Area 99 has been the place of the most recent combat. But let's take a look at what's happening here on the big scale. Ali, you've been watching all of these players around. What is your takeaway in Resurgence? What's working out there?
I mean, what's working right now is just some of these squads are playing really scared, surprisingly so. I was sat behind Noisy Brother. She was going to be squatted up over there with Tim the Tatman, and they were on the hunt. They were constantly in fights with Iceman Isaac. Like, where the heck is everybody else? Clearly afraid of the competition.
I will say I'm very happy the old inventory system's back. It's absolutely unbelievable. Also, Satchel's coming back. Like, with Verdansk coming in, you know, these refined, like, old new, as Ted Timmons put it, it just feels so good that these aspects being back in Warzone.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Ain't broke, don't fix it, but if it ain't old, sometimes the new can be all done. And you know what I'm excited to see as well? Such a fluid game like this, eliminating the need to sort of take a standstill and hit your backpack is really nice. And I just can't wait.
And honestly, Area 99, like, what's crazy about this is I haven't been a big Warzone player, but this has made me want to load in so bad. As an original COD gamer, as an original Black Ops gamer, always looking forward to the new Nuketown map and multiplayer to see its birthplace put here in the position of Warzone. It looks incredible. And I heard it's a little bit smaller than Rebirth, so you're talking circles,
size,
smaller, a lot more people, a lot more engagement.
I'm just watching Swag frag out. They just had a jailbreak over there on the right side of your screen. He is just shooting them out of the sky. Currently, the squad is lighting it up on the leaderboard. We saw a 50 bomb to start the day. Still waiting for a first 60 bomb. Jailbreaks make it possible.
And, you know, I was walking around looking at some of the screens. The late game with the Omni movement is absolutely ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
You can peek corners, run around. I think, Miles, you saw they were in one of the classic Nuketown buildings, Nuketown rooms. It just looks so good.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun, man. Watching Swag now. Keeping the boys fresh. He's got a couple of UAVs to work with here. Another care package there. Precision. Watch out, folks. Looking at that minimap, it's going to be very,
that was
very
his
hot.
own.
Spicy.
That was his own precision, by the way.
Look at the size of the circle. 18 for Swag in this game alone.
You want to watch some fast, frenetic gameplay, as we call it? Swag is a guy to watch. Him and his squad, J Smooth and Chica, trying to get it done here. We're down to the very end. So we're going to see that movement put on full display.
Dude, and this is non-stop. I'm really enjoying that long-range XM4 build, that huge barrel on that thing. He is swinging it so far in.
And you heard them talking about the wild cards, which I think is awesome as well. Primary gunfighter being able to run 8 attachments. We're going to see some absolutely stacked builds. And some of these weapons are just going to do damage from range.
I just want to see the perks that are stacked. That sounds ridiculous.
Yeah.
Be a super soldier.
Yeah, this is a crazy rotation here for Swag. He's got to make his way. He and his team across the wall here. They got players all around him. UAV in the back pocket still once this one ends. So these guys, they're on the prowl.
Final squad.
If they win this, they will have the advantage going to the next zone.
Oh,
there we go.
Okay.
That was it.
There they are.
Show us the stats. That was a big one. It might not be 51, Chris. That's the record we've seen so far in the day.
Chica is a monster across multiple BRs. Would not be surprised to see her in the double digits right there with the fellas. And 14 for J Smooth, 21 for Swag, and 10 bomb coming out of Chica.
6K
45 ain't bad at all.
Not bad at all.
Nothing wrong with that, folks.
And they needed that because I saw a tweet from Methods, and he said, I'm just farming these Warzone kids. So the Warzone community needed to turn up here, okay?
Remember
so
the 1v1s, huh? What happened in the 1v1s, huh?
That is true. The Warzone community dominated the 1v1s versus our pro players.
I know, I just threw my boy under the bus, but I be like that sometimes. Breadman on the right-hand side of your screen, he's had a great time. One of the players we talked about, Chris, coming into today, like, oh, we want to see him snipe, and we did. It was fun.
Absolutely. Breadman, one of the mouse and keyboard warriors out there. He is so fun to watch. He could just snap on anybody. And I asked him, how does it feel? He's like, honestly, it's taken me a minute to get used to it, but I'm really liking it, with a huge smile across his face.
That's what Omni movement looks like, that left to right sprint there. You can see it's a little different, in the animation. And we're talking to the tryout guys, the amount of animation and thousands of different versions of how to run left, how to run right. Yeah. It must be insane.
And speaking of animations, I was standing by somebody over here on our side of things, and they were testing what it was like to do an animation around the... They were facing a wall, and they did an animation, and they could peek the left and right side of the corners without being seen. So they didn't know if that was purposeful, and they're like, it takes you a second to get into that animation, but once you do, you have an insane peripheral.
And there's a ton of settings to go in and change when it comes to your movement. So when you get your hands on it in the beta this weekend, have some fun. Figure out what works for you.
I'm so ready to stop hitting the sprint button. I'm just going to be sprinting nonstop around this map.
And I'm happy that we're watching Breadman right now because we've seen a lot of controller players, seeing the keyboard players use that Omni movement, how they're going to adjust with it. Just an evolution.
Breadman, Lula, Kane, Brown. We're getting towards the end of this one. 9 players remaining, 4 squads.
True or false, he hits this next shot.
And he's got the combo, the LR and the aims.
And that aims is stacked for range, man. Look at that bad boy.
As you mentioned right now, the wild cards are you can run primary gunfighter.
He hit it.
Attachments, or you can overkill, which I think he's running overkill, Miles.
Nailed it. I mean, that's a big one. This is a huge moment here. We see another squad win. Watch out for the players up top. Oh, Breadman. He wants it. A man who used to have...
Is he by himself? Where's his teammates at?
Teammates to the right. They have zone. They're securing it for him. He's just trying to play
one-man army right now.
Another down.
He's doing a perfect
job.
Double bam.
Triple bam? No, only double.
I like the medals, though.
Got to get out of this. Got to get out of the gas.
Look at the situation they're in. There's 3 buys behind them. They do have money, so
That's
if anybody dies,
crazy.
the buyback is coming in right away, and they have zone. So Breadman, and his squad looking like they're going to secure this dub.
Armor box, always nice to have late game here. Keep the squad feeling fresh. Oh, another big rotation. Nearly the same one we saw Swag's team have. So they've got to vacate this low ground, get up over that large bit of wall, and get into the next circle.
Yeah, that's going to be the hardest thing right now is that they know where they are. But with Breadman hitting shots like that, I don't think they really need to worry about it. UAV is still popped, and there is some cracks going in. He'll take some shots himself, and his teammates got to give him some help in this situation.
The rotation is going to pull them back up top, so they have to fight the zone and their opponent. Does he have a gas mask? It doesn't look like it, so he's in a very tough spot as he makes his rotation.
And Kane is following him right through the storm here.
They made us like get on their roof.
Kane Brown popping the UAV could be the game changer here.
It's still a little bit of journey there towards safety. Precision, a dangerous place to be in right now. The circle, though, a bit of high ground. Breadman, this ain't your first rodeo.
I gotta ask, how did they let them get in this position? The enemy team had them in a box in the lower ground, and now they've somehow snuck their way through the gas. They're gonna be on the roofs, and this is, I think, gonna be a 2v2 right now. A couple of gunfights going out, but that circle is still closing in slowly but surely on the enemy team.
Well, he's got the position, and Kane Brown has his 6. The attacks are out. Can he do it?
A full concuss.
They know where they are.
Kane down low. Here comes the feed.
That's gonna be one.
Squad wiped.
We got one more to beat.
Got one more.
Kane's pushing in. Let's get aggro, Bread.
Just trying to watch that inside. They're gonna come from inside.
It's a 3v2.
Kane down. Kane gets a little bit aggressive. You see Breadman trying to lock in.
He's getting the damage from the circle, though.
There's one.
He's got
one left. 1v1.
Nice.
He knows what he's doing. He said, Kane, go do your thing. Distract him.
39. Well, folks, that is that. That does it for the TCL Power Hour. All challenges complete, which means that 9 lucky folks at home will receive a 65-inch TV. Thank you very much, TCL, by the way. It would be nice, but okay, we'll take that. 4 on the stage would be ideal. We'll be right back, folks, with more after this quick break with even more Warzone. Don't go too far.
Play like a pro on a big screen TV up to 98 inches from TCL, the official TV of Call of Duty. Share the wins. Elgato, the official streaming partner of Call of Duty. AMD, official CPU and GPU partner of Call of Duty Next. Herman Miller Gaming is happy to be the chair provider for Call of Duty Next. Today's players are sitting in Herman Miller Gaming Embody chairs. Check out which gaming chair is best for you at hermanmiller.com/gaming. Triumph, official motorcycle partner of Black Ops 6. Customize your typing. Drop, the official keycap partner of Call of Duty.
Welcome back, everyone, to Call of Duty Next. And mobile gaming has revolutionized the way that we play, from staying connected with our homies to grinding camo challenges on the go. You truly have the ability now to take Call of Duty anywhere you can possibly go to. Never miss a moment, always have fun. It's always a good time. But let's go ahead and take a look, a deeper look at some more of what's happening with both Call of Duty Mobile and Warzone Mobile. That's right, we talked about that last year, and we're out here in full swing here, folks. Let's go ahead and take a look.
Never fumble with the beat though. Coming in hot while they struggling to reload. Rock your whole town, shake the ground with the lead flow. We not back in town, you can go and tell your people. They wanna test me, they wanna see who the best be. Okay, step up, bring the energy. Yeah, you ready? Yeah, you better be. Yeah, you wanna test me? You wanna see who the best be? Okay, step up, bring the energy. Yeah, you ready?
And we are now joined by representatives from the mobile team at Call of Duty. Let's welcome to the stage here. We got Chris Plummer as well as Tom Hess and Sarah Bork joining us to talk about all things mobile. How you guys feeling today?
We're excited to be here.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I mean, this is wild stuff. I mean, the venue, it's still
amazing.
blows my mind. I just look over to my left and I see these gargantuan pillars that have so much history to them, but that is, of course, a story for another day. But it's so great to see how mobile gaming has just continued to grow. I mean, I got enamored by Call of Duty Mobile. It's like one of the first mobile games I actually took the time to sit down and really play. So firstly, I mean, what can you guys tell us about the experience, you know, this title, the growth that we've seen with it, the player growth? It's been incredible, man.
Well, you know, we're just really excited to have two incredible games now to serve the broadest audience possible on mobile. You know, we have Call of Duty Mobile, which has this colorful take on the franchise, just this incredible assortment of the best multiplayer maps from across Call of Duty. And it's also complemented by this vibrant original content to really make the overall offering unique and geared for mobile-first players. And then, of course, we have our newest title, which is Call of Duty Warzone Mobile. And this is powered by Call of Duty Tech.
Yeah.
So that means that, you know, we have the connected progression, the connected content. We have a much more closer experience. This is really the closest thing that you can get to playing Warzone console or PC on a mobile device. And so we're just really glad to have both of these exciting titles to reach our audience around the world.
Yeah, and I mean, reach, you definitely have. So many people have played. Like I said for myself, Call of Duty Mobile, quite significant for me. One of the first mobile games that I've had the pleasure to be able to really sink my teeth into. So let's go ahead and take a quick peek at your guys' first mobile title, Call of Duty Mobile. Take a look. 5 years of Call of Duty Mobile. It is unbelievable. I still remember casting one of the first tournaments back in the day for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship. It was such a great time. I had such a blast doing it. I got to really connect with a community that I had only interacted with on my phone before. What is it about COD-M that has allowed it to thrive for such a long time? And we saw right there 50 different seasons. I mean, that is just utterly absurd, man.
That's a big piece of it. But, you know, Call of Duty Mobile, it really reimagined Call of Duty for mobile players.
Yeah.
And it's just really struck a chord. It's colorful, it's irreverent, it's awesome, it's beautiful, and it's just loaded with variety. There is so much content and so much to do. We touched on the multiplayer, but I mean, there's just so many multiplayer maps and modes. The best of the franchise has to offer that you can play, but it has this complementary aspect, which is really unique and content that's designed just for COD Mobile. So you combine that together, it's just this massive, rich experience where there's always something to do. With over 50 seasons, you know, you touched on that. I mean, that is just a massive amount of content.
Yeah.
Always something you can do. And I know, you know, our teams at Timmy Studios, at Solid State Studios, and across Activision that support this game are just so appreciative of the fans who have made Call of Duty Mobile so successful over the past 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, it truly is like a combination of all the greatest aspects of Call of Duty is COD-M. I've always loved it. It's great. But let's talk about what's next, though, for COD Mobile, right? Any big plans that we should be expecting for the rest of the year?
Absolutely.
I'm assuming so, with 50 seasons.
There's a ton happening in COD-M. So, you know, Season 8 with Shadow Operatives is just about to kick off. That'll include a new Combine map. It'll have a new feature in the Mythic Echo system, which allows you to unlock some of the most elite customizable content in the whole game. We also have the Champs Finals coming up in October. That is always going to be a blast. We might even have some surprises there to announce later, but there's definitely $1 million prize pool, so that's pretty cool. But I mean, honestly, though, what I'm most excited about is the 5th year anniversary.
Yeah.
You know, 5 years is a big milestone. there is going to be just amazing content that is off the charts. You know, it's always a big thing when the anniversary rolls around, but this is going to be the most content we've ever put out there. Players are going to be shocked, and I can't wait to see everyone in the game. So, you know, we're not going to be shy about celebrating. We hope everyone is going to be there with us.
Yeah, I'm sure they will be. I know I will be there as well. I mean, look, mobile games have always been known for, like, you know, quick, hey, play this for a little while, but COD Mobile has truly been a game, and I genuinely mean this, that I have sank my teeth into for such a long time, and I've really enjoyed it. But on the flip side to that, though, last time we were here, we were talking, you know, yapping a little bit about some mobile gaming. You guys are getting ready for the worldwide launch of your own project, Call of Duty Warzone Mobile, which takes it to a whole nother level, man. How's it been? What have been the learnings that you guys have taken away from this?
Well, you know, millions of players have been able to get into Warzone Mobile since our worldwide launch. You know, the team just keeps finding awesome ways to keep improving the experience. A lot of that's driven by player feedback. You know, we're really tightly knit with our community. And, you know, they're telling us how excited they are about the ongoing seasons and these improvements, these quality of life improvements, the performance gains, all these things that keep raising the bar season after season. And, of course, all along the way, we're delivering these shared franchise battle pass experience with all that content and connected progression, and that works across all platforms, right? So the battle pass works for you no matter where you are, and that just makes it so authentic. But, you know, we're now in this new era where we're getting into, you know, the arrival of Black Ops 6 and the arrival of the new Warzone chapter, and this is going to allow us to more fully realize the connected vision of this game. And by that, we mean our studios across Beanox, Digital Legends, Solid State Studios, and Activision Shanghai Studios are now working even more closely and more integrated with the rest of the Call of Duty studios to deliver a more seamless experience, more seamless technology, and for players, what that means is, like, more of the same content, connected content in real time is going to be available, and even more importantly, the innovations that are being driven across the franchise will be available on mobile when they happen across the franchise. An example of that would be, we all played Omni Movement today. It's awesome. You'll be able to play that on mobile the same time it's available on Warzone console and PC.
That is nuts.
We even saw the tease on Verdansk, you know, everybody's favorite map. We're excited to be on the same version of Verdansk with mobile as well. So we're just scratching the surface. All of us are just super appreciative of all the fans and players in our community who've supported Warzone Mobile since worldwide launch.
I mean, genuinely, I'm not like trying to blow smoke. It is very impressive that you guys have been able to take the PC and console experience and make that into a shared experience alongside mobile. And let's talk about that shared progression, right, Tom? Because that is, like, massive. Like, I can finish my game on in my living room, go to my home office, play a little bit there, and then keep it going on the couch playing on my phone. That's wild.
Exactly. I mean, that is what is at the core of Warzone Mobile, right? It's about shared progression, and what that means is your progression through XP, ranking up your weapons, camo grinding, battle pass. That's all shared. You can go from your PC console over to your mobile device and continue where you left off. It's also about inventory, so your weapons that you have are available on both.
That's so cool.
And just shared across the entire franchise. So it really is COD on the go. And what we're excited about with Black Ops 6 is that we're just going to be even more connected than ever. So we're really looking forward to that.
Let's dive into that. What does that mean? What is the, you know, especially we're here celebrating Black Ops 6, so what should fans be expecting as we get ready for a new game and a new era of Warzone Mobile?
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for us is Prestige is coming over. So players will be able to rank up from the 1 through 55. Same thing.
I can do it on my console?
To start on your console. Over on the weekend, if you're on the go, you can continue on your phone.
That's amazing.
You'll be able to choose if you want a Prestige 2. It'll work the same way. You'll be able to get the same rewards.
Unbelievable.
Different blueprints, skins, charms. All that stuff will be on mobile as well. We're really excited on the mobile side because it really gives the players a reason to keep leveling up and earning great rewards.
Just to think how far mobile gaming has gone, and you guys are really genuinely taking this to another level here, which has been just utterly fascinating to see it all, you know, kind of come together like this. But look, there was a lot of hype about Omni Movement today, Sarah. Everyone's talking about it. I made the joke, we've talked about it 1,500 times. We're now making 1,600. But I got to ask, you know, you guys touched on it briefly. Omni Movement is coming to mobile. right? That just
Of course.
Yeah, thank you.
The movement is one of the greatest innovation that Black Ops 6 is bringing to the franchise. So of course we want to have our mobile player experience it as well. You've seen it, Omni Sprint, Omni Dive, Omni Slide, all of it. We're going to have on mobile with the best adaptation on the HUD. It's really important for us to share that awesome feature with, Black Ops 6.
I mean, that just looks so freaky. It's just the fact that you're able to pull this off. And I wonder too, I'm gonna be playing with my thumb sleeve, you know what I mean? Like does it feel as smooth as it looks? Because it looks fantastic.
Of course it feels great. It has a lot of speed, a lot of responsiveness. Overall, the experience is just more fluid. It really brings the action to you. So when you play, it does feel really smooth. But then when you look at the other people playing, it just feels like you are in an action movie.
Yeah.
It really feels awesome.
Get to the chopper. Can't wait. It's going to be fantastic. Oh, man. All right. Well, now, obviously, with so much hype around Omni movement, there's also going to be a lot of excitement because we heard a lot of those global systems about loadouts and what could be expecting with that. So, yeah, let's talk a little bit about that. What are going to be the options that players have when it comes to their weapons as we get ready for Warzone Mobile and this new shift?
Yeah, I mean, we're really excited with the release of Black Ops 6 and the start of Season 1. Warzone Mobile will be introducing all 31 ranged weapons. We'll have 2 melee weapons right at the start. We have 5 ranged weapons and 2 melee weapons that players will be able to unlock and earn throughout that first season. So a lot of great weapons coming, a lot of new ways to play the game, a lot of new attachments and loadouts to try for players. So we're really excited that
Camos?
Yeah, we've got the Warzone specific camo. So we're really excited about that. And then the other thing that we have is all the Modern Warfare 2 and 3 weapons will still be available to players. So if you've earned that stuff, you still got access to it. So it's just going to be a weapon festival.
Yeah, you're just going to have all the toys, everything that you could possibly want here. Well, look, as the life cycle of Warzone Mobile continues to progress, as we've seen here, what are some of the goals that you and the team have, that you want to keep in mind, you want the players to keep in mind from the dev point of view?
Yeah, I mean, like Tom said, right? We want to have people be able to play Call of Duty Warzone everywhere.
Yeah.
So, of course, we want to continue to develop more feature to be much more closer with the PC and console. We want to improve much more the connectivity experience, but we also want to stay true to our mobile players. So we also want to, continue improving the existing system that we currently have. Like, for example, for Season 1, we're going to have a new refresh for all the menus to improve navigation based on the community feedback that we got, because as Chris mentioned, it's still very important for us to listen to the feedback that we get. And we're also continuing to improve the onboarding experience for our more casual player.
Yeah, that is huge because, you load up the game sometimes, you're like, what's happening right now? But now it's like you guys are just trying to make that a way more accessible experience. Exactly. And it really sounds like that's the crux of it, right? It's accessibility is the name of the game when it comes to Warzone Mobile and what you guys are doing.
Right.
Exactly.
Unbelievable, man. I constantly am blown away by what developers have been able to create, but just the fact that you guys are not able to just do that on console, on PC, but you're also able to do it on a freaking phone. It's just so damn cool. So thank you guys so much for joining us here today to talk all things Warzone Mobile, Call of Duty Mobile as well. It is an absolutely awesome time to be a mobile gamer. So I encourage you, if you've never had an opportunity to try out Call of Duty Mobile or Warzone Mobile, please check it out. I guarantee you will genuinely enjoy it. But there's so much to be excited about, so much to be pumped up for. And of course, I'm sure a lot of our COD-M and Warzone Mobile fans are going to be really stoked as well. But thank you so much, guys, for joining us here today. It's been absolutely incredible. And of course, we have our finale coming up next after this here for COD Next. So we'll see you guys in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We're going to talk about some of our favorite moments of today, and we'll see you on the other side. Thanks, guys. Great.
Play like a pro on a big screen TV up to 98 inches from TCL, the official TV of Call of Duty. Share the wins. Elgato, the official streaming partner of Call of Duty. AMD, official CPU and GPU partner of Call of Duty Next. Herman Miller Gaming is happy to be the chair provider for Call of Duty Next. Today's players are sitting in Herman Miller Gaming embodied chairs. Check out which gaming chair is best for you at hermanmiller.com/gaming. Triumph, official motorcycle partner of Black Ops 6. Customize your typing, drop, the official keycap partner of Call of Duty.
Welcome back, everyone, to Call of Duty next. And wow, what an incredible day it has been. We've seen some awesome gameplay. We got some cool reveals, a ton of stuff to talk about here, and everything that's coming out, all things Call of Duty. It's been excellent here. And now we're joined, totally not rushed, totally walked over here in a very calm manner. Our lovely commentators here for today. We got Puckett and Miles joining us, guys. How you doing? You feeling to get a little brisk sprint in there?
Between getting here and also the Oculus that we've been working on all day, yeah, we've had a fantastic workout.
Infinite sprint. Yeah, infinite sprint. Well, speaking of, hype things here, why don't we talk about, one of the craziest things, the best thing that I think everyone has been going nuts about. Miles, Omni moving, man. How stoked are you for this?
Well, look, I've had a decent amount of time playing it. I've had a decent amount of time watching it now, and I can safely say this is something that feels like it's always been in Call of Duty in a weird way, even though it's such a huge addition to the game.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of like, I don't know. It feels so right.
Yeah.
Being able to move this quickly and this freely and just, it's beautiful, man.
It does feel like it makes sense, which is super cool. Puckett, what about you? Favorite things?
I definitely think it was watching some of the best Warzone guys going toe-to-toe.
That last game was nuts. That was good.
No one is having a bad time. It is nothing but smiles throughout the whole venue. And the fact that they brought in all of these creators from around the world into one place, it's a special event.
Yeah. All right, Steph. You've been a part of this for such a long time. You're part of the team that built this event.
Yes. Next
so
is like my baby, but
what are you excited for?
I work with all the studios, so I don't have one favorite. I love all of my children equally, and I'm just so excited for Black Ops 6 and everything that's coming with it, including the live seasons, which I am definitely not allowed to talk about. However, I can't just wait to get on my couch and play beta with my friends, right? Like Miles said, like we've been able to get hands-on with this game just a little bit in the studios, in playtests. They've been awesome, but to actually have this out in the world, have it be real, be able to play beta with my friends and my family, maybe you guys, maybe
I'm actually very down. I'm very down.
I thought that was a weird maybe.
And then launches right around the corner for Zombies, for Warzone. We got all this awesome stuff ahead of us, so I'm just hyped.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. And also, too, just seeing the way that all the studios have come together to make, because look, folks, I don't know if you know this, but making a video game is very hard. It's very, very difficult. So to see so much cross collaboration, I'm sure for you has to feel like a particular, a bit of joy, because it's like, hey, all these people came together to make this incredible thing.
So many studios and folks at Activision all across the board, working on all different projects and stuff we've had in the pipeline. Obviously, getting to announce the return of Verdansk, kind of a personal highlight.
It's kind of dope. Because I know you were like big in that original
Shut
Warzone.
up, everyone on Twitter. It's happening.
It's like, I don't get that nervous anymore, but I was doing a little, it's a huge moment.
You guys knocked it out of the park.
2025.
Hell yeah, 2025.
Exciting stuff.
It's going to be dope. It's going to be dope. Of course, folks, we also saw, I think the passion here from our creators, right? Everyone being just so in love with what we're seeing. I've come across a few folks, asked them how they're feeling. To what you said, Puckett, very true. It was like instant joy. It was like, yes, no, this is awesome. I'm having a really good time playing this. You're seeing it in the faces of a lot of players too. It's been genuinely fun.
And if anyone got the chopper gunner during Zombies, I thought that's the happiest I've ever seen a human being. Yes. Everyone was just beaming smiles.
You mean to tell me I could be above ground shooting zombies with a giant machine gun?
Absolutely.
Sign me the hell up, baby. I'm all about that.
The mangler, or the mutant injection mangler on mangler violence as well. That was, we got to see a couple of those on stream, and Zombies this year. So excited.
Nameless has never played one, and we're like, dude, you are coming in.
We're gonna get him in
on this one. It is so good.
Yesterday, I was watching you guys playing, and Nameless was just going off.
Yeah. Just say one thing that I'm excited for, real quick. Warzone Mobile.
We forgot to ask you.
I'm pumped. I know. No one asked me. I'm just a fleshy meat bag that throws the commercial break. That's all I am. But you know what, guys? I'm genuinely stoked for Warzone Mobile. The fact that level of connectivity exists on the cell phone is absolutely absurd. It is so freaking cool. But folks, that is going to do it for us here today. I mean, what a day it's been. But let's go ahead, though, real fast and take a look at some of the best reactions of the day with our TCL Best Reacts. Let's go ahead and take a see what we have over here.
Talk to me. Nice! Let's go! Come on, baby! 20 bomb! 20! Come on! Ah! I'm him! Let's go, baby! Ah! First W, ladies and gentlemen. Black Ops 6 Warzone, 20 kill W. None of that weak shit, 20 kill W.
All right, hello everybody. I'm standing right now in front of a very large television with Destroy, which I believe you're actually taking this bad boy home based on some of your reactions today. And I'm guessing the reactions are because it's looking pretty good out there in game. How are you feeling about it?
I'm feeling amazing. I've been really enjoying myself out here playing the game. I've been playing with my boy Z and my girlfriend one day, and we've been having a great time running into other creators, trying out the new movement. And it's just been really fun having a new feel for a game, especially with all the new guns and stuff like that. I've really been enjoying myself.
Have you been enjoying, obviously, everything that's kind of come about? It's been 4 years in the making. What are some of the standouts for you?
Yeah, so I actually attended the last two COD Next as well. I really enjoyed this one. It seems like COD is always trying to go above and beyond. Some of the major standouts. Our hotel is beautiful, the spot that they have us staying at. When we came to the event, we had a nice little private motorcade that was awesome to get to the event, as well as just the support from the people that are here and working. They just want to see us have a good time, and it's been a great time all around.
I love to hear that. Well, Destroy, congratulations. This is going home with you for incredible reactions. We're going to head on back to the desk to get this one back underway.
All right, what microphone do I need to yell into so I can get myself a TV,
Right?
TCO? I need to do this right now. Bucket, we're going out there.
Destroy is so hype, and he's a big dude. So how big is that TV? It was almost to his shoulder, bro.
I hope you didn't pack a carry-on because,
Yeah, that's real. Might get that one home.
Oh, man. All right, well, I mean, there's still a little bit more to talk about here. Steph, we got the beta.
beta is right around the corner. Pre-order now and get open beta early access or subscribe to select Game Pass plans. We're kicking off on August 30th, and we've got these 2 weekends with early access and then open beta kicking off on September 6th. And you can jump into the beta starting Friday. I cannot wait. Like I said,
Like
preload
this
today.
Friday?
Yeah.
Like this Friday.
Preload,
right around the corner.
preload.
We're flying home. We're getting on beta.
Yes.
That's how it works.
I'm just excited because I get to be here for a beta. I'm always working when a beta's going on, so it's just really nice to finally be here to be a part of this. And yeah, I mean, what an incredible event this has been. But I know, Steph, it takes an army to make this happen.
Yeah, I just want to give a quick shout out. I want to say a quick list of thank yous. It takes so many of us to make Call of Duty Next happen. Of course, so many awesome teams across Activision, our incredible development studio teams at Treyarch and Raven. We're here today, and all of our friends at home at the studios, our amazing creators from around the world for being here, and all of the hard work from the folks behind the camera here at the venue, our awesome broadcast and production teams.
You guys are awesome.
We'll see you all in beta, and also you guys are okay too.
Yeah, well, I'll take okay. I'll take okay. Decent. All right, folks. Well, we want to thank everyone at home who watched today, partaked, enjoyed what we put out here, and that is going to do it for us here at Call of Duty Next. What a joy it has been to be a part of this. But be sure, though, to hang around because coming up immediately after this, we have our 5th annual Cold Bowl right here, and it's going to be so freaking dope. We got Cassie, everyone standing by for. We got Ghost Reflections, as well as Katie Bedford, going to be bringing you all the action. Make sure you check out, though, some of the top plays of the day brought to you by AMD, and we'll see you next time.
Woo!
Those are some strong bushes. Oh my gosh.
hold and take a full tap, you can grab them as a meat shield. Watch this, like this right here. What's up? What's up? What's up? Dodie gang? Is that what I'm supposed to?
Ay, ay, ay.
Reload here, safe. Austin's down here, though.
5 years of thrilling gameplay. 15 years of life-changing impact. 130,000 veterans placed in high-quality careers after their service.
Let's get started.
This year, the stage is set in the nation's capital. 10 military branches from 3 nations collide for the ultimate bragging rights. United by duty, bonded in valor. But only one team can hoist the trophy.
Kill feed is lighting up. An absolute beast effort there.
This is Code Bowl 5, presented by USAA. Let the battle begin.
Hello and welcome to Code Bowl 5, presented by USAA. USAA is proud to continue their long-standing support for Code Bowl as presenting sponsor for the 4th event in a row, bringing some of the world's best Call of Duty streamers together to battle it out with servicemen and women across the United Kingdom, United States, and Canadian Armed Forces. Thank you, USAA, for making Code Bowl possible. Hey, I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, and today is a special day. We are all here today in support of the Call of Duty Endowment. Dan, it's good to be with you. I feel like we've traveled all across the United States. Now we're in a special location here in D.C. This venue is it's magical. It's incredible. The service members are ready. Are you ready?
I am so ready, Taylor. This is going to be exceptional.
This is going to be incredible. We were talking to the competitors, and they just are raring to go. So that's going to be happening very shortly. The competition is going to be incredible. The endowment program, it's special. What do we know about it?
So the Call of Duty Endowment helps U.S. and U.K. veterans find high-quality careers by supporting groups that prepare them for the job market and by raising awareness of the value that vets bring to the workplace.
And overall, man, that's a big job. How is it going for you and your team?
Yeah, it's going great. Through support from the Call of Duty community and our partners, the endowment has placed more than 130,000 veterans into high-quality jobs since our founding in 2009. In fact, we'd fill the largest football stadium in the U.S. with all the vets we've placed. And even then, there'd be people without seats hanging out in the parking lot.
That's ridiculous. Well, that sounds like we need to do that and then have the next Code Bowl in that stadium.
Love it.
It is incredible that you've done that. And yeah, you guys obviously focus on employment. For me, being a veteran myself, this program is very influential. Obviously I do very well when it comes to the talent industry. However, if I ever needed a job, I know the endowment program has got me. And that's a beautiful thing.
Yeah, no, the endowment is here for our fellow veterans every single day. Through our amazing grantees, we're here to do that kind of life-changing support that will get them into high-quality jobs.
And you're the perfect person to do it, being in the Navy yourself as long as you were. So it definitely makes sense. Now, as far as some folks, right, for their help, because you can't do the job alone. You got an incredible team. Who do you want to shout out, at least who have helped you with the endowment program?
Yeah, we could not do this work without the incredible support of the Call of Duty community, as well as our partners at Activision Blizzard, USAA. By the way, amazing that it's their 4th time presenting this event.
Absolutely.
As well as Monster Energy, Through Dark, Corsair, and Pilot Company.
Yeah, USAA is great. I personally have been using USAA for as long as I can remember because my dad was in the military. My stepmom's still in the military. I was in the military. You've been using USAA. Don't want to call you out, but for quite a while.
More than 3 decades.
More than 3 decades. And honestly, it's incredible because you can put everything in there. Your home, your auto, checking, savings. It's one-stop shop, and they treat you like family.
Absolutely. It's incredible. World class.
USAA is wonderful. And the endowment does phenomenal work for veterans. Tell me why the focus on employment, because there's a lot of things veterans need. Why did you choose to focus on employment?
Yeah, at the endowment, we believe that quality employment provides the greatest benefit for the largest number of veterans. And in the U.S., there's a 60% underemployment and unemployment rate for vets. It's just a ridiculous waste of talent. Also, if a vet finds a high-quality job upon re-entry into the civilian life, any other challenges become much more manageable. A good job means roof, food, healthcare access, social interaction, and maybe most importantly, a sense of purpose.
I got to say it, you can't survive without a job. It's hard to do, anyways, if you do so, unless you just live out in the wilderness, which I do not suggest, but some people
Well, you were
it.
an Army guy. You're comfortable with
And
that.
you know what? I can go out there, pitch it in, and be all right, or sleep in a foxhole.
Us Navy guys like air conditioning.
Shout out to the Navy out there. Hey, but how can veterans, right, if they're seeking employment, how can they get support from the endowment?
Yeah. If you're a veteran looking for help finding a job, or maybe you're one of those many veterans who are working a job below your skill set or your experience, reach out through our website, callofdutyendowment.org/support. You're 2 to 3 times more likely to land a meaningful job if you get help with simple things like resume writing and interviewing skills from professionals. And you should never, ever, never, ever pay for these services. That's our job.
So you're telling me I need a resume written. Go to you guys.
You got it.
I love it. All right. Well, hey, check it out. That's all about the endowment. Now, the last question I have for you, are you ready to start it?
I am so ready. Let's do this.
All right. Well, let's get it started. Going to the desk for the first time, and actually one for a first time in a long time. Let's go to Goj and Katie Bedford to start Code Bowl 5.
Well, hey there, folks, and thank you, Taylor Reflections Noble. I really appreciate it. My name is Goj, and I'm joined by the wonderful, the illustrious Katie Bedford. How are you feeling today?
Wonderful. Thrilled to be here. I think we're going to get treated to some really incredible action in just a few moments.
Yeah, look, frankly, I am so excited to be here. We've got Warzone, we've got incredible competition, and this is going to be nonstop action, and we've got a lot of you at home that are looking for some rewards. So I do want to remind you that for those of you that are joining us on YouTube and Twitch, we have some great viewer rewards for you, all thanks to USAA. This is available today only and earned by watching our Code Bowl 5 broadcast on YouTube or Twitch, and there's 4 in-game items that you can equip within Modern Warfare 3 and Warzone that show your support of the endowment. Now, up for grabs first is the Every Bit of Bravery animated emblem, which displays a 16-bit version of today's Code Bowl 5 shield. Super cool stuff here, so whether you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, don't forget to make sure that your account is linked. Katie, how cool are these awards? We are always giving away free things here at the Code Bowl. Talk to me about it. What you feeling? What you thinking?
Anything that's in 16-bit, I think, just looks so cool. So again, make sure your accounts are linked so you can be getting those drops throughout Code Bowl. But I don't know if I can get it later. I'm on the desk, so I can't watch. But I'm hoping maybe we can find a way to get our 16-bit emblem after this.
There's a ton of more awards coming, by the way. If you want to win some things, I mean, come on. You just got to watch, all right? I'll continue to tell you how to make it happen, but we've got to talk about our format for today. Maybe you've never tuned into a Code Bowl before, all right? Now's the time to tune in and learn how this all works. Now, the teams are going to compete in 4 drops of Mini Royale on Urzikstan. Now, each team receives 1 point for every elimination, and depending on when they finish or where they finish, there's also a placement multiplier, 2x for first, 1.5 for second through 10th, and then you don't get anything else if you can't make it to top 10. So that's where you got to get to, okay? It is really crucial to sincerely just make it to the final circle. I think that's going to be the key. So since each military branch has 2 trios, each of their scores are actually added together. This is unique to Code Bowl, and I love this format, Katie. How you feeling about it? Because with 2 teams scoring individual points and then combining them for the actual branch's score, it like kind of changes the way the game is played.
Oh, it fundamentally changes it. Not only do you have to make sure that you're not taking out other members of your branch on those other teams, but with a mini royale setting, you are going to have to be lightning fast in your decision making, your rotations, everything that you're doing. But I agree, having 2 different groups from each branch, it's going to get a little bit mixed.
I don't know if they're actually going to try to work together or if they just see somebody, they're going to take some shots. We'll see, folks, okay? But hey, look, a couple more things I need to remind you, because if you haven't seen them yet, you will see them here shortly. Each of our branches are outfitted with some sleek team jerseys. This is super cool. They all bring in kits. They make sure the creators are kitted out as well. In-game, they will be represented by the following operator skins, which is really exciting. So some of which you can actually purchase some of these skins today to support the endowment. So my personal favorite, the Night Recon Tracer Pack. This is super cool. It boasts 2 operator skins, 2 weapon blueprints with tracers, and was inspired by a decorated retired Navy SEAL who specialized in reconnaissance. Now, 100% of net proceeds from the purchase of this pack go towards the endowment. So be sure to pick yours up today. Of all of these operator picks, which one's your favorite?
Look, I gotta go with U.S. Navy Goats and Glory. Their Valkyrie skin just looks so cool. We saw her in the opening cinematic doing push-ups. I don't think I can do any of those.
Okay.
So look, she's ready to go. And I think Goats and Glory, they're going to get it.
Well, it's also a fun conversation point, right? Because they're all individually inside of their branch picking the same skin. So maybe you recognize, folks. Maybe you might recognize who's on the field in front of you, the map, and maybe you run away instead of fighting them. Who knows? We'll see. But right after the epic Code Bowl 5 showdown, get ready for the ultimate test of skill in the first ever solo YOLO presented by Corsair. It's one drop, okay? Every person for themselves. No teams, no second chances. Who will endeavor to persevere and claim the title of solo YOLO champion? You've got to stay tuned to find out. This is a one-of-a-kind thing here at Code Bowl. I am so excited about it. But before we get into the games, folks, we've got something very special for you. Let's send it down to Taylor Reflections Nobles for our national anthems.
All right, it's time to get serious. So please stand to remove your hats for the national anthems of Canada, the United Kingdom, and the United States. All right, the competitors are ready, and I hope you at home are as well. Let's get this thing started for Code Bowl 5 presented by USAA. Goj, Katie, take it away.
Thank you so much, Taylor. Reflections Noble. What a way to start this thing off, folks. We've got a lot to talk about, Katie, but we've got to start with the trophy. Are you kidding me? The branch today with the most points after 4 drops is crowned the Code Bowl champion and will take home this incredible piece of hardware, the Code Bowl 5 trophy. Now, just look how incredible this trophy is, Katie. Talk to me about it.
Can we have it on the desk while they play? Because that looks amazing. I'm just saying, it could sit here with us.
Yeah, I love the fact that we've got this trophy a part of the mix because, frankly, it is amazing. We've seen Space Force literally send it to space. We'll see where it goes next. But a lot to talk about here with many more of our sponsors, folks. This is going to be a big one, okay? Monster Energy returns as a partner of Code Bowl 5. This is super awesome. We love Monster Energy in this house. And so I want to talk about a lot more about what that, because that means that Monster Energy is bringing back the most valuable player. It's back, folks. I know we loved this last time. So one thing about Monster Energy that I love and this most valuable player is that in Code Bowl 4, we got to see who that standout player was. And so we had a lot of standout performances throughout the event, but there was none bigger than Get Picked, folks. Thanks to Monster Energy, Get Picked from the Royal Canadian Air Force took home the inaugural Monster Energy MVP award in Code Bowl 4. And as a reminder, the award is decided by the Code Bowl 5 broadcast team and everyone behind the scenes. It's going to be given to the honor to honor the standout performance of a military team member who exhibited a relentless pursuit of victory and unleashed the beast on the competition. Now, stay tuned at the end of the broadcast to see who will be crowned the next Monster Energy MVP. That ring, we saw it. It is incredible. We got to take a look at it again. The ring is so beautiful. We had a chance to look at it actually before as well. It's big. It's weighty. So, Katie, the question is for you, who do you think is going to be wearing that ring at the end of this one?
Ooh, that is such a good question. I think when you talk about this, my mind immediately goes to Taj on U.S. Army Esports. Has the accolades, almost qualified for World Series of Warzone this year, is not unfamiliar with Code Bowl, has won Combat Cups previously, has the accolades, has the gun skill, has the passion, and I think going to synergize really well with the teammates and potentially give U.S. Army the chance to finally come out on top during one of these moments.
And frankly, that does mean if he's going to be the MVP with Monster Energy, that means the U.S. Army is going to win. That's what Katie's predicting, at least. So to celebrate all things MVP, the Call of Duty Endowment and Monster partnered to develop a custom calling card, folks, that will be automatically granted when you log into Call of Duty. It's called Unleash the MV Beast. So go check it out now and equip it now, folks. You got to go get involved. It's really simple, and that's not all they have for you. There's plenty more. It's Code Bowl 5. You know we got to keep the free content coming. Let's scan this QR code on your screen now to redeem a free Monster branded sticker and weapon vinyl. So thank you to Monster Energy for making this all possible. And if you didn't know, you can actually just screenshot this and click the QR code, and it'll pull it up for you as well. A little fun tips and tricks here on the desk. Now, Katie, it's time to talk about the game. It's time to talk about the players. We've got a lot we can discuss. It's Mini Royale Trios. This is a lot on the line for these players and a little bit of a new format if they're used to competing.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, right? Something we've already touched on is that you need to be much more efficient with your time management here. Mini Royales, you're already starting with circles having closed, and you've got to not only do that, but coordinate where the other half of your branch is. There's going to be a lot happening, but I think for these teams, they're used to making snap decisions like this. I think they've been in this environment, so I'm not too worried, but I think it's going to be a lot of fun. However, it's going to be something like those multipliers, Gode, that's really interesting, because 2nd through 10th is a wide range.
You've got to get a multiplier. I just got to say it. Look, looking back on the historical performances of a lot of these teams, we're looking at about 25 points is needed.
Yes.
As an entire squad. So this is 2 trios combining. Remember, folks, they're combining scores at the end of the day. So ideally, you're the last 2 teams left. I mean, that makes it super easy. But at the same time, it's like, hey, this is a good opportunity to, like, work together if you can, or at the very least, just lay out and make sure you get that multiplier. But I also want to remind folks of last year, right? Last year was a big year of firsts. I think this is such a fun conversation, is that the very first first year for Canadian Air Force. They also win, the Royal Canadian Air Force wins the whole event, which is crazy. We had our very first Monster Energy MVP get picked from that, so a big year of firsts. And then also, we had our very first women winners with Miss Whiskey, Smixy, and Natasha all on that squad. It was a huge year, and I'm excited to see what happens this year.
Well, I think there's so many cool storylines, the ones that you've laid out, but also the fact that we have yet to see a branch in Code Bowl go back to back, get that two-peat. They could definitely do it now, get picked back in action as well. So the talent is definitely stacked. I'm really excited to see how they do. But of course, we can talk the talk about these players, but they're going to have to drop into Urzikstan and be able to walk.
Yeah, well, let's talk a little bit more intrinsically about Mini Royale Trios. I think this is such a fun game mode, and it's one of those game modes, frankly, that you really have to adapt. If you all have never played it before, it's about a 13-minute game, maybe a hair longer, and so it is very, very quick, and you basically have a section of the map that's in the gas at the start. Like, when the plane line's flying, you can't even access it. So this is less planning drop spots. Where do you want to go? Where are you most comfortable? It's about adapting and thinking on your feet, which is frankly what a lot of our military service members have to do in the real world too. So I think there's a lot of advantages there, but it is going to provide a lot of chaotic style of gameplay, which we love in the booths when we're casting it.
Yeah, chaos is a ton of fun for us, probably not for a ton of these teams, but I think you said it, right? You're going to have to be very efficient with decision-making, with looting as well to get your team fully kitted out. And if you are flying back in, if you have to hit a regain coach, that is going to be exceptionally difficult considering Mini Royale, that gulag closes way faster. You're just not going to have a lot of time. Resources will dwindle as the game goes on. But I think, hey, they all know what they're up against for these 4 matches. I think they are prepared. I'm sure that they've been practicing, so I'm really excited to see if they've got what it takes.
Yeah, I am too, and I was looking back on some of the score lines. I mean, traditionally, you're kind of looking at this point for about 100-ish points to win it all, okay? Space Force did a pretty good job of that a couple years ago. We've had a shifting of formats. Royal Canadian Air Force scored 111.5 points overall last year, and this is a big tally. You're averaging at about 28 points or so per game. Again, we talked about this a little bit before. This is where you have to think about, how do I earn those points? Because we talked about the multipliers, right? 1.5 for 2nd through 10th. That's a nice boon. The 2x multiplier is massive, but if you didn't know how math works, you gotta have kills for that to mean anything, right?
So I feel like that was a personal attack.
We are looking for eliminations, okay? We've got to find points. When you get to the final circle, you might win it all with 4 points or 4 kills, and that's only, what, 8 points if you win, or 6 if you get second. So it's just not enough to really get you at the top of the leaderboard. So we're looking for some high action gameplay. Get Picked really showcased that for us last year. So we're looking for a repeat of that, maybe even from Army. Let's talk a little bit more about them, because you said they're one of our top squads. Talk to me about that team a little bit more deeply and what they bring to the table.
Of course. So we've got Aiden, who's on the creator side for this U.S. Army esports team, alongside Taj and Quay. Now, Taj and Quay, they've played together before. They were the duo that did almost qualify for World Series of Warzone this year. So they have the synergy. Aiden, historically, is one of the most aggressive Warzone players of all time. So I'm not worried about their slaying potential, Goj, at all. Sometimes Aiden can get a bit too aggressive. So I think if they can reel that in and keep that momentum throughout all these matches, they have the potential to really take this home. And we know, we talk about gun skill, but chemistry is really important, perhaps harder to quantify. But when you're used to playing with each other, that communication is much more efficient. And when you don't have a lot of time, efficiency is the name of the game.
Efficiency is the name of the game. I think communication is going to be a huge piece of this, right? The only way you can really adapt as a trio is if you communicate well. So I'm looking for good IGLs. And who comes to mind for a good IGL in this instance? I'm looking at U.S. Air Force. Iceman Isaac, back with the Air Force. Of course, he was an aviator. He was a military service member, retired now, full-time content creator. And he's playing with Acquiesce and Trounced. And I had a chance to talk to both of them before this broadcast. We were lurking around talking to all the players. They were super excited to compete. But this team in particular, particular for the U.S. Air Force, has a lot of history together. Let's take a look at him. This is a fun one because Acquiesce, he was talking about how he was returned to Code Bowl after missing last year, but he had a strong showing in 2022, and he's actually been playing with Trounced for the last 2 years. Yes, he's only 24 years old, but he is an aviator like Isaac was, and he told me that Trounced is one of the best support players out there, incredibly smart, and he's been playing Call of Duty since its first release back in about 2003. Wow. So talk about an IGL with Isaac in the mix. We've got to watch out for this trio, but also the U.S. Air Force in general.
Well, I love when you talk about a support player. They are so important in trios in Warzone, whether you're on the big map, Urzikstan, or you're in Resurgence. That anchor player that can let you go forward, maybe be more hyper-aggressive. They can have those call-outs. They can have that wide view of everything that's happening around you. And oftentimes those support players are a bit more selfless in how they play, right?
Yeah.
They are going to create lanes, create angles, and create opportunities for their teammates to capitalize on. So I think that's an excellent shout. And Iceman, I mean, one of the best IGLs you could ask for. And talk about composure. You're not going to get someone more composed than him.
Yeah, no, totally agree. Obviously a fantastic content creator, but he also has been a competitor for years now. So, look, there's a lot going on here, a lot of teammates. And again, I've got to shout out the rest of Air Force, okay? Sean J on the Air Force side as well. The U.S. Air Force with Grits and Rico. And one thing about Grits I learned, okay? I've seen some clips on the timeline about this guy, and I didn't realize it was him. He's a part of the U.S. Air Force. He's actually went on a win streak of 101 games in a row that he won. Not only that, he's also an Unreal top 250 win grinder in ranked, okay? We're not done yet. Has over 230 nukes, and he's the #1 wins player in the world on the leaderboard with over 4,100 wins in Urzikstan and in this kind of new age of Warzone. It's unreal. He literally told me that on Sundays, he just carries people to nukes. He just goes, hey, everybody come into my stream. I'm going to carry you to a nuke.
That is incredible. I'm impressed by the time management to be able to get those many grinds and those many nukes down. That is awesome. But I think when we look at a lot of these teams too, I want to harken back to the team we were already talking about who won Code Bowl for the Royal Canadian Air Force, that branch. Because when you look at both their teams as a whole, there's a ton of opportunity there. You have Smixy and Z-Laner, respectively, the two creators on both of these teams. And Miss Whiskey, like, they have won before. They know what it takes to get across the finish line. And I think that would be really cool to see that first time 2-peat happen. But of course, there you can see them on our screen. Miss Whiskey, Smixy, they are winners. And when you take a look at It's D-Low, they all played together last year, won map 3. So look, they have that chemistry we talk about, and they're going to be exceptionally familiar with this map too. So they might not know where they're going to be able to land at first in Mini Royale, but they're going to be able to adapt.
Well, what's incredibly impressive about this team as a general team is that on the other side of the Royal Canadian Air Force, you've got Get Picked, who of course was our MVP, all courtesy of Monster Energy last year, but Libram also a fantastic player, and they were slaying out. Now, they were playing with Natasha, and they won it all. This year, they're playing with Z-Laner, retired from the competitive scene, now is coming back into the competitive scene, just all across the board, front to back. This is one of the strongest cohesive team rosters out there, and I think that's what's really exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing Z-Laner get back into the mix here with some competitive, gameplay. And I was talking to this team, and they said, we know that every team has a target on us. We know that every team's coming for us. Every team wants to beat us, and we say, good luck. You're gonna need it, because you're not gonna know who we are until we strike. So that's a great mentality going into this. They don't care who you are, what you do, where you come from. They're gonna try to win it all and prove that they are the best military branch here. So I'm excited about that team, Katie. I'm excited about all of them. Let's take a moment while we've got a little second and we're looking at all of our different military service members, all of our content creators. I would love to talk a little bit about the meta. Let's talk about what weapons we might see. The sun's shining, Katie. We've got it right on us because we're about to get into the first drop and we know it's going to be a banger. So let's talk about some of those metas. Of course, we see the STG. Of course, we're seeing the static. This is all kind of what we know and love. love, even with the most recent updates. But snipers, we might be seeing some big snipes today in Mini Royale, Katie.
We definitely could. I'm trying to take a look. The moment you said snipes, I said, what team is Breadman on?
That's right.
And he is, of course, with the U.S. Coast Guard. So Breadman going to be probably one of the most famous creators here for sniping in particular. And that could be such an impact considering how tricky it's going to be for these teams to regain once that drop happens. And, well, that might be exactly where we are. Here we go.
All right, folks, we're about to drop into the very first map of Code Bowl 5. Come on. Could not be more excited about this one. So get ready for our very first drop. Our players are about to load in. Again, this is going to go very quick. I want to remind you, Mini Royale Trios on Urzikstan. This is about 13 minutes, maybe a little bit longer. I don't even know if you have time to blink. Lean forward, get close to your monitor, and cheer on your favorite team. And I got to say, these operator skins are looking so good.
Yeah, those look incredible, but I agree. I expect to see noses against monitors. That's how close, that's how far I want them leaning in for drop number 1. Keep in mind, there's just 4 drops before the solo YOLO, so you have to make every single moment count. You might have time for maybe one mistake, but that's it.
Yeah, it may be one mistake. We are going to make sure all of our players get in there. You did get a sneak peek, by the way. Much like last year, we do have Codcaster a part of today's broadcast. So you're going to see some X-ray. You're going to see some over-the-camera or over-the-shoulder shots like this. But when we're in-game, you're going to be able to see a lot of things. So we're going to be able to show you map views over the shoulders. We're going to be able to show you some X-ray through the building. It's going to be a lot of fun. So you're going to want to make sure you stay tuned in. And don't worry, folks. I'm going to keep reminding you all day. There's a ton of more viewer rewards coming your way. I know you're asking for it in the chat. I see you. Don't worry. They're coming your way very, very shortly. Katie, we mentioned snipers. It's worth mentioning this is not our ranked playlist, which means our snipers, they one-shot headshot, and it's going to get nasty real quick for some of these snipers, okay? So not only Car 98s, maybe some mores, but here's a quick look back at those viewer rewards. All right, we're rhyming on the broadcast too. Come on. That animated emblem, that's one of the things we talked about. That's what's available right now, and these are the rest that are coming down the line. Far out flexing loading screen. These are all incredible. And I love the 1990s nostalgia, Katie.
I love it. I don't know if some of our viewers are going to know what that Please Rewind weapon charm is if they were born outside the 90s, but I do. It's near and dear to my heart, and I think they look great. There's just a ton of color there across those emblems and all the other rewards. A lot of cool loading screens, etc. So make sure you get your hands on them. Make sure your account is linked so you can get those rewards as all of our players get prepared to drop into map 1. And I can tell. I mean, you can just see their body language, how they're talking to each other. They are so excited to get started.
Yeah, and as per the usual, we want to make sure that every single player gets in, and we've got a nice even playing field, so we're going to make sure they all get in, then we're going to take the drop. So gave you a little bit of sneak peek there, and of course, I'll remind you when we're dropping in to just buckle in because it's going to go quick. Now, I will say I love our camera operator right now because Zach the OG, we got to talk about Zach, okay? This is a fun guy to talk about for a couple reasons. One, Zach the OG, I actually met him in person at a small local LAN. This is like before both of us were competing or commentating way back in the day. I'm talking like 3 years ago, Katie. It's ridiculous. He was in Kansas City. This guy, super cool guy, but also has competed in a number of Code Bowls. He's a multiplayer grinder, but he told me he's retiring. This is it. This is his final send-off. Playing with the U.S. Marine Corps. This is an opportunity for Zach the OG and his team to go out with not only the sun shining on them, but sun shining on their backs as they go off into the horizon because he will be retiring after this competition from competitive. He said, there's a world where maybe I come back, but for now I've got family and I've got a lot of things going on. This will be my last foray in competitive. So Zach, I wish you all the best, my friend, and of course the Marine Corps, we want them to step up. I know some other teams, we're talking a little bit of trash about the Marine Corps. I think this year is their year.
I mean, it's only up from here, hopefully, for Marine Corps. I think they've got a lot of room to really show out, and maybe for Zach and the rest of the crew, you know you're retiring, this is your last moment, then a little loose shoulders, you know, you're relaxed. You're not worried about anything else for future Code Bowls, so potential here for them to make a splash. But just so much talent across the board. I cannot wait for us to jump into this map and get everything started. But as of right now. Do you think they're getting nervous the longer they wait? They're like, let's get the show started?
For me, like, I used to compete a little bit. I was nowhere near the talent level of even our military service members here, or of course any of our like pro level players or content creators. But like at the end of the day, I think the warm up is the thing that you're nervous about. So you're warming up, and then when you take your first drop in, all nerves go away and it's all competitive. And anytime I talk about these players and talk what they're doing, those pregame rituals, that's what they always say. They always say, like, yes, the warm-ups, I'm a little bit nervous, but that just means we care, right? That means they care and they want to win. And trust me, I know that all of these players want to win. There is a modicum of different players from a long history of playing. I mean, I was looking back at some of our notes. We had a chance to talk to some of the players. Florida man from the Coast Guard, been playing COD for 15 years. His longest drive, by the way, in golf is 375 yards. So talk about a pretty good golf play. Yeah, that's pretty good. He's got an arm on him, and I think he's got an arm in game as well. Watch out for those nades, okay? Watch out for Florida man.
Ooh, a nice cooked nade, and you can cause a team a world of hurt. But it's just, Coach, been so incredible to me to see where Code Bowl started to where it is now. All of the support, the good work that they have done for veterans, for service members in the community, and to see it here with COD Next as well. It's just been such a cool thing. And I mean, speaking of, COD Next was so cool. The Omni movement looking amazing. We saw some great shots, highlight reels from a lot of the creators who joined us today. And there we can see Legion with the smiles hanging out. Everyone in good spirits and, well, for very good reason.
Yeah, showing off all of our incredible gear, peripherals, and everything in between. Look, I got to shout out my man Legion, all right? I've known this guy for a long time. Taylor Reflections Noble down there interviewing, doing an incredible job with Dan.
Don't do it to him.
Taylor was just saying nonstop, I am cheering on my Army boys. Of course, he was a former military service member himself. He was in the Army, and he's cheering on the Army boys, but he's a little worried about Legion. He said Legion is the anchor of that team, and maybe not in a good way. So Taylor's putting you on blast, Legion. I'm giving you the charge now that I know you're going to step up, and I know you're going to slay out for your team. Playing with DJX in actual, this is actually a really good squad, and here's a quick look at him. So we're about to get into our very first drop of the day. This is Actual's first Code Bowl, but I was talking to Taj, and he said, look, that guy's got a great gunny, and he's a great IGL. So Legion, buckle in, get in Actual's backpack, and let's see what you can do for the U.S. Army.
Yeah, and I think actually it's something that Legion is so exceptional at as well, because I've casted him in a ton of tournaments, is that if maybe things aren't going so well, he will keep the vibes, he will keep the positivity on a team at an all-time high. He's going to have you laughing, he's going to have you smiling, and that can actually make or break a team in how they perform in later maps. There might be some frustration or things didn't go according to plan. You can see Teep there on your screen. Certainly not unfamiliar with these Warzone tournaments, but here we go, Goj. Map 1, and these skins look so cool.
I know. I also just love that everybody's matching skins for their military service branch. This is such a huge boon. Yeah, Teep's going to be with U.S. Navy, Goats and Glory. Excited to see that team slay out as well. But we'll see. I think we're about to drop into this very first map, and it looks like we've got Dalt on our screen. Okay, Dalt, I see you. I've casted over you a couple times. Show me something to start things off. Folks, we are dropping into our very first map of the day for Code Bowl 5. We're going to be tuned in to Iceman Isaac to start things off with our U.S. Air Force. I am so excited to get into this one.
Remember, this is mini Royale trios. You will not have a lot of time to work through this map. That gulag is going to close at the end of the second circle. You do not have time, and well, Lucky might actually have a little bit more time. We're gonna swing back. Look, they can't get enough of us, Goj. We're gonna chit-chat a little bit more, but
here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is a great way to get the nerves out, okay? I'm liking this, all right? Because look, we talked about the warm-ups. It's a little nerve-wracking. You drop into the first map, and then it will slowly fade away. Got a chance to reset there to make sure all of our players are good to go. So we want to make sure it is as even as possible. And while we do that, we are going to head to a very short break. But don't go anywhere. Drop one for Code Bowl 5 right around the corner.
Is brought to you by USAA. USAA's mission is to serve the military community and their families wherever they may be. Come learn more at usaa.com/gaming. Corsair. Experience the world of Call of Duty with Corsair, the official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty and Call of Duty Endowment. Visit Corsair.com/Call of Duty for more information. Monster Energy. Starting September 1st, head to callofduty.monsterenergy.com to see how you can earn bonus in-game rewards for Call of Duty Black Ops 6. And Pilot Company. Starting October 27th, Pilot Company will be partnering with the Endowment for the 5th year in a row. You can round up your change in-store at checkout with 100% of funds going to getting vets into high-quality careers. Through the partnership to date, Pilot Company and the Endowment have helped over 7,150 vets gain meaningful employment. If you head into any Pilot or Flying J location, you can join in on the fight to help get our veterans back to work.
It starts here, in moments like this, right here, right now.
Operation Mend UCLA Health are an inspiration in taking care of the brave men and women who have served our country.
It provided a blueprint to grow as a person, to grow as a family, as a father, and a member of my community.
My hospital stay would have cost $25,000, but with VA healthcare, it's free.
My education would have cost $42,000, but with VA benefits, my books, tuition, and housing are all covered.
The down payment for my home would have been $74,000, but with my VA home loan, my down payment was $0. My service was then. My benefits are now. Get what you earned. Visit choose.va.gov.
Bull 5, and well, drop 1, it's here. I know you've been waiting patiently, and it's time to get into it. Katie, our players have already dropped, and well, what are they doing to start things off? They're looting, and they're looting fast, because we're on the map. About 13 minutes here in Mini Royale Trios. It's going to go very, very quick.
It's going to go exceptionally quickly. You can see that kill feed. Squad 12 already wiped. Multiple teams already wiped. Certainly not going to be ideal for them on that regain, but a great start for a lot of these teams. That kill feed immediate off screen. You could see those hyper engagements. A lot of these teams contesting the same portions of the POI because, well, there's not a lot of places for them to go.
That's right. And we're going to be hanging out right now, at least around Old Town, Low Town area. So a fairly central zone to start things off, or at least it's in the zone, which is, you know, a good thing. But guess what? The zone's already closing. So talk about a quick motion here with Mini Royale Trios. Now, a couple quick notes for you. Again, if you see squad wipes in the kill feed, that means there's action going on all over the place. But if you see that 20 out of 20, that means those teams, they probably headed to the gulag. So we'll try to turn into a couple of those gulags, especially if maybe they're the last player alive or something like that. Those are big, big moments. But right now, only 5 players fully eliminated out of the lobby. And of course, we've got buybacks. We've got a ton of ways to get back into the map. And as we swing over to Bathhouse here with Breadman and Co., they've got a little bit of some running to do. Plenty of time to do it. A little more than 2 minutes on the clock here, Katie. But still, they're going to be trudging along their merry way, and they better have some smokes in pocket.
Yeah, they were using them initially. They do have some available. You can see them used there. But Thief from the top, getting some shots into Zach, the OG, who we highlighted at the start of this. Zach goes down. You can see the streaks overhead and trying to scoot into that smoke for a reprieve, but not an ideal way to start things off for Zach.
And well, Symphony is a storied player when it comes to Code Bull as a content creator, but this time the OG and Snopch, instead of his usual Space Force, so some of our creators shuffled around, and as I see Squad 15 go down, it does look like they are fully eliminated out of this lobby. So continue, watch the kill feed and watch your screen, because Symphony on the regain right now, but he is all by his lonesome, and there's a full team of 3 and more ahead of him, Katie. This is the classic moment in Warzone. When you start an initial fight, you better clean it up quick, because there's going to be a 3rd, 4th, or 5th party right around the corner.
Always make sure you're looking over your shoulder. Unfortunately for Squad 16, their shoulder not going to be in this map anymore. 2 squads fully removed. Topside trying to take shots over against the Royal Air Force right now. We'll see who comes out on top, but I like this out of Tech and Co. They have multiple angles that they're trying to take down this Royal Air Force squad, and it looks like slowly creeping their way forward, but not willing to commit just yet until maybe they can get an armor break, they can get a down, but just peeking right around the corner. The shots are in. The armor cracked, but no down just yet. And like I say, it comes in, and this is the moment that you want to push, but make sure you're careful on that right side around the corner.
Yeah, and frankly, U.S. Navy, Goats and Glory, a great team. It is so good to see Teep's name competing, and unfortunately, they're in a bad spot right now. So Teep, an amazing player, a storied winner, a world champion even, but this man grinds Warzone as well. So yes, he doesn't play as much competitively with Warzone these days, but trust me, he's going to make a name for himself in Warzone today. He's going to be continuing to hold some of these teams rotating on the edge of circle. The problem is, it's a little bit of high ground right above him. There could be a team that's creeping around the corner if he's not careful, but he knows he needs to wipe the squad and wipe it quick if he can, or they're going to be a nuisance for a while right behind him. They are on new right now, so we've got our 2nd circle. Going into 3rd has just been popped. And Teep's going to figure out, how do I address this fight? How do I isolate my 1v1s right now in order to secure a 1v2? And also now I know there's a full team of 3, Team 13, up on the hill looking down.
Yeah, this is a really tricky situation for Teep to be in. There's a chance to play some spoilers here, but you don't want that team on the high ground to know you're here. Some smokes are out, but Teep, I'm just not sure how you're going to be able to get this rotation and get it out alive. But you can see at least one of the players flying up top. Teep taking the moment to jump in to this 2v2 and able to get a flare off will provide some relief. Tech back in action, but Teep, so far so good, able to stay alive, get some nice sidelines in, and that is the patience that pays off. Wait for these other teams. They are hyper-focused on each other. Make your plays when they're not paying attention to you.
Yeah, talk about isolating 1v1s. Just wait for one to hit the zip, and then bad timing for Teep. Luckily, his teammates right above after the redeploy, but he's probably telling Tech, get out of here, man. You've got to get all the way into zone. A brutal start. It does look like Teep still has the gulag, but was paid in kind, and then somebody responded in kind. That's going to be Maddie on the other side. So a nice return fire there from some folks across the pond. But right now, Tech's just trying to figure out, where do I go from here? I need to get to zone, and maybe Bazaar is the place to be right now. And unfortunately, there's going to be a full team there already. That's Z-Laner on the top of Bazaar and about 3 teams around it. See you later. It is all down to Teep in the Gulag to make a name for themselves in the very first map.
Well, I wouldn't want to face off against Teep in a Gulag.
No.
So I think a good chance that they're at least able to stay alive for the time being. A fourth of our squads officially fully out of map 1 of 4 here at Code Bowl. But keep an eye on the circle close for Circle 2. Once Circle 2 is fully closed, Goj, there is not going to be any more opportunity for that Gulag. The lives you have are what you're going to be working with. But now we have Aiden and Quay. This is a team that we highlighted before we jumped into this initial match. U.S. Army Esports in a bit of a pickle, but able to make it a 2v2.
Yeah, they could come in here for a third party. There's actually a very quick cleanup here from Benny Central, who's going to be playing on British Army, by the way. Now Benny being cut down. It's all going to be up to Gel Dog as Gibbo is in the Gulag. Now, it is worth mentioning here that once the second circle closes, Gulag is closed, all right? And unfortunately, 2v1 perfectly executed. Aiden's team on top as expected, looking very strong right now.
Fantastic play out of them. You love that initial bait, gets those shots out. They slide in next to each other. You're not going to know who you're focusing on. They get that 2v1. Beautiful job to keep things interesting. Iceman Isaac, no kills to speak of just yet, but the team, they do have a nice amount of plates. They've got a lot of cash to work with. And Goj, that's not something we've talked about much, is utilizing cash effectively throughout, especially a mini royale. You always want to make sure you have enough on hand for buybacks, utility, plates, whatever it may be.
Yeah, these are some heavy hitter teams. A lot of the squads that we mentioned at the very top of show, of course, U.S. Army right around the corner, but this is last year's winner, but this time with Z-Laner, the Royal Canadian Air Force, trying to make a move. They do have high ground here on Bazaar, at least the far side of it, but look at New Zone. This is the issue. Not only is Gulag closed, and we have nearly just half of our teams left. One more team falls here, Katie. This is a huge moment. One more team falls, and everybody else is going to achieve at least some multipliers. So this is a big moment to really slow back down the pace. You don't have to push the equation now. You need one team to be fully eliminated.
Wow, take a look at that. U.S. Army, they get that squad wipe. Aiden and Quay doing work, unfortunately, for Goblin and Co. But I love so many of these teams that we highlighted before we jumped into map 1. Royal Canadian Air Force with Z-Laner and Co. The winners from last year get picked that MVP. You have U.S. Army teams, so many of them trying to make it into this top 10. They have done so now. That 1.5 multiplier in effect for any and all eliminations they can get their hands on for the final 21 players on this map.
Look, I'm telling you, this squad dominated last year. Adding in Z-Laner into the mix, it might be the secret sauce they need to go back-to-back, and they pick up another one. That's Grits falling. Only 7 teams remaining. There's nothing else to play for besides first place, by the way. It's 1.5x for second, all the way down to 10th. So we're well into that multiplier right now. You need to be setting yourself up for the end game, setting yourself up. Yes, it's third circle. Folks, that's the end game when it comes to mini royale trios. We only got a couple circles left, and then it'll close into a singularity. We do see Smixy's team full wiped. Also, Royal Canadian Air Force, that's 7th place. So far, they've got a great game going as a cohesive 2 trios. The question is, what will this team on your screen do at the end of this one, especially playing on the outer edges of the zone?
Yeah, so this is Z-Laner's team we've been watching. That is the Royal Canadian Air Force. They are right next to the U.S. Air Force. That is the team you can see in purple taking shots. Acquiesce and Co. And this is the engagement we were waiting for. Shots in, but the smoke providing the cover necessary for the Royal Canadian Air Force to make their move and get out of their line of sight.
Top 5, Katie. We're into the final 5 teams. And again, a couple squads favoring kind of middle of zone right now, where these 2 squads are favoring the outer edges, kind of reap for kills. Right now, Acquiesce, Iceman Isaac, they have 0 to their name. They have little to no kills. C4s are in. Unfortunately, they can't get anything going with them. Iceman Isaac with a huge flank, picks up one. Looking for the second, can't find it. In trouble with the mortar and everything in between on his head. See you later. Get picked, I believe, fully eliminated. No! A post-mortem. Mortar takes them all out. The U.S. Air Force falls out of nowhere. We're down to 3 teams, and both of our Air Forces fully eliminating taking down each other on the outer edge of the map. What on the... I don't even know what planet we're on. This isn't even Earth.
If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. And that's exactly what happened. Breadman's team still alive and well, as is Huskers up on the map. Huskers is with the U.S. Space Force. 3 teams, all guaranteed that 1.5 multiplier. But Huskers, with 7 kills, looking excellent, take shots down, will have an idea that there is that team to their right and the team right in front of them. But those vehicles can be really pesky to deal with.
Not only is Huskers on 7 eliminations, yeah, I was going to say, somebody else has got a lot of kills as well. This is 14 showing for this trio.
Wow.
Space Force, they said they were Silver Surfers the last couple of years. It might be time to take the gold. Holy, this is a big game for them, and it makes a lot of sense. This is a returning trio. They've got a lot of prowess. Huskers always find himself on the podium when it comes to these events, and an opportunity to do it here as well. Aiden on 8, trying to figure out where do we go from here, and frankly, I think you stay put. We are moving into the final couple circles. Katie, Aiden now is taking high ground for free in zone. Huskers is playing for kills on the outer edges, trying to take down Bread.
This is Breadman with the U.S. Coast Guard, the last alive, just trying to play, able to get one back, but Trimsky does fall. Aiden taking both of them down on this roof. A spectacular play, that high ground dominance. They get back up, but it's simply not enough.
Wow.
The U.S. Coast Guard will fall. Now it is U.S. Army Space Force in that 1v1, but Aiden can't get the trade, trying to get back up. But not gonna come out on top.
At the end of the day, Space Force says Silver Surfers no longer. How about we start in the very first map? My goodness, not only a victory, not only a 2x multiplier, but how about a ton of kills to boot? What a way to start this thing out with a bang, Katie. That was wild.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Aiden had such spectacular positioning, but you're too busy taking down the Coast Guard. You got to make sure someone else isn't on that roof with you. Amazing plays from them to be able to close that out. And with map 1 wrapped, some of our heavy hitters, they're getting to that end zone, but not everyone can come out a winner.
What's wild about this, too, when we talk about competitive Warzone and we talk about some of these content creators in the mix, of course, Aiden Huskers, you expect them to do well. You expect to see them with a lot of kills. Our military service members were slaying out, right? Did you see some of those kill tallies? 7, 5, 9, 10? I mean, wild stat lines. I'm really excited to see the leaderboard once we get it all tallied up. Reminder, folks, though, you got to remember that it's both of the trios from the military service branch. Those scores are being combined. So just because you see a team get the 2x multiplier doesn't mean their team is going to be at the very top of the leaderboard when you combine both scores. So we got to kind of tune back in some of those replays here in a little bit and see where some of these other squads lined out. I think that final moment was a fun one, though, because you saw what happens when you get hyper aggressive. And this is my favorite part about Warzone, is at the end of the day, hyper aggression, going for kills, definitely the name of the game. But giving up your power position to make that play just costs you half of a multiplier, which is a massive amount of points.
But it is those double digits. It is the 2nd to 10th and the double-digit eliminations as well with that 1.5 multiplier. As we take a look at these replays that can make a major difference. But both teams, right, from each branch have to be able to get there, and then they'll be in great shape. We saw so many amazing moments. Teep able to get them somewhat close to that end game, but unfortunately just not in a position to rotate up that hill successfully toward that final end game. That is where we saw Teep fall off screen, but I don't think Teep's too worried. Goge, he's a seasoned veteran of Warzone and competitive, and can always get him going into map 2.
Yeah, I love that we get a chance to see some of these replays from the streamer POVs too, because you get to see their reactions. This was a great play from Iceman Isaac. One of the most chaotic moments. I literally left me at a loss for words, because what we saw was the mortar fall. We saw the squad wipe, and then the mortars in post-mortem wiped that whole team. And here's that moment I was talking about. Aiden trying to play hyper aggressive, was on ultimate high, didn't hear the footsteps behind, and
that
because of
shot
that,
was filthy.
Wow, Space Force on top. They might be sending that trophy to the space station. I'm excited to hear from them here shortly, because that is a fantastic win. And folks, again, 2x multiplier. I think they had pushing 20 kills. I mean, that's like almost a 40-point game from just one trio. What a way to start things off. Our total score last year with the Royal Canadian Air Force, 111.5 points in 4 maps. Okay, if you're dropping 40 plus your other team, I don't know where we're going to be. We might be making history this year again, okay? So, Katie, any other final looks back on that replay? Anything that kind of struck you as, hey, if this is the litmus test for our very first drop, we got 3 more to go, and then, of course, that Corsair solo YOLO. What'd you see? Was it as fast as you thought it would be?
Yes, absolutely. Especially you get so much chaos at the very beginning. That kill feed was going, and then you get a brief reprieve, but not for very long. That tiny little mid-game before we got into those end rotations. I think that's where we're going to see a lot of learnings from these creators, from these military branches. What went wrong on a rotation that we could potentially shore up going into map 2, but not surprised that the players we were highlighting were a lot of the players that made it to that end game, and now they just have to jockey to see who can come out on top. But I want to see some chaos like we saw with that Iceman Isaac play again with C-Laner. I mean, I don't think they loved being taken out by each other, but it was a ton of fun to watch those plays happening in real time.
Yeah, at the end of the day, I'm really excited to hear from our winners. Our Drop 1 winners are Space Force, and they're standing by with Taylor Reflections Noble with our Squad Goals interview, all presented by USAA.
Hey, what's going on? USA is all about serving and supporting the military community, no matter where they are. So Space Force takes game number 1, Revenge. You tore it up. I believe 9 eliminations, if I'm not mistaken, unofficially. Okay, I like to say that because it's unofficial. 40-point game. And what a game it was, brother. You got to be feeling great.
We're feeling really great to start off strong like that, especially with almost half of our points from last year as a total. I mean, it's a really great feeling.
Well, perfect talking point. Let's talk about last year, because you guys at one point were the champions. And I know this was before you were on the roster, right? You sent the trophy to Space. You're looking to reclaim glory. I believe 2 back-to-back second-place years. This needs to be the year Space Force is on top. And with that game number 1, I think you might have it. What would it mean for you to win Code Bowl?
Personally, for me, me and my teammate, and honestly, all the Space Force guys, we're variant players. We do not play Warzone. So especially having Huskers come out here in IGL for us, we're just here to show that we're shooters and that, you know, multiplayer kids can run Warzone if we need to.
Yeah, Huskers OG, by the way. Huskers is OG, so you're playing with him. He's IGL, and I think I remember talking to you. You were like, dude, if we can get a good IGL, we're gonna be solid. Now, before I put words in your mouth, who were you guys aiming for today? What branch?
I personally am not aiming for anybody, but our guys want to aim for the Canadians, especially after last year, so.
They took it away from you guys. Yeah, so I heard a lot about Army, too. Quay, Taj, Aiden, they were in the final zone, and they were putting up one heck of a fight. I remember talking to production, people like, who's going to win? I was like, oh, Army's going to win. Then all of a sudden, Space Force, you guys are winning. Talk to me about those final moments and what the comms were like and how you guys got to the victory moment.
So it started when Huskers wanted to take over the little barn or whatever that we were in. So the moment we took over the barn, we knew there was kids behind us. We knew there was LTVs, you know, people with armored, and we kind of got pinched to start off. So I think really challenging the kids behind us with the smokes and just obviously squad wiping them, and then kind of having everybody focused on the bottom barn where my 2 teammates were, and just having me flank out, go up top and get Quay off the roof, I believe it was. That really saved the game, because if we had to fight somebody on the roof like that with all the smokes on the ground, it might not have gone that way.
I was watching it. Quay was up there, and I was like, this has to be a 1v1. He wins. He doesn't. Unfortunately, I'm an Army guy. Yeah, look, it is what it is. But hey, he doesn't win that fight. You guys do. Tremendous game. 40 points. Should put you around first place. You have 3 more games for regular before we hit our solo YOLO. What's the game plan moving forward? Because, well, the job's not done.
That's correct. Job's not done. So moving forward, it's really just listening to Huskers. I mean, he's obviously IGLing for us where, like I said, multiplayer kids, we don't have the game sense that he has. So we just shoot our guns straight like we did this game. We're going to make a run.
That's Revenge from Space Force. Multiplayer, hey, he grinds it. Warzone, maybe not as much, but Huskers is leading them to victory. Space Force is looking incredible. Hey, thanks so much for joining me, brother. I appreciate you. Good luck in your next games. Let's send it back to Goj and Katie at the desk.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble, and thank you to Revenge. And that was our Squad Goals interview, all presented by USAA. Along with award-winning service, USAA is known for squadding up with the military community so service members and their families never have to go solo. I'm so impressed with what this team was able to do, Katie. I'm so impressed with Space Force. Look, we talked to them before, and they were touting that they knew they were going to win. They said, we're the best team here, we know it, and we got to prove it.
Look, they had a ton of confidence, and it has paid out for them in map 1. I loved a little bit of the multiplayer sass coming in. We don't have to play Warzone to beat everyone at it. That's exactly what they did. And when you get confidence like that so early on, Goj, you realize it with an early win and a massive point total, you're going to be feeling great.
Yeah, here's a quick look back at that final moment, by the way, actually from Revenge's POV. I love that we got a chance to see this. Such a cool moment to not only take ultimate high ground. I'm assuming that was an IGL call, but he's right. He can shoot his gun straight. My goodness, taking down a heavy hitter like Aiden, definitely not a small feat. You got to congratulate yourself for that. A couple other notes here, by the way. This team actually just won the AFG SFG CONUS LAN that the Air Force put on, and of course Space Force. They just won a LAN, and they came here and hey, we know we're the best Air Force team with Space Force in the mix. I mean, we're the best team here. Let's finish this thing out. Let's close it out. And they're starting off with a bang in the very first one, Katie.
Do you think, based on map 1, we're going to see other teams gunning for Space Force after that?
Yeah, I mean, of course. I think especially with our operator skins, if you see it, you know. That they're a top team. We got to take them out. Well, folks, this event is all possible, of course, in part thanks to Monster Energy. So starting September 1st, go grab a can of Monster Energy and upload your receipt to callofduty.monsterenergy.com and earn exclusive in-game rewards in Call of Duty Black Ops 6. I told you there's a lot going on, and so for those of you that are joining us from YouTube and Twitch, we also have some other great viewer rewards, all thanks to USAA. Let's take a look at those because, again, we talked about them before, and they're available only today and earned by watching our Code Bull 5 broadcast. YouTube, Twitch, there's 4 in-game items that you can equip within both Modern Warfare 3 and Warzone that show your support of the Endowment. Here's a look at them, by the way. The next up viewer reward is the Far Out Flexin' loading screen, which is chock full of 1990s era nostalgia. Katie, talk to me about this. So dang cool. We've got a big BAM up in the top right-hand corner. What do you think?
This is so awesome. This is probably my favorite, this Far Out Flexin' loading screen of all 4 offerings. They are all amazing, and of course, that's why you're here, to get these and to watch this gameplay. But the loading screen in particular, I would be throwing that on. I think it looks great, and the fact that you can get that for sitting back, watching some crazy gameplay and hanging out, that's awesome.
I totally agree. Well, folks, up next, we have the world premiere for the Call of Duty Endowment's first mobile exclusive pack for Call of Duty Warzone Mobile. You gotta check this out. Katie, that double barrel AMR9 looks fierce. What'd you think about that one?
Look, I'm here for the cat skin. Anything that has cats in it, I'm a fan of. And look, that skin looked great too. But look, after we're done with this broadcast, I might have to jump into some mobile.
Well, folks, you could be the first into battle and the last one standing while honoring U.S. and UK military veterans. The Call of Duty Endowment Futura Fury Pack is currently available as a Call of Duty Warzone mobile exclusive, containing 2 blueprints and much more in Call of Duty Warzone Mobile. 100% of Activision's net proceeds go to the Call of Duty Endowment. We have a very special giveaway later on in the broadcast, too, where you'll earn your own chance to claim one of those 25 free Call of Duty Endowment Futura Fury packs. So you don't want to miss this. It's incredible. I love it thus far. Katie, any other final notes about this Futura Fury pack? Because I know you're just trying to get your hands on it as fast as possible.
Yeah, all of them, because we're here on broadcast, I want all the freebies. Or like,
That's
can I
right.
get one of the 25? I don't know who I got to talk to, but definitely make sure you're getting your hands on that. Looks exceptional. They really did an amazing job.
They totally did. We've got more coming for you here shortly. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a very short break, but when we come back, Drop 2 right around the corner.
Bull 5 is brought to you by USAA. USAA's mission is to serve the military community and their families wherever they may be. Come learn more at usaa.com/gaming. Corsair. Experience the world of Call of Duty with Corsair, the official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty and Call of Duty Endowment. Visit corsair.com/Call of Duty for more information. Monster Energy. Starting September 1st, head to callofduty.monsterenergy.com to see how you can earn bonus in-game rewards for Call of Duty Black Ops 6. And Pilot Company. Starting October 27th, Pilot Company will be partnering with the Endowment for the 5th year in a row. You can round up your change in-store at checkout with 100% of funds going to getting vets into high-quality careers. Through the partnership to date, Pilot Company and the Endowment have helped over 7,150 vets gain meaningful employment. If you head into any Pilot or Flying J location, you can join in on the fight to help get our veterans back to work.
It starts here, in moments like this, right here, right now.
Operation Mend UCLA Health are an inspiration in taking care of the brave men and women who have served our country.
It provided a blueprint to grow as a person, to grow as a family, as a father, and a member of my community.
My hospital stay would have cost $25,000, but with VA healthcare, it's free.
My education would have cost $42,000, but with VA benefits, my books, tuition, and housing are all covered.
The down payment for my home would have been $74,000, but with my VA home loan, my down payment was $0. My service was then. My benefits are now. Get what you earned. Visit choose.va.gov.
Well, howdy, folks, and welcome back to the Code Bowl 5, all presented by USAA. We're just moments away from our second drop, and we've got a very special segment for you. In case you missed it earlier during Call of Duty Next, we had a very special announcement from the Endowment and their partners at ThroughDark, all about the upcoming Call of Duty Endowment Endeavor Tracer Pack, which launches October 25th for Call of Duty Black Ops 6. Now, the team is back for a deeper dive into the pack and more first look. So we're sending it over to former Navy SEAL and current performance capture director at Treyarch Studios, Mikhail Vega, to share more.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Coach. Welcome back, Louis and Foxy from ThroughDark, a British outdoor apparel brand. Hey, mate. Good to see you guys again. Yeah, good. Words have meaning and names have power. Can you tell us a little bit about what ThroughDark is and what does it mean to Endeavor?
Yeah, so ThroughDark, I mean, the name was born of our kind of special forces military heritage, where majority of the operations that we conducted were all done over nighttime, right? So it's in the dead of night.
Yeah, and during our service as Royal Marine Commandos within the Special Boat Service, we endured some of the most arduous environments and hostile environments that you could ever come up against. And so we decided we needed to embrace the mantra of endeavor through adversity.
So elite military unit, and it's universal and human. Everybody encounters hardship, right?
Yeah.
So I see that you're wearing the ThroughDark logo as well. It looks familiar, unique. Can you tell us a little bit about its influence on the Endeavor Pack?
Yeah, sure. So I guess it's the ThroughDark logo is steeped in symbolism and combines kind of the military heritage of our Royal Marines beret, so the badge, and also with the ancient symbol of antimony, which is known as the wolf of metals. So in metallurgy, antimony devours all but the purest of gold, and its symbol represents the power of transformation.
Yeah, and the chemical compound for antimony is our tip of the beret to the Special Boat Service teams we all served within, and our logo represents the brotherhood of arms for those who served, camaraderie of all who wear our gear to endeavour through adversity.
Yeah, so this partnership with the Endowment is intended to create meaningful impact in the lives of fellow veterans. In addition to the in-game pack, which we'll talk about next, tell us a little bit about the apparel line that you collaborated on with the Endowment.
Yeah, fine. In each of our products, we blend form and function to create versatile clothing capable of transitioning from urban to outdoor environments with ease. Some of those items you will learn about more closely as it relates to the in-game pack. But beyond the game, we wanted to offer something unique to Call of Duty fans.
Yeah, so launching in concert with the Call of Duty Endowment Endeavour Tracer Pack, TrueDark developed 3 unique designs. So the first design pays homage to the original swimmer canoeists of the Special Boat Service, the teams who were experts in eliminating underwater threats. This same design was used within the in-game pack, so you get to equip our Frogman to your favourite loadout. For our second design, we updated the TrueDark logo from the antimony silver to the dark green from the beret we share military lineage with. So the operator within this pack is going to wear that. While we can't yet disclose his name, he is a fellow Royal Marine Commando of the Special Boat Service. Our third design features the recently revealed Black Ops 6 icon, which is commemorating our operator's launch in the latest installment of Call of Duty. Lastly, we also have our signature TrueDark cap in Royal Marine Green, which includes the Call of Duty Endowment Endeavour Tracer Pack as a gift with purchase. So be sure to grab your cap and redeem your free in-game pack while the gift with purchase opportunity lasts. A portion of proceeds from the sale of each item go towards the Endowment's mission to place veterans across the US and UK into high-quality jobs.
That's awesome apparel and incredible impact. To recap, you can get your very own TrueDark merchandise when Black Ops 6 launches on October 25th and help veterans find meaningful work. Beyond this merch drop, how did TrueDark apparel inspire the Endeavour pack?
Well, when it came time to outfit the operator, we selected pieces from within our catalogue that are both functional and fitting to the Black Ops 6 narrative. More specifically, we catered the operator look to the 1990s SBS teams who specialised in maritime security operations. Since these teams operated on both land and sea, we ensured our operator was of the water by including a dive mask, emergency oxygen canister and chem lights, all within quick reach if they need to dive should that need arise.
Yeah, beneath the gear, our operators cloaked in TrueDark's finest apparel, starting with the iconic stealth balaclava face mask. We outfitted the operator with the Foxy knit jumper, named after you-know-who, and our Heritech trousers for quick transitions in and out of the water.
So there's quite a few components to the Endeavour pack. Which one is the most special to you and why?
So, I mean, we're incredibly proud that our logo is going to appear in the game as the weapon charm. So, yeah, it's part of the pack. And then in Greek, that symbol, antimony, is broken into 2 parts. So, anti and monos, which translates to not alone. And as Foxy already stated, to Endeavour is human. We all face struggles in our lives. So our hope is that players equip this charm and remember they are never alone in whatever challenge awaits them.
And as a UK veteran, the significance that this is the first Endowment operator skin from the UK is my favourite aspect of this pack. It is incredibly humbling knowing that we get to continue serving the community we all came from, wearing the cloth of our respective nations, as proceeds from the sales of this pack will employ veterans in both countries.
So should we give viewers their first look at the Call of Duty Endowment Tracer pack?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right.
Wow. All right. Well, there you have it. The Call of Duty Endowment Endeavor Tracer Pack launches on October 25th in Call of Duty Black Ops 6. So be sure to get the pack and join the now 3.5 million players who have outfitted their Call of Duty operators with endowment items to help us place more veterans into great jobs. Now, before we get into our second drop, we got to check in with Reflections with a very special guest.
That's right, very special indeed. We are so lucky to be joined by country music star and Call of Duty streamer Kane Brown. Kane, it's great to have you here, man. It's a special event, one of the coolest I've seen in a very long time. Fits the theme of Black Ops 6, of course. And speaking of which, what do you think about the event as a whole, man?
It's been fun. I've always got to see these on, like stream. So it's cool to be here and see all of my favorite streamers, actually meet them in person.
Meet them in person is always cool. So gaming is fun because it's like you game with some of these people for years and years and years, and then you meet them for the first time ever, right? Yeah. So, like after years, and it's always a special. Did you meet anybody for the first time?
Yeah, Huskers, Symphony. I got to meet Tactical Grandma. Which, yeah. I see her on TikTok all the time, so it was cool.
Yeah, no, she's cool, man. Unique streamer for sure. Well, you're here, to drive awareness for veteran employment, which is really important. I'm a veteran myself, so, the endowment program is very near and dear and special to my heart. We're helping a ton of veterans out there. What does it mean to be here and team up with the Marines after all?
Well, I got to hang out with the Marines last night. It was cool. Timmy fell asleep on me, so he couldn't come hang out with me. But I got to hang out with them. We ended up sneaking into the lobby and playing a little bit till 3 a.m. Don't think it helped us at all. But we're gonna bounce back after this next one.
The Marines are a passionate bunch, though, man. They were telling me like, yeah, dude, we got to hang out with him and play with him for like 3 to 6 hours. He's super chill. He's super cool. It's a good thing actually you didn't play with him because then fall damage would have been a real thing with him. Well, hey, you also had a chance to get in and play Black Ops 6 today, which is super unique. Everybody's hyped up for it. I think it looks absolutely incredible. What are you most excited from, at least from what you play? What are you most excited from whenever it comes to Black Ops 6?
I'm really excited because it's completely different from like the last 3 Warzones, and that's what I play is Warzone. So
sure, the
last 3 Warzones have been completely. This one's so much different. The movement, I love the movement. I think the mouse and keyboard once they get that down, it's going to be nice.
It's going to be nice indeed. Yeah. Anybody you want to shout out, man, before you get out of here? Because you still got like, 4 or 5 more games to go.
I want to shout out to Aiden, man. Stop landing on me, bro.
Hey, Aiden.
2 games, he's landing on me twice.
Oh, man, he's coming for your throat. Aiden's a vicious player. He's a nice guy, but he's a vicious competitor.
He's the only guy I'm scared of.
Okay, fair enough. Well, Aiden, he's going to be haunting you in your dreams over the next 3 games, brother. Well, I appreciate you joining me, man. And hey, thanks to Kane. And by the way, if you are watching at home and want more or want to catch more of Kane, make sure to check him out at twitch.tv/Kane Brown. Well, there it is. He's got to get back to playing, and I got to get back to, doing my job a little bit more. Tiff Ghosh, back to you.
Well, hey, I love it. Taylor Reflections Noble. I'm here with Katie and Kane Brown. Katie, my goodness, not only is he excited to be here, he's playing. He's also apparently playing until 3 a.m. last night to try to prepare for this. So talk about a killer, man. This guy is so cool. I had a chance to hang out with him a couple years ago as well. And he's so passionate about gaming. I even saw that the team got to go see him at his concert where he actually had a big Code Bowl banner. It was wild.
That is actually incredible. And I think watching the way Code Bowl has expanded out and brought in all of these amazing people from all these different walks of life, music and otherwise is super, super dope. So shout out to Kane Brown for joining us. But Aiden's picking on him. Aiden's bullying him.
I know.
That's not fair.
It's not fair, but at the end of the day, I know Kane Brown can take it, and I know he's a true competitor as well. This guy grinds the game, by the way. He plays a lot of Warzone. If you haven't checked out his channel, you should, because it is pretty impressive what he's able to do. He's dropping nukes with Bobby Poff and everybody in between, okay? So this guy's done it all. Not only a superstar, but also a great player. But we've got a lot to talk about before drop 2. Katie, we see an incredible scoreline from our Space Force at the top. 40 points is unreal. I mean, at a certain level, you're playing 4 total drops. If there's any semblance of consistency, we can only expect to see Space Force at least top 3. Hopefully not a Silver Surfer yet again after a couple back-to-back seconds. But the question is really, where is everybody else? I think that's the thing I'm most excited about this leaderboard, is seeing how close these teams are. So Katie, walk me through this leaderboard. It's here. Talk to me about what you're seeing.
Take a look at this first place, U.S. Army Esports, that 49 total points. And that's great, though. You get the 30, you get the 19 there. Space Force, though, right behind them. We talk about that 40 bomb. They won map 1, but unfortunately, the other side of the branch duo only getting 4 points. So neck and neck. I love that this is competitive, but U.S. Army, Space Force, they were the ones in those final 2, and they're the ones in the top 2.
And this is where this format is so incredibly unique. You see Space Force Gaming 2 drop 40 points, but because their counterparts only dropped 4, they're not in first. And that's what we're talking about. You have to have a hyper-consistent total of both of your trios. So here's a look at the individual standings from that last one. And yes, Space Force Gaming on top with 40, but it was U.S. Army in second with the 30-point total tally. What an incredible scoreline. A ton of kills their way as well with only a 1.5x multiplier. That means likely, by the way, the U.S. Army, I think they had more kills than Space Force. They just didn't get as big of a multiplier. But here's a look at the bottom half of that leaderboard as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Royal Navy maybe not off to the best start, but it's only up from here. You're going to have a lot of learnings from map 1, but I think it was the Royal Air Force and the Royal Canadian Air Force. They were right behind in that 3rd, 4th positioning, and they were sitting at about 22. I think they were tied at 22 or 21 points each. So yes, 1st and 2nd might be standouts, but they've got a bunch of other branches nipping at their heels.
Well, look, I know Taylor Reflections Noble's down there jumping for joy because, well, U.S. Army, they're on top, and they're frankly doing a fantastic job for not having both teams be dominating at the end of the game. However, we asked if Legion was going to be an anchor. 19 points for your lower scoring team. That's a great scoreline as a trio. Reminder, the winners last year, Royal Canadian Air Force, they averaged around 28 points, about 29 almost, in every game as a total of 2 trios. So when you see your lower scoring team drop a 19,
oh, you're happy.
Oh, you're excited. You're like jumping around for joy. I mean, you're doing fantastic. So I'm really excited about that U.S. Army squad. Katie, talk to me about a couple other teams. Who else is kind of catching your eye? I mean, leaderboard be what it may, we still got 3 more drops.
We've got a ton, and I really want to focus in again on Iceman Isaac's team, right? They were able to make it really far into those final circles. I believe, did they take 3rd? I'm not sure. I think it might have been
they were like 3rd, 4th,
4th. So I think we talked about that IGL. We talked about the leadership that you can get out of a veteran like Iceman Isaac, and I think it's only up for them. They've got to feel good about map 1. Those improvements, I think, are going to be giving the Army Space Force a run for their money in map 2.
Well, I think the other interesting part is that Get Picked, right, was a part of that fight with Iceman Isaac and the Air Force. This was the Royal Canadian Air Force versus the Air Force. And in that fight, there was a moment there where they fully eliminate each other. Like, no other teams were in the mix. And that's what's most exciting, right, is you get to see moments like that. I have casted, I'm not kidding, I think it's got to be almost 200 Warzone events at that point. I don't think that I have actually seen that happen more than maybe a single handful of times. It is so incredibly rare. So as we're about to get into our second drop, we're setting records already with some of the gunfights and mortar strikes we're seeing. If both of those teams don't eliminate each other, one of those teams could have won. They were down, could have been revived. Anything can happen. It's Warzone.
Anything can happen. I think maybe they both like to avoid that outcome this time around. So maybe they'll see each other and say, not again. We're going to go somewhere else. But it is time. Map 2 is underway. We are almost at the halfway mark of this event. And this map is where you got to make it count, Coach, because you don't have a lot of time after it.
All right. So, folks, this is where it gets really interesting. Again, it is mini Royale trios, which means part of the map completely off limits. And we did not see Superstore on screen last time. This time, welcome back to Superstore. We already got a sneak peek during COD next. Verdansk, it's right around the corner. 2025 spring, folks. We get a chance to have Superstore now, though, and I love it because this is one of my favorite POIs of all time. You're going to see several teams here. Ton of good loot here. There's some buy stations around the corner. Already seeing some hot drops off screen, and you see several teams on screen about to get into an encounter.
How many times have you dropped Superstore with maximum confidence only to realize that you've made a terrible mistake? Because that's me almost every time, but I'll keep doing it, Coach. And, well, these players having a little bit of a better outcome than I would. Take a look at Husker's team, trying to get a few of those eliminations under their belt early, but getting rooftop control. They'll have really good view of the teams around them. There is at least Team 12 a little bit farther away, but 17 right now, the one they need to keep their eyes on.
Yeah, that was Grits, Rico, Sean J. They're part of U.S. Air Force, just the other side of Air Force that we didn't see last time. Now, Huskers actually going down via Maddie off screen, which means Kabase and Revenge, our former map winners, not playing with their full team right now. They felt like they were free and clear in Superstore, and that is certainly not the case. They just happen, at least Revenge happens to have high ground. So the question is, can we get some intel? Can we see where we're going from here? But right now, getting some good loot, getting some good value, and looking for an opening down below.
When you could see in that kill feed as well, Aiden was taken down, get picked. So a lot of our heavy hitters still going at one another, but Huskers able to get back without too much difficulty. Some shots coming in off screen, but it's Aiden again in that kill feed, lighting it up.
Yeah, and again, this is Space Force. They won the last map. They're looking to do it again, but have to find an opening. And frankly, with Huskers fully eliminated, that means he's lost his gulag. That means this is a tall order, folks. This is going to be a tough fight. They do have high ground, but the problem with this fight is they cannot really push. Even with one knock, they know it's going to be a true 2v2 with all three down below. Now, we get a chance to see the minimap and see they've actually set up a little bit of a trap here, potentially using one as bait. See if he can get picked off, and the other two might lurk around the corner. So far, though, all is quiet inside of Superstore with some more action off screen.
Yeah, it looks like a decision made there by the other team that they didn't want to put themselves in an inopportune position or waste too much time in a gunfight with a team that was on the roof. So they choose to rotate away, see if they can find some easier pickings. But these are the moments that are so important. Getting that information, getting that intel on the teams around you so that you can figure out exactly who you want to push. But I mean, you know, you don't even need that. You could have just used your eyes to see that buyback happen.
Yeah, this is the U.S. Marine Corps on your screen, by the way, right now with Symphony, Schnaps, and Zach the OG. I told you, Zach said he was retiring after this, so we got to get a move on, my man. We got to move up this leaderboard. We got to go off sailing into the sunset or maybe into a whole new world. But Symphony does find an angle and picks up one. This is going to be a huge boon for him. Here's the problem. Take a quick look at the top left-hand corner of your screen right now. Yes, we're picking up kills. Yes, we're fulling, but there are so many teams in the area. You better find these kills extremely quick because all of a sudden we're going to see a third, fourth, fifth party.
And yeah, I mean, at this point, I think we might have had a few teams in map 1 that were fully eliminated, but not the case here. You still only have 7 players that are out, all squads being funneled into this high density area, and this is where things can get so tricky because like you're seeing, you can get shot from so many different angles. Those third, fourth parties that Goj was mentioning can very much so happen in real time, giving you no ability to recover or regain as we get toward the end of that circle 1 close. Look at all of these teams. You can see, what, 4 or 5 different teams, just a couple buildings away from each other.
Yeah, Lowtown, and frankly, this is actually a fairly similar start to the last one. He had a little bit more room with Superstore on kind of the northeastern side of the map, but we are back into Lowtown. There's a lot of teams in the area. This is Flux on the other side. This is going to be Jowo squad with the U.S. Navy Goats and Glory going down again early in this one. Not fully eliminated, still 20 out of 20. We got some gulags, we got some players on the map, but not a great start for the Navy, at least not yet.
Zach scrambling away, trying to survive, able to get at least 1 plate in, but they are not letting up, being hunted. You can see this ring around the rosy on the minimap, but able to slide into this building, get a bit of a reprieve, but you got to be careful because you don't really have any plates left. You're only at 1 out of 3. You're not in the best situation. And just trying to survive, and well, it looks like, oh no, I thought maybe Zach was going to be able to get away. Someone swinging around that right side, just not going to be able to connect with the shots. Redman gets the down, gets the elimination. Zach did well, but just couldn't get away. If they hadn't looked left out of that window, Zach might have had a chance.
As Coast Guard, by the way, swinging in as a full team of 3 and picking off a few and then moving on better for it. Again, double-digit elims, frankly, is about the metric you need. Every single trio needs at this point in order to secure a sizable amount of points on this map. So even just picking up 2 and not a full team wipe, not a bad start to this map for that Coast Guard squad. That's going to be a yellow 7 with Nazir, okay? This is Breadman, Trimsky, Nazir. That's Coast Guard seemingly getting punished actually by Teep off screen. So Teep back for more with Navy, trying to enact some semblance of revenge.
2 minutes on the clock until the gulag is closed with Circle 2. And, well, if you haven't seen any squads get eliminated yet, in the next minute and a half,
right.
I think we're going to see more than a few start to get picked off. But Simp still with those 2 kills, looking to get a few more, looking to get his team back in the action, and has to play very careful in the process.
Yeah, that's right. I'm still looking out for some of our top teams right now. You can see Pugwash there with Star-Lord. Of course, they're looking at Kane Brown. They got a knock on him here a moment ago, but are not able to clean him up yet. So again, Kane Brown, we had a chance to talk to him. He's feeling good, but wants a lot more from his team. He hung out with the Marines till late and thought it might pay off. Right now, we need to see it, gentlemen. We've got some Kim. Let's see what the Marines can do on the other side of Star-Lord here with Braiders and Pugwash.
Well, and the Royal Navy, I think, potential to make some gains. I don't think have the best showing map 1, so enough teams here to make something happen. But you got to be careful that you don't get too exposed. Those plates ripped off, but able to back off and recover. Braiders up on top, gets the shots in, breaks the shield, not enough to convert into a down. And, well, Team 5, they are not having a good time of it. They are down in that ditch. They have the low ground. Multiple teams are looking at them, but the third party coming in now, Sean and Co. getting the drop. Star-Lord forced to run away, and there's nowhere to hide, unfortunately. Braiders now in with Sean J. in that gulag before that circle fully closes. It is chaos. It is disaster. And hey, if you're Team 5 in the ditch, you're feeling great.
This is Mini Royale Trios. When you think you're safe, all of a sudden you're going to blink. There's going to be 5 squads in the way. Here we go. Taj in trouble, but making it look easy. Picking up another in transition. Aiden, this is the Army. They're on top for a reason. They're one of the top squads here, and they are dominating thus far. Taj is already on 7. There's still 18 teams remaining. Bazaar is hot yet again. This time, Aiden's team looking very strong, and finally, Aiden getting punished by running into the FIFA kill team. And it looks like the folks across the pond are going to try to punish the U.S. Army and say, you will not win on our watch. But with gulag closed, is a bit risky. Taj is able to grab a knock, but not able to clean it up.
Nice shots. They have a minimum of 11 eliminations right now. They need to survive through the next 7 teams getting wiped so they can guarantee that 1.5 multiplier that takes effect when you are at 10 squads remaining. Taj just has some excellent shots onto Fief on the top of that roof, but a little bit of an odd angle, and oh no, Taj scrambling away. Does have 8 kills now, though. That is huge for them, but you're going to want the multiplier. Shots are in. Armor is cracked. The down is there with Quay off screen. Nice communication from U.S. Army.
Yeah, and Royal Air Force now in trouble. The tides have turned, completely flipped the tables on them and said, now you're the one at a player disadvantage. You're the one running from us, as the U.S. Army gets mixy, knows they have the player advantage, trying to push the equation and finally get it. A couple C4s, a couple Thermites should pick them up, maybe a Simtex to the face, but regardless, as long as this player doesn't get out of dodge, you would like to move to new. Here's the issue with this. They are farming eliminations. They are getting so many kills. I'm counting nearly 16, 17 already by this trio with still 12 squads remaining. Finally, they're able to move after getting that cleanup. Now they're going to have a slight disadvantage of being held potentially, but looking forward to the circle. Look at the top left-hand corner of your screen, the minimap. There's no one in sight. Everybody's on the other side of the map, and it's maybe because this team, they've wiped everybody.
Oh, you're just hanging out, Sean J. Well, Sean J. not getting anywhere fast. Taj, easy pickings, just 2 teams, and they get that multiplier, Goach. That's going to be massive. And we see squad 12 is full wiped, 1 squad away, and they are putting themselves, the U.S. Army, in fantastic position to be able to close this out. But Revenge, we saw the interview earlier. U.S. Space Force, they want to get it done. Revenge going to need a couple kills, though, for that multiplier to be useful.
Yeah, and frankly, seeing the U.S. Air Force go down with Grits, Rico, Sean J has got to be frustrating. Again, Grits, that win grinder, knows he can secure wins, just not able to secure them in the first half of this competition, at least not yet. But our 2 heaviest hitting teams in fights, but still alive. And frankly, they're breathing nicely right now. Space Force still in it. U.S. Army in it, but in trouble off screen. And now Breadman in trouble. Oh no, a full wipe out of nowhere from who is it? It's last year's winner. That's D-Lo with Royal Canadian Air Force swinging in, picking up a ton of kills in transition, and now moving to new. They're set up perfectly to potentially win this one. Smixy on 7. This is a great game for the Royal Canadian Air Force.
Unfortunately, Smixy a bit too aggressive, swinging that corner, pays the price for it. D-Lo able to get the revive off. They do have a nice number of kills. They are in that multiplier, but things starting to fall apart as none other than Taj getting that. Huskers team still in the mix. Falls, these top teams we saw succeeding in map 1, they are doing it again here in map 2.
Unfortunately, the dogs that are hunting the edge of circle are now moving to new, and you can see Quay off screen picking up more in transition, more kills going the way of the U.S. Army. Yes, U.S. Army was on top of the leaderboard. They did not win last map, but they had the most eliminations, and apparently this is why, Katie, off screen, that Aiden squad, we're going to continue to watch out for them because they are the reason their team is at the top, and frankly, they might have the biggest game of the day. They might surpass that 40-point margin if they can secure that 2x multiplier. They certainly will. albeit this squad on your screen, this is the team that everyone has a target on. Every single squad I asked when we were waiting for this competition to start, they said that the Royal Canadian Air Force is the team to beat. They're the team with the big target on the back. Everyone wants to kill them and maybe shoot some bodies as well.
I love this angle from Smixy. You're just never going to expect the multiple angles here when you funnel through this tunnel. They are set up very well for this end game as another one of our squads falls. Just 13 players remaining as Circle 4 is coming to a close. But Maddie, nice shots. Royal Air Force getting some much needed kills on the board, sitting at least 7 or 8. But really, I think Smixy's team, excellent positioning here to be able to take this away, especially with the positioning of all the other teams that are still alive.
I'm very impressed with the squad right now. Frankly, Olim's a massive content creator. Haven't seen him compete a ton, and apparently he's going down, and the military service members now in trouble. I was going to tout their ability, but who's on the other side? It's U.S. Army, and they are making quick work of him. But here's the third party, D-Lo. A massive moment from the Royal Canadian Air Force to come in from the backside of the U.S. Army and take down one of the heaviest hitting teams. But what do? We smoke and run and somehow stay alive. Katie, we are somehow down to the final 2 teams, and who has the advantage? It is the U.S. Army with all 3 up, with 1 in the skies. Smixy needs her third to get to the ground as fast as humanly possible.
D-Lo, that elimination was so crucial. Miss Whitney just trying to get away. There is nowhere to run. There is nowhere to hide. Taj is final. 11 kills on Taj alone. And this is the very end. Aiden cuts in, does get down. Taj there with the trade. It's just going to be on Smixy, but unfortunately not going to be able to get it done. That is going to be the U.S. Army Esports. They wanted that win. They get that win, and they have a massive amount of eliminations.
U.S. Army on top of the leaderboard going into this one, and then win the second map. Are you kidding me? Taj, Quay, Aiden, they said they're the best team here, and they know it, and apparently they are able to prove it. True competitors. Aiden, one of the most storied Warzone players of all time, but Taj and Quay, a longtime duo. Look, I told you, they said they know it. They know they're #1, and I gotta say, that's gotta be a gigantic kill tally, and with the 2x multiplier, I'm gonna put it out there. I think they're pushing 50 points in a single map there.
Oh, easily. I mean, you know Taj on their own, I think, ended with 11 or 12 eliminations.
Wow.
You get that ×2 combined with everyone. I agree. I think we're going to be over 50 points. They are looking final. We're halfway through Code Bowl right now, and they are dominating. Let's look at these replays, see how U.S. Army Esports came out on top. But there were a couple heavy hitters there at the very end that were almost able to steal it away.
Yeah, and here's the other half of that Royal Canadian Air Force team and what happened to them, right? Of course, the Monster Energy MVP with Get Picked. I mean, that's a squad that everyone expected to do fantastic today. Didn't have a great showing here in the map, too. You saw Zealander getting cut down in Bazaar. The key to success here, though, is getting to top 10, and we're seeing a lot of teams that need the multiplier bad falling 11th or 12th, and even at the very beginning of the lobby, using it through gulags early, it just sets you on your back foot the entire time, and you don't have the resources to get buybacks, or you haven't picked up a lot of flares that we're seeing. Again, not ranked playlists. There's a lot of ways to get your teammates back, but you have to have the resources. So if you can keep the momentum like the U.S. Army, I mean, fantastic plays, but you can just tell from their gameplay that they know how to play together, verbally or non-verbally. Great communication.
Great communication does make or break a lot of these teams, especially when you get to that chaos of those final circles. You need to have those effective comms. Again, this is where we saw Smixy's team shine, but it's D-Lo and that down in the smoke that didn't convert into a kill that sealed this for U.S. Army Esports. You could see that lethal was thrown out in the smoke, didn't connect. They're able to regain, and this is where the final moments come in. Taj pushes this corner. You have some cross shots alongside Aiden. He gets down. You're not looking to your left. Taj, easy pickings on one. Smixy all alone, not able to take a 1v2.
Unreal.
They fall. U.S. Army Esports tactical there at the end of map 2.
End of the day, Taj dropping 12 eliminations by himself. That's 24 points just from Taj, not even counting Aiden and Quay. I mean, talk about a massive score tally and just great functionality as a team. They look like they've been playing together for years, and, well, frankly, some of them have. So we're going to head down to our drop 2 winners, which are the U.S. Army, and they're standing by with reflections for our squad goals interview, all presented by USAA.
Yes, I am. And by the way, USAA is all about serving and supporting the military community, no matter where they are. I'm with Taj from U.S. Army. Hey, you're making me proud, man. Insanity. Game number 1, second place, right? 20 eliminations. Game number 2, you finally get the job done. You get first. 38 eliminations. We're looking at 58 eliminations in just 2 games. Even in World Series of Warzone, that would be insanity. How you feeling, Taj?
I'm feeling good. We got the heebie-jeebies out, you know, first map. Second map, we came in here, you know, no remorse, like I said before.
I love that. And actually, you have history when it comes to Code Bowl. This is your 3rd Code Bowl that you're playing. You have played with Aiden in the past as well, so the chemistry was there. And then you're also bringing in a special 3rd to join you. Talk to me about Quay.
I mean, hey, look, Quay joined the team. You know, I realized that he was an absolute demon. You know, we kind of, I don't know what it was. Our chemistry just kind of bonded together, and from there, we just kind of went crazy. I mean, even World Series, we got 2nd place in LCQ last map. Unfortunate events, but you know what? It is what it is. It's part of the game, baby, you know?
Personal note, you have no idea how much I wanted you to qual for that, by the way. I'm just saying I was standing on the edge of my seat. Royal Canadian Air Force, let's talk about them, okay? They are under the tunnel. They're chilling. I'm thinking they're actually winning. I'm talking to production. Hey, this team, they've got it. You spot them out. You figure it out. Talk to me about endgame. What was going through your mind and the calls that you guys were making?
Yeah, of course. End game, there's a lot of kids like flying out the air. I think someone just got flared, so you know we kind of singled them out real quick. We knew it was probably a duo underneath us. I noticed it was like 2 teams left, 3v2, and I mean they're just not gunning us. It don't matter. Yeah, I mean we're taking them out every time.
So U.S. Army's on top then.
Every time, yeah. U.S. Army all the way, baby.
All right, fair enough. U.S. Army all the way. Let's see if they can get the job done. Hey, thanks so much for joining me, brother. I appreciate you, and good luck in the remainder of your matches. Goj, Katie Bedford, back to you.
Taylor, Taj, thank you so much. That was our Squad Goals interview, all presented by USAA. Along with award-winning service, USAA is known for squadding up with the military community so service members and their families never have to go solo. Now, we knew Taj was going to be a master on the map. We knew he was going to be a dominating force. I don't know if I knew, Katie, it was going to be by that much of a margin. What a ridiculous score tally. I want you to break down the leaderboards as we see them, because our admins are moving quickly, folks. So I think our leaderboards, I think they're ready, or they're about to be, and I'm just pumped to see what the score line is.
Wow!
Oh, what the? Wait, this is just map 2?
We said, hold on, we said 50. They got 76 points in one. Is that the highest? If this is just for map 2, is that the highest? That is.
No.
Single score of any Code Bowl for a team?
Katie, this is nearing the highest single score I've ever seen in Warzone.
That is incredible.
Katie, there's 60 people on the map. They scored 76 points. What are we talking about right now? The U.S. Army is absolutely obliterating everyone with another masterful performance.
Wow.
Here's a look at our overall standings. My
You're double
goodness.
second place. What is going on?
Double plus some. How about plus 7? I mean, my goodness, this is a whole different ball game. The U.S. Army Esports, they said they were going to be the best team, and apparently they are. Unreal score lines here. And again, that U.S. Army Esports at the top, that is just that individual trio. And again,
that's ridiculous.
The Legion squad still put up double-digit points. It's not like they're slacking. They're not dropping 0 to 2 to 4. This is still masterful execution from the U.S. Army Esports. And again, quick look at the bottom of the leaderboard. We were wondering, why are some of the score lines so low? Apparently, it's because the U.S. Army Esports is just killing everybody and taking home the trophy. I mean, it's not over yet. Some of these other teams certainly are capable enough to be able to do the same, but after 2 maps, I am blown away with what I'm seeing right now.
I mean, it's just incredible. I think, what was it? Our top score from last year was 111 or something like that. Total over all the maps. And you are running past that with a swiftness at this point. It is incredible what we're seeing out of U.S. Army. And look, I'm going to say, they might not be the ones dropping the crazy 76 whatever bombs, but you know Legion's vibing on the other
Doing
US Army
great.
Esports team. They're hanging out. They're putting down their double-digit scores, and you know what? They're chilling in the backpack a little bit.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, that squad, just as an individual trio that we're not even really seeing, they're actually near, like, middle of the pack overall. So to have 2 squads that good on the same team, U.S. Army is on top right now. And the question is, will they continue to be at the top at the second half? We're halfway done, and somehow we have one of the highest scores we've ever seen in Code Bowl history. But a special shout out to Monster Energy for being a partner for this year's Code Bowl. Monster Energy's passion and support for the Call of Duty esports scene goes back almost a decade, folks, to their very first partnerships with Team Envious and Evil Geniuses. So I love that we get a chance to look back on the history of Monster Energy, but it's a reminder that this year, Monster Energy is returning as a partner of Code Bull 5. And to celebrate, we are introducing Monster Energy's most valuable player. It's that MVP award we've been talking about. The award will be decided by the Code Bull 5 broadcast team and will be given to honor the standout performance of a military team member who exhibited a relentless pursuit of victory and unleashed the beast on the competition. So stay tuned at the end of the broadcast to see who will be crowned the new Monster Energy MVP. Because, Katie, frankly, I think we might know who's already in the running for that. And to celebrate all things MVP, the Call of Duty Endowment and Monster partnered to develop a custom calling card that will be automatically granted when you log in to Call of Duty. It's called Unleash the MV Beast. So go check it out now and equip it now. This is a big boon for you all to continue to earn rewards, because guess what? That's not all. It's Code Bull 5, so you know we got to keep the free content coming. You can scan the QR code on your screen now to redeem a free Monster branded sticker and a weapon vinyl. So thank you to Monster Energy for making this all possible. And also, reminder, quick tech tip, you can screenshot this if you're on a cellular device or a mobile tablet or something of the sorts, and just click the QR code, because it's a great way to earn rewards. But
look at that.
Also, by the way, with Monster Energy, the recipient's going to receive the Monster Energy MVP award and be crowned this year's Monster Energy MVP of Code Bull. But look at the award that they get. They get this incredible ring, Katie. I mean, it's so good. And frankly, I had a chance to hold it. It is quite weighty. So based on what we've seen thus far, I kind of spoiled it. Who you think's in the running for maybe that MVP award, all brought to you by Monster Energy?
Look, I'm not saying it's the player I highlighted at the beginning of Code Bull, but I mean, Taj has just looked red hot. The entirety of U.S. Army Esports, that second team, has looked exceptional. But I think Taj really has been a standout so far. We'll have to see. Of course, we're only halfway. You know, anything could happen. But I think Taj, eyeing that ring.
Yeah, and hey, who knows? Maybe they're going to have an internal race between Taj and Quay to see who maybe will win the Monster Energy MVP. Folks, for now, though, we're going to take a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, we're going to have the second half of this entire competition. This has been Code Bull 5, and it's been a banger.
Code Bull 5 is brought to you by USAA. USAA's mission is to serve the military community and their families wherever they may be. Come learn more at usaa.com/gaming. Corsair. Experience the world of Call of Duty with Corsair, the official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty and Call of Duty Endowment. Visit corsair.com/Call of Duty for more information. Monster Energy. Starting September 1st, head to callofduty.monsterenergy.com to see how you can earn bonus in-game rewards for Call of Duty Black Ops 6. And Pilot Company. Starting October 27th, Pilot Company will be partnering with the Endowment for the 5th year in a row. You can round up your change in-store at checkout with 100% of funds going to getting vets into high-quality careers. Through the partnership to date, Pilot Company and the Endowment have helped over 7,150 vets gain meaningful employment. If you head into any Pilot or Flying J location, you can join in on the fight to help get our veterans back to work. The Black Ops 6 multiplayer beta kicks off in 2 days on August 30th.
Players on land, some of the greatest Warzone players of all time.
Welcome back to Code Bowl 5, all presented by USAA. We are almost ready for our third drop, Katie, and I am so excited that we are here because this has been a monumental Code Bowl thus far. U.S. Army is on top right now, and I think the big question in my mind is who can take them down?
I mean, we've had a couple contenders, right? The Royal Canadian Air Force was right there at the end of Map 2. We've had the Space Force that took Map 1. So look, there are contenders. They are getting it done, but it is those elimination counts from U.S. Army Esports and their secondary team as well that are just making it seem insurmountable at this point.
Yeah, and I think the thing that you got to remember, too, with our total kill tallies here is that we just saw a 76-point game from the team at the top. That's U.S. Army Esports, okay? This is an unreal score line. This is 76. You can half it. That's 38 kills, okay? That is a ridiculous score line. There's only 60 people on the map, all right? But, folks, maybe U.S. Army is winning right now. There's a reminder for you that you're maybe just tuning in how all this is working, okay? We still got room to work here, folks. Here is our format. I wanted to remind you we still have 2 more drops. They're competing in a total of those 4 drops, and it is Mini Royale on Urzikstan, despite the score lines. Each team does receive a point for every elimination, but depending on where they finish, they get that multiplier. The placement multiplier, it's dynamic. It's 2x for first, and then second through 10th get the 1.5. So you want to get to the end, you want to get to final circle, that's where you're going to get the most points. But since each military branch has 2 trios, each of those scores are added together, and that's the key to success, because yes, you might have a dominating performance from one of your trios. Here's the thing, your other one, they can't be slacking, and we're seeing the U.S. Army Esports on top for that very reason. So let's take a look at our standings before we get into our third drop. And Katie, I need you to break this all down for me and see where we're at, because again, talk about this team. This is unreal.
It's silly. It's ridiculous.
This is frankly unprecedented, and I want to make the point here that, again, last year, the Royal Canadian Air Force, they won with a total of 111.5 points in 4. Katie, we played 2 games.
They are 30 points after Map 2 over the total from Code Bowl 4. That is just exceptional. The U.S. Army, they are out. They want to win this, and you can feel it in the gameplay, in the aggression. They are firing on all cylinders. They look excellent. But again, you cannot get overconfident here, because those same teams that were really contesting the end game in Map 1 and Map 2, they have the gunpowder, they have the skill to be able to take U.S. Army out. But so far, so good. They are looking impeccable.
We need some goose eggs, all right? We need some zeros from the U.S. Army Esports if we're going to catch them. But did you see who else was right behind them? Royal Canadian Air Force. We had Air Force there. We had Space Force there, not too far behind. These are the teams we expected to be near the top, and they are, Katie. And I think that's the key factor here is they're putting up good scorelines. If you actually look back at the history of Royal Canadian Air Force, that score tally we talked about, they're actually on pace to beat that this year. They're at 63 after 2. Double that. That's 126. I mean, they're above average right now. Unfortunately, U.S. Army Esports is just running away with it.
Yeah, that's the thing. You're playing extremely well, but you need to play great. And that's what U.S. Army is giving us, right? They are giving us this next level of gameplay that we have not seen from any of the teams in Code Bowl before. And they're setting a bar. They're raising that ceiling. But I think the other teams here can definitely meet them.
Yeah.
They just got to maybe be a little more tactful in those final plays.
Well, here's the thing. We only have 2 more drops, so high risk, high reward is the play style, folks. We thought it might be the play style for Mini Royale Trios. We knew some teams were going to swing for the fences and just go for broke. And some teams maybe have gone for broke and achieved broke, unfortunately. But that's what it takes at this point. If you want to be near the top, it is high risk, high reward all day today. So you got to catch Army at the top. We're going to do it by swinging big. So I think we're going to see a lot of teams trying to hunt down this squad, Katie. I think we're going to see a lot of teams play hyper aggressive, especially when the Gulag is still active. I mean, there's a lot of room for error here for U.S. Army. They've got a massive margin. So unfortunately, that means U.S. Army also going to continue to swing for the fences.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're one of these teams that maybe you know at this point, final 2 maps, you just don't have the scoreline to get there. If you see Aiden, Taj, or Quay on U.S. Army Esports in that kill feed getting down, anything like that happening,
That's right.
You should be sprinting toward them to play spoiler.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Well, you're getting a chance to see, obviously this is the Marine Corps on screen right now, having a chance to talk to some other officers. An incredible moment here. Again, Symphony has joined this squad. Zach the OG, Snopsh, Cryo, Spiffy, all here, talking to our Marine Corps folks. And I love that we get a chance to see this as we're waiting on our game to get started, because this is the nature of the game, right? Code Bowl, it's super competitive. Everyone wants to win. There's trash talk, there's banter. But at the end of the day, we're here to celebrate our military service members, and we want to thank them for their service as well. It's been an incredible event thus far. We still have 2 more to go.
2 more to go, and I think to touch on what you just said, Coach, it is so cool to watch as these Code Bowls go on, 6, 7, 8 in the future. You can see the excitement from the various branches as they have these qualifiers. They have these tryouts so that they can get the best of the best to show out here at Code Bowl. It's really, I think, a treat for a lot of these players. It's super cool for us who don't get to cast them as often to highlight them, see these top tier plays, and see them go against some of these creators are the best of the best that competitive Warzone has to offer, and they are finding a challenge in these service members.
Yeah, and again, I had a chance to talk to Zach the OG. I want to shout out the Marine Corps. Obviously, we want to thank them for their service, but also talk about their esports background, right? I mean, Zach the OG, he didn't compete. He competed last year, hadn't competed in all of these Code Bowls thus far, and he's very passionate about multiplayer and didn't really grind Warzone last year. This year is different. He's been grinding, and Snopsh, another multiplayer grinder, actually was a top 15 challenger player back in Vanguard. I mean, these are heavy hitters. Of course, Symphony joining the squad, but on the other side, Kane Brown playing with Cryo and Spiffy. Zach even said about Cryo, both Cryo and Spiffy, this is their first Code Bowl, but Zach said that Cryo is one of the most technically gifted players he has ever played with.
Wow.
So talk about high praise, especially with the long history of Call of Duty that all of these guys have.
Well, and I think not only are they having so much fun here, like you've got to think that they're already looking ahead as well for Black Ops 6, what that's going to offer, getting to potentially do that Code Bowl in the future with that Omni movement. I think there's just been a ton of news, excitement, high-octane plays through all of the events today. COD Next now into Code Bowl, but you said it right, we're not done yet. We still have 2 more maps, and then we have the solo YOLO. And I think that solo YOLO is going to be really exciting because your teammates, your comrades in arms, you're going to be gunning them out of the sky when you see them.
Yeah, the Corsair solo YOLO, first of its kind here for Code Bowl. Such an incredible moment down the line. Of course, it is no holds barred. There is no teammates or anything.
There's no friendship here.
There's no friendship. Everyone for themselves. Of course, still a lot of pride in those military branches, but even still, it will be playing for your life and your life alone when we get there. But again, halfway through our competition thus far, 2 more to go. So as we continue to take a look at not only this amazing conversation, but also all of our players in the area. You can see Mikau there as well behind. Had a chance to talk to him a little bit before, as well as the Through Dark folks. Just a great moment and a great picture-perfect moment. We're going to be able to snap a picture here as well to commemorate this event, because this, again, this is what it's about at Code Bowl, okay? I'm a fiend for the competition. I'm a fiend for the storylines. But at the end of the day, this is why we are here. So I love that we had a chance to shout this out, and also thank USAA for making it all possible.
Yeah, this is very, very cool. You said it, right? The camaraderie is just across all of these teams and bringing them together here as well, watching them spend time talking with each other, getting to know each other, maybe some banter, some friendly trash talk before we jumped into the actual matches. It is super, super cool to watch. But these teams, they got to make sure to lock in. We've had some downtime between map 2 and the start of map 3, and sometimes you don't want to get cold fingers. You got to stay warmed up for that drop.
Yeah, hey, I gotta say, I saw Kane Brown in the Marine Corps drip, okay? He's dressed in the kits, all right? He's ready to go. He's playing with his team, so looking fresh and excited to see what he can do in the second half. Katie, I think it's worth mentioning, while we have a chance to kind of look back into the game here over the shoulder, we've seen some of the different weapons that some of our players are using. And yes, yeah, I know there's some nerfs happen recently, some changing of the metas, but frankly, STG definitely on top. However, I want to point out, I have seen that Polmiat come out into the play. I saw Iceman Isaac using it. This is the big LMG, all right? And I was even talking to some of the devs behind the scenes, and they were like, hey, if you didn't know, this new update, Polmiat, it might be the best weapon. TTK-wise, it might be at the top. The only problem with it in a competitive setting is that it's a little bit less wieldy, if you will, a little unwieldy comparatively.
A little awkward, a little cumbersome.
a little cumbersome.
You post up, you have sights on lane. that LMG, oh, you are going to have a tough time going up against that mag size as well. It can be extremely oppressive, but if you're close quarters, well, that's where things could get a little bit dicey. We did see a couple snipes coming out, not a ton just yet. We were asking about that. How much were we going to see the snipers, and a little bit of it, but I think you said it, STG, kind of the name of the game right now. And I think that meta, not totally crazy, but these players, I think, itching to get back in the game.
Yeah, Katie, don't worry. I was not laughing at you. You made some really good points. I was laughing at Legion, not only showing off his kit there with the U.S. Army, but saying, look, I'm on top. He's having a great time. Smile and wave, my man. You are not the anchor that Taylor said you were. You all are doing fantastic. And frankly, I think this is a team effort. As much as we're touting Taj and as much as we're touting Quay and Aiden.
Oh, they've been playing phenomenally.
This is what I'm talking about. Having a team that is your quote-unquote backup team, your secondary team, still be in the middle of the mix on the leaderboard is a huge feat to be able to topple everyone else. And it's, again, a reason why they are up by so incredibly much.
And that's what we talk about, to be able to have both of them working in combination with one another. And they might not necessarily be calming that or paying attention to what the other team's doing. But when you are supporting, when you are consistently getting that scoreline for your individual team that is in those high teens, low 20s, that is going to make a difference. I don't think either of these teams in these two drops have individually had single-digit scorelines at the close of a map. And it's reflecting in that overall scoreline. They have a very comfortable lead, but I keep saying it, it's not over yet, and we have seen some crazy things happen in Warzone over the years, some incredible comebacks. It can certainly happen. They're just going to have to execute effectively in maps 3 and 4.
Look, if last year was the year of firsts, this is another first, so I don't know if this is the year of making history. I know we were setting Guinness World Records with the largest marionette ever representing a video game character. Saw that in our COD Next broadcast, so maybe we're setting records here as well. That's, I mean, that's definitely the highest score tally I've ever seen in Mini Royale ever, period. No questions asked. And again, I think it's top 5 I've ever seen, period, in Warzone competitive. I mean, I've maybe seen closing in on 80 before. 76 is unbelievable. And again, we have this 2x multiplier that's in play. That's 38 kills on a total of 60 players, 2 of which, of course, are on your team if you're counting that way. So it's a ridiculous scoreline, and continue to shout that out. Again, making history here at the Code Bowl for Code Bowl 5.
And here you go. These players staying warmed up in the practice range, getting their shots, making sure their aim is crispy. But I think we've been treated to some top-tier Call of Duty gameplay, some top-tier Mini Royale Urzikstan gameplay. I think it just makes me even more excited what we're going to see in these final 2 maps, what caliber these players can reach to. But look, Coach, if you are one of those teams that's maybe not doing so hot, you're middle of the pack. You can still make an impact, but it has to start now. Are you changing your strategy at this point? What are you doing differently going into map 3?
I love this question. There's 2 totally different modalities of thinking. One, we know we have to play high risk, high reward. The problem with that is if you get wiped off rip, if you land hot and you lose, you're basically have no chance of really making an impact on the map. You might have a decent map, you might have an okay map, but you don't have room for okay. And so this is my opinion. High risk, high reward. We land hot, we try to get as much loot as possible, but that's the key. We have to get loot. We can't go into a fight with just our pistols. We can't lose that fight early. So here's the 2 different modalities. If you've been getting wiped off rip, and that's the reason you're at the bottom of the leaderboard, you need to land somewhere slower. And then once you get the resources you need, once you get your loadout, that's when you sprint at your opponents. Or if you're landing slow and you're just not finding kills and then you get wiped around middle map with 4 points, now's the time to drop hot. So it's kind of 2 different ways of thinking. However, do they have one thing in common? Yes, it's called change it up. I mean, you've got to change something. So now's the time in the second half with 2 maps to go. Now's the time to swing for the fences.
Wise words by Grandmaster Goj. Hopefully all the teams are listening, because I mean, I think you did describe it perfectly. Change is going to be the name of the day at this halfway point for Code Bowl, but you also have to be able to execute on that. I think keeping those comms flowing, keeping those vibes really high. That's something Legion is so exceptional at. Even if you take a look at US Space Force, we've talked a lot about Huskers team, but Lucky Shamu, he is on the other US Space Force team. There are gonna be creators here who know how to keep everyone smiling, keep those vibes flowing so that you are leaning in, getting that nose as close to the monitor as possible to be able to close out these maps with not only as many eliminations as possible, but getting into the coveted top 10 for that multiplier. You want to do anything you can to avoid being 11th through 20th.
Yeah, I've got a specific challenge for the U.S. Coast Guard in particular. This is frankly two trios that I expected to do really well today. I've actually casted over Florida Man. I was talking to you about his longest drive in golf of 375 yards. I've casted over Florida Man and Bumanka on that same squad playing with Natasha right now several times. I've done a couple of other events with USAA, and both of these two gentlemen are frankly very dang good. And you got to remember, Natasha played with the Royal Canadian Air Force last year, I believe. So this is where it gets a little interesting. A former winner just as a creator on a different team, not seeing as much success this time around. And I asked Bumanka what he wanted me to say about him, and he gave me the most perfectly PR written statement I have ever seen. I'm going to read part of it. He goes, "We are a team of Coast Guard members who know how to work together under pressure, whether it's on the job or in the game. We brought our A game to the Call of Duty Endowment Bowl, and we intend to do it again." So I love this from Bumanka. He went on to say a lot more. And folks, we're going to get a chance to look at him right now in the pregame lobby. We are about to drop into the map. This is our third map of the day. We're playing a total of 4 in our main part of our competition, and then the Corsair Solo YOLO right around the corner for the 5th drop.
This is make or break for a lot of those teams outside the top 3 to leave their mark. Florida Man on your screen. 4 more seconds of warm-up before map 3 officially begins. You got to come in guns blazing, get some of those early eliminations. And again, if you're Aiden, Taj, Quay on US Army Esports, you got to be looking over your shoulder. You got to be careful, because I guarantee the rest of these teams, if they spot that kill field lighting up with any of those 3 on the unfortunate end of the kill feed, they are going to fly for them if they're close by.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, Aiden never looks over his shoulder. He just keeps sprinting forward at map 10. So I think they're going to be flying at their opponents. But speaking of flying, we are flying into drop number 3, folks, here at the Code Bull 5. And I am so excited to see what Florida Man Bumanka can do. He said the competition better be ready, because we are bringing the storm. Bring it, gentlemen, and maybe play around the storm for some eliminations. I'm loving this squad, and I'm loving the vibes, but we got to make a move on this leaderboard.
Well, Coast Guard swinging over to cargo and maybe taking a bit of that quieter approach that you talked about, getting that loot, making sure that they are fully prepared and at max capacity when they want to start taking those engagements. They just have to be careful. If they take too long, well, everyone else will be just as kitted out as they are. But look at that. Aiden's team, US Army Esports, they are in it already. Aiden already with a kill. Not what you want to see if you are everyone else.
Yeah, and frankly, this is a great start for them yet again. You're finding a couple eliminations and finding some loot early. Opal Palace is a great drop spot. A lot of folks, when we play big map, favor this position and fight around this position. There's always a couple teams here, and Taj seemingly has spotted one out in the open. He's got high ground, but unfortunately, Peeker's advantage. Phoenix picks up one on Taj. This is a huge boon. You see that name in the kill feed, you see Taj, you know you have to wipe this squad, Katie. You shouted it out, and I love this note. If you see those names, if you see Army on the other side, you have to fly at them, even to a detriment of yourselves, because you have to make sure they don't secure another big map.
Ooh, and Quay almost knocking Iceman. He's able to get away just in time. But yeah, that was the Royal Navy Phoenix who was able to take down Taj, but Aiden still holding this high ground. Acquiesce, not gonna be able to get away. Caught out in the open, punished for it. Aiden looking to get even more kills. Taj back in the action as well. So a little bit of a stumble for them, recovered flawlessly.
I gotta say, LMGs, they might be creeping into the meta, folks. These guns are dang good, especially the Pulmiot. So we'll see what Aiden's able to do, holding down some sight lanes. And again, I think I like to call them the bullet hoses. This is a great way to fry people out of the air, up zip lines, or everything in between with the amount of bullets you can carry. And Aiden looking to get a bit mixy, unfortunately. Running into 2 means he's throwing his life away for nothing. Into the gulag, though, so the safety net being burned early. Everybody else smiling as they know that Army in a bit of trouble. But if we've seen anything from these gentlemen, and we know that they are able to get back into the map and restabilize maybe faster than anybody else.
A nice down from Quay. We'll see if he's able to convert that into a full elimination. But, I mean, if you're U.S. Army right now, Coach, are you wanting to kind of get away from this positioning? Because, yeah, you're getting a nice little mark and an elimination here to see what's going on with the rest of the team. But it's been trades tit for tat so far.
Yeah, and frankly, while this fight's been going on for a millennia between these two teams, we've fully lost 3 full teams. There's only 17 teams in this lobby now. This is just the first circle. We're just now closing the first circle, Katie. We're just now getting free loadouts. We've got 3 teams fully eliminating. I guess they heeded the charge of us here in the booth and said, yeah, we're going to go for broke. And unfortunately, again, they found it.
Yeah, a lot of teams being fully wiped here. We didn't see the same thing in map 2, right? It really got fairly substantially far into the mini royale before those squads got those full wipes. Not this time around. Tech ready and waiting, pre-aimed at this window, just hoping Phoenix, someone maybe pokes their head out. But no surprise there. Aiden right into the mix, gets one down, swings away, ring around the rosy, gets the better of 2.
Wow.
Beautiful job out of Aiden. No surprise, 4 kills, pushing 2,000 damage, and they are looking to break that 200-point mark. I think, Coach, they can definitely do it if they get a high score here and in map 4.
Yeah, not only do they clean out Opal Palace, but they clean up Royal Navy. That's Stada, Artemis, and Phoenix. Had a chance to work with Stada not too long ago. A fantastic sniper. Unfortunately, when you can't get your loadout and you can't get resources to get a sniper, might be in a bit of trouble in close quarters, especially when you're fighting Aiden, one of the most storied Warzone players of all time. And we can't forget the fact that Taj, Quay, his teammates, are nearing double-digit eliminations individually each game we've played, and yet again have some nice sight lines on some opponents. As Z-Laner on the other side, this is their main competition. Royal Canadian Air Force right around the corner. This is not necessarily a scary fight for them. They just don't want to burn resources off in the distance.
Nice shots, but Taj, all that information, you just got intel on where every single member of the Royal Canadian Air Force was, and that's going to be hugely valuable for them if they choose to hold position or make some of those rotations. But this is where things get tricky. You have a 1-minute mark on Circle 2 beginning to close. But let's take a look at Marine Corps. Symph on our screen does have a kill, and it's a good way to start. They've had a bit of a slow start today, but if you've got eliminations early on, you can build upon that foundation, turn this into a really solid map.
Yeah, and again, it is good to see Symphony competing again. It's been a little while for him. Almost picks up a freebie. If you think he's lost a step, you're dang wrong. He's got the gunny still, as you can tell right now, picking up a couple almost in transition, several weak, waiting on his opponents to maybe try to close this gap. And it looks like there's 2 teams here, at least a solo. That's Grits on the other side. The Wind Grinder we've been talking about right around the corner goes down from the Air Force there. The Symphony looking to find this next equation, this next fight, and figuring out how to solve it. I don't think 2 + 2 = 4 right now, Symphony. We might have to back up.
Yeah, I think they would. It's wise. 2 of your teammates have no resources, no reserve plates. It's just Symphony with the plates and that self-revive. Does use the staircase for cover, though. Spraying into the smoke. Can't quite connect for the down. But it looks like, I mean, they're not backing off. They're not scared of this fight, even though I would love to see them get some plates, get fully kitted up before they re-engage.
Well, what's cool is that because you have that Z-Laner squad, the Royal Canadian Air Force, right around the corner, but they're getting shot out from another angle, you were able to try to take down Sanjay's team, who was just simply using the buy station. And, frankly, a great strategy. You start getting shot, you don't need to move. They can't see you, and they can't get a live ping either. So finally, Symphony finding an angle and taking out Libram. This is a big one again. Royal Canadian Air Force, as much as we're talking about the U.S. Army, this team, Royal Canadian Air Force, is in second. So this is a big moment for the Marine Corps to try to strike down some of the opponents ahead of them on the leaderboard and start making a move. And, well, there's the other half of the top 2, Aiden on the far side.
And keep in mind, not only is it Symphony's team here, you've got a lot of high-octane players in this vicinity. Aiden not afraid to fight back. But look, Z-Laner in the moment gets it down onto Aiden. Aiden focused on Symphony, was not looking to their left, to their right. But Zach now trying to get these sight lines, this information so crucial off-screen. Symphony able to get a full elimination onto Ryan, racking up, I believe, what should be his 3rd elimination. So a much better time for them so far, especially if they can get into that that 1.5 multiplier topside trying to survive. Symphony says, no thank you, get out of my lobby. We are getting that 1.5 multiplier. We are shooting up the leaderboard.
Yeah, worth noting, by the way, in purple 18 maroon, rather, right around the corner, that's going to be Space Force, folks. That's Huskers, Kabase, and Revenge. We saw them win map 1 with this impressive 40-point game. It almost feels like we can forget that because of what we've seen from Army, but it's a very talented squad, so do not count them out right now, especially in the mix right now, picking up eliminations on the top team. That's Aiden and Kabase kind of trading back and forth. This is a big fight. Here's a quick look at it. Taj on the other side finds another angle. Huskers now all by himself. This is a wild swing of events here after finding some success. Now Huskers last alive. Luckily, just barely, his 2 teammates sneak into the gulag, by the way, which is now closed. So now all we do, smoke and run and try to wait for them to come back, at least to give us a semblance of some information.
Huskers is in a horror movie right now. He tries to walk out one door, you got Taj. Turns around, goes the other way, it's Quay. They are hunting him down. He is doing a great job of surviving into Act 2 of this movie. Gets onto the roof, a little bit of a moment to breathe, drops right on top of Aiden. An amazing fight. Unfortunately, though, will get traded, will get taken down. Smokes there, Taj picks Aiden back up, but look at this, 7 kills on Aiden alone. U.S. Army Esports are looking good, but Huskers
they will not die.
No,
they won't die, Katie.
No, I
it's
said
insane.
It's a horror movie. You think you take the bad guy down, but he's magical. He's getting right back up.
I'm sorry, I couldn't even control that. I cut you off on accident there because they won't go down. Every time we think they're in trouble, they will not fall. It's insane.
Well, and I think I love that you did point that out because it goes back to what we were talking about with utility efficiency, money efficiency. They are always prepared to instantly get that revive,
That's right.
have those smokes, have everything they need to recover if someone is a bit too aggressive, too overextended.
Yeah, and in my exhortation, I did notice, I believe, Z-Laner get picked and Liram, they did get full wipes. I'm not sure if it was a full team wipe out of this lobby, but they might have gotten one buyback out in transition. I don't think so, though. We only have 11 teams remaining as what frankly feels like a very quick map, but it's about the same pace as every other map we've seen thus far. We told teams to move quickly, and that's exactly what's happening. Again, this is the only moment in mini Royale Trios where you want to slow down, Katie. There are 11 teams left in the lobby. Top 10 get paid with a placement multiplier. Slow down, wait for one team to make the first mistake, and then you go on your merry way because you can't earn anything else aside from 1.5 unless you win the game, which is a 2x.
A very important moment, one of the most important moments in this tournament. British Army, a nice sight line down the way, gets shots in. Star-Lord knocked into the water. Going to be tough to recover there. I don't think any chance of staying alive. Gibbo with the full, and that is going to be another squad eliminated. We are officially into our 1.5 multiplier. You are doing as good as you can unless you take the rest of this map. But take a look at this. Aiden, Taj, and co. under fire. This is going to be tricky for them, but if they can get through this rotation, I think they'll be in a good spot.
Yes, so interesting to watch the 2 British teams fight each other, then here comes FIFA Kill cleaning up several in his path. Talk about paving a new way for yourself. A big moment for Team FIFA Kill. This is the Royal Air Force. All 3 of our British squads were actually fighting each other in that moment. That was the Royal Navy, the Royal Air Force, and the British Army all right next to each other and fighting for the same POI. It was wild. And, well, look, here's the thing. Again, not in ranked, which means we got bomb drones taking out a full team, and welcome to the top 9. We're into the 1.5x multi.
I am salty if I get taken down by a bomb drone. You think you're safe, little did you know. But FIFA Kill, they are looking great. Part of Royal Air Force. Keep in mind, Royal Air Force did win Code Bowl 3. So a lot of these teams trying to be the first branch to get 2 Code Bowl wins in a row. But there we go. Final 8 teams, only 19 players remaining as Circle 4 about to fully close. FIFA, though, a nice positioning here. Grit's going to get caught out on the crane. Thermite to try and get the down. No conversion just yet, but they will at least have a sightline on where one player is. But take a look at this. Quay off screen, gets it down onto tech, so it looks like that rotate for them. Successful for the time being.
Well, 8 teams remaining, and I do see the Marine Corps answering the charge. All 3 alive, taking the low ground position of this building, which just frankly, the edge of this building is in zone. So FIFA Kill Squad can play a little bit up top for a while, up where Unknown is, but instead, they like to drop down. This could be an opening for Symphony, and it's exactly what happens. They didn't know there was a team below. They were creeping through the smoke. They were able to maybe evade what looks like Symphony. Zach OG, the Marine Corps right around the other side, going to push the equation, push into the fight. Snop's in trouble, trying to find where his opponent is and can't figure it out. doesn't get any bullets downrange, which means Symphony in trouble. Gets revived by Zach, but now they're pushing him from the edge of zone. Now, Katie, this is where it gets real mixy because there is no new zone. This is it. We got 5 teams in it with a couple people floating after a miraculous buyback. The Marine Corps are fighting to stay alive.
Fighting to stay alive. They do have a good amount of kills, so this is going to be a big map. But look who's managed to recover. Taj, Aiden, they are getting squad wipes. They always have the ability to stay in it. Quay now with a great top positioning here. Knows someone's right behind. Does want to go for the chow. Has the pistol out. It's a little dicey, but it doesn't matter, Grits. You can't let that one happen. Aiden from the top rope. They want to do it once. They want to do it twice. They are insurmountable, unstoppable. U.S. Army is looking final.
Inevitable. They're everything. The U.S. Army Esports win it again and again in style. Not only do they set up the perfect kill box, they had every high ground position, whether pistols, ARs, or in between, it doesn't matter. Quay jumps into the fight, wins the 1v1 with the pistol in hand. These guys are different and yet again find themselves at the top of the leaderboard overall, and frankly, at the top of this map's leaderboard most likely, as long as they found as many kills as they have been the last several times. Because again, Aiden had 13 by himself, so that's 26 points at least. If Quay and Taj had nothing, we saw Quay at least have 5. Unreal scoreline yet again from the U.S. Army. We thought there was a chance somebody could take them out. It is looking more and more grim as we go down the line into the final map next.
Very much so, looking like a race for second place at this point. There's a lot of contention there. The U.S. Army just phenomenal from top to bottom. Let's take a look at exactly how all of that played out in map 3. Just one more remaining, and it's Aiden on your screen. It has been this trio all day long with, again, excellent support from the other team for the U.S. Army.
Yeah, and again, looking back at these replays, you can see why. I mean, some of these team fights, obviously impressive, but individual gun skill as well. I mean, we talk about it often, but being able to win 1v2s, doesn't matter who's on the other side. These players are good, and Aiden is able to make it look easy, but Quay and Taj able to do the same. I do want to give a shout out to the Marine Corps, though. They really had a good late game push, set themselves up well in the mid game, found a decent amount of kills. I think the Marine Corps are going to be pretty happy about that game.
Yeah, that's what we're saying, right? They had really good momentum at first, and they were not able to snowball it into a victory, but they got good eliminations. They guaranteed themselves that second best 1.5 multiplier for their elims. So definitely the best game we've seen from them so far. But something I want to highlight in the end of these replays, these final moments that we're going through, is the fact that Aiden, Taj, and Quay, we saw off screen, they got down, someone got eliminated. They did not have an optimal rotation into that final zone, and it is the preparation that we've seen from them that allowed them to get to this point. Pistol comes out. Grits, unfortunately, just not able to get it done. The confidence here from them is so outlandish.
Yeah, this is just perfect. Again, you saw that kill box setup. They were all separated on the ultimate highs all around. They could see everything. They had all the information. And again, we talk about resources being king, cash being king. Information is certainly the king at the top. And because of that, U.S. Army Esports is dominating right now, and it doesn't look like they're going to slow down anytime soon. And that's the thing. When there's margin for error, there's room for error, that means you can play like you're swinging for home runs every single time. They might be in the home run derby while everybody else is just trying to get to first base. Unreal. Well, drop 3 winners are the U.S. Army, and they're all standing by with reflections for our squad goals interview, all presented by USAA.
Woo. Yeah, USA, by the way, all about serving and supporting the military community, no matter where they are. U.S. Army, I am blown away at your performance, and I believe now 80-plus eliminations in your 3 games, second place, first place, and another first place coming out. Quay, your first ever Code Bowl, and in fact, your first ever LEN. You got to be feeling on top of the world. What's going through your mind?
I mean, you know, first LAN, you know, performance is great. Got good teammates. I mean, we're just here to fry, and we're proving ourselves, so.
Well, talk to me about your teammates, because again, I know you and Taj, right? I've casted over you guys as a duo, and I've definitely interviewed you guys as a duo. Obviously, Aiden, I think first time playing with Aiden, if I'm not mistaken, maybe, leading up to it. What does it mean to play with Aiden? What does it mean to play with your duo in Taj, and ultimately to be where you're currently at?
Well, it feels good to play with Taj because, you know, yeah, that is my duo. We have a lot of experience together. But to play with Aiden, I mean, it's an amazing opportunity. And yeah.
It's got to feel good, and really for U.S. Army in general. So U.S. Army has never won a Code Bowl, at least in the 3 years they've been competing. Talk to me about what it would mean to you personally to, first off, first ever time in Code Bowl, but also for the first time ever, U.S. Army winning Code Bowl?
I mean, it would mean the world to me. You know, we already, you know, sacrificed ourselves to, you know, be a part of the Army. But we just do this, you know, on the side as like a volunteer thing. So, yeah, it will mean the world.
Well, talk to me about that sacrifice, because you're right, it is a sacrifice. I was in the Army myself. You know, gaming isn't easy, especially if you're active. I don't know if you're active or reserve. You're active. So, I mean, you're constantly working. But you find a way to merge the two, right? Because, I mean, you played in World Series of Warzone qualifiers. You nearly made it, right? That's second place. And, again, I was on the edge of my seat. So I told Taj the same thing. But what's that work-life balance? And how do you manage it, managing to stay at the top of the food chain, but still be in active duty?
Well, so when it comes to like work weeks, you know, after work, I'll play the game probably 2-3 hours a day. You know, we'll just play like chows or something like that. Weekends, I can play some more. You know, that's our free time. But yeah, what was the second question? I'm sorry.
Well, just the work-life balance, man. I mean, it's not easy because, again, not only are you at the top of the food chain here, but also in the competitive scene. I mean, you're one of the top players out there in World Series Warzone next year. Who knows where you'll be?
Hopefully we make it. Because second place, yeah, that broke my heart. Yeah. Broke my heart.
Broke my heart as well, brother. Well, one more game to go. You guys lead by a landslide at this point. Of course, unofficially, we'll see where they're currently at, but well done, brother. One more game to go. Let's see how well you do. All right, let's send it back up to the desk at U.S. Army. They're on top.
Thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble, and thank you to the U.S. Army. Quay, of course, a fantastic player, Katie, and of course, that was our Squad Goals interview, all presented by USAA. Along with award-winning service, USAA is known for squadding up with the military community so service members and their families never have to go solo. And again, these guys are really showing out right now after the third drop. Back-to-back winners, might I add, and frankly, I can only expect them to be near the top of the leaderboard, Katie.
I mean, you'd have to think they go back-to-back in maps 2 and 3. They look exceptional otherwise. And there's just so much going for them, and I don't think they're going to stop in map 4.
Yeah, and again, let me be very clear. They're going to be at the top of the leaderboard. It was a question of, are they at the top of the leaderboard just in that map? And I think, frankly, probably with a 2x multiplier, this is a huge, huge boon for them and their overall military branch. I'd be curious to see where Legion's team ended up as well, but I want to give a special shout-out to Monster Energy for being a partner for this year's Code Bowl. Now, Monster Energy sponsors 4 professional esports organizations globally and hundreds of streamers and gamers all over the world. So, including someone you all might be familiar with, Call of Duty World Champion Tyler Teep Polchow. So, we love Teep in this house, also doing fantastic today. Love to see him competing. But for those of you joining us on YouTube and Twitch, we've got some more great viewer rewards for you, all thanks to USAA. Let's take a look at them. What are our viewer rewards? I got to remind you, because available today only and earned by watching our Code Bowl 5 broadcast on YouTube or Twitch are 4 in-game items that you can equip within Modern Warfare 3 and Warzone that show your support of the Endowment. The Please Rewind weapon charm is yours for the taking, so just be sure to return this vintage VHS video cassette from the start. Now, I love this one, Katie. This is maybe one of my favorites here for our viewers. We've got to give them their credit here because they continue to earn rewards just by watching this incredible broadcast. But talk to me about that weapon charm. It's pretty cute.
How many people do you think are watching this don't know what a VHS is?
I know we do.
We do, but they might not.
That's right. There's a chance that they don't. I know the Condex was talking about a lot of the same. All of us starting to age out. The nostalgia, this is our home, right?
It feels good for us, but we can educate, you know, all the younger kids in attendance.
That's right. Well, don't forget, right after Code Bowl 5, the action continues with the Solo YOLO Challenge, all presented by Corsair. Watch as players go head-to-head in a high-stakes battle for glory. It's every person for themselves. You're going to want to stick around. You're not going to want to miss this. It is going to be a dynamic end to this whole broadcast. But folks, we're going to head to a very short break, and as we do, refresh, get some water, and then come back for the final drop of Code Bowl 5.
5 is brought to you by USAA. USAA's mission is to serve the military community and their families wherever they may be. Come learn more at usaa.com/gaming. Corsair. Experience the world of Call of Duty with Corsair, the official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty and Call of Duty Endowment. Visit corsair.com/Call of Duty for more information. Monster Energy. Starting September 1st, head to callofduty.monsterenergy.com to see how you can earn bonus in-game rewards for Call of Duty Black Ops 6. And Pilot Company. Starting October 27th, Pilot Company will be partnering with the Endowment for the 5th year in a row. You can round up your change in-store at checkout with 100% of funds going to getting vets into high-quality careers. Through the partnership to date, Pilot Company and the Endowment have helped over 7,150 vets gain meaningful employment. If you head into any Pilot or Flying J location, you can join in on the fight to help get our veterans back to work.
Welcome back to Code Bowl 5, all presented by USAA. We are almost ready for the final drop of our main part of our competition, and I know we couldn't be more excited to get things underway. But before we get there, we have some exciting news from one of the Endowment's longest-standing supporters, Pilot Company. You saw from them in the break a little bit more about them. And to celebrate the launch of Call of Duty Black Ops 6 through Veterans Day from October 27th through November 17th, Pilot Company will generously launch the 5th annual point of sale campaign benefiting the Endowment. Now, Pilot guests will actually have the option to round up their change or make donations at the register, which is super cool.
I love that. And there's more. Through our partnership to date, they've helped over 7,100 veterans. That's a brigade size of vets go to be able to get high quality jobs that they deserve, which is amazing from them. This year, their goal is to raise $1 million to get more vets jobs. Head into any Pilot Company location to learn more and see how you can join the fight with us to help get our vets back to work. Of course, make sure to download their My Rewards Plus app to find the nearest location to you. Serving those who served is so central to Pilot Company's mission, and they couldn't be happier to team up with the Call of Duty Endowment again.
I love this breakdown, Katie. Thank you so much for that. And again, shout out to Pilot Company. And so frankly, I love the way this is set up because of that donation factor, of course. But the rounding up is so really cool. Easy to give to the Endowment. So shout out to Pilot Company. What a cool partnership. Thank you for making that all possible. But Katie, before we get into our final drop of the day, at least for the trios portion of our competition, we have a very special Warzone mobile giveaway. Let's take a look.
And I hope you're enjoying all of the action from the Call of Duty Endowment Code Bowl today, whose mission is to support both the US and the UK veterans, has a special in-game pack releasing in Warzone Mobile called the Call of Duty Endowment Futura Fury Pack. When unlocked, you will receive various items, including the Warrior Futura Rage Operator skin, the AMR-9 Tandem Strike, and more. As a special thank you for all of you enjoying Code Bowl, you can claim the pack for free using the redemption code I'm about to reveal down below. This code is limited to the first 25 players who redeem it. Ready? Here's the redemption code. Redeem at callofduty.com/redeem now to unlock the Call of Duty Endowment Futura Fury Pack in Warzone Mobile. Download and play for free today.
CallOfDuty.com/redeem. It's only 25, so you better be quick, and it's probably gone. Type it in as fast as humanly possible. Shout out to Ferg, an incredible mobile content creator, one of the biggest in the space. Had a chance to talk to him a while back for Warzone mobile launch, and this dude is different, by the way, on phone, tablet, and anything in between. So incredibly talented. And of course, the future of Fury Pack, you want to get your hands on it. Yes, we're giving away some for free, but you can also go get your hands on it here down the line. So I'm loving it, Katie. We love Warzone mobile. We love all things Call of Duty. How you feeling so far?
I mean, it just looks exceptional. I think the future of Fury looks amazing. The gameplay we've seen both here today in Urzikstan, and then what we know the caliber can be in Warzone Mobile as well. I think we're being treated to a lot of excellent moments, but we're not done yet, right? We still have map 4 to get through for trios, and then we have the first ever solo YOLO for Code Bowl. So there's still a lot of action in store. If you're just tuning in now, make sure your Twitch accounts are linked. There's still great giveaways you can get your hands on too.
Yeah, Twitch, YouTube, everything in between. A great chance to continue to earn rewards. But my big question right now as we're going into the final drop is, where are our standings at? Because I think it's going to get a little dicey on the leaderboard. Let's bring them up. Katie, talk to me about what you're seeing. Oh, my goodness, it is not close.
Good Lord, what is going on? 218.5 points for U.S. Army Esports. I said that they were going to break 200, and they do it in 3 maps, setting records hand over fist in Code Bowl. And U.S. Army Esports won. Legion's team, 56.5 points. They are doing so well as a duo. The Royal Canadian Air Force still trying to lock down that second place. But I think right now, like I said, Coach, this is a race for second. I think first, I don't know if they'd have to spawn in.
Okay, I'm looking at this leaderboard. I think I'm pretty good at reading comprehension. Am I saying that U.S. Army Esports won? That's going to be that Legion squad we were talking about. They have more points than any other trio on this leaderboard as well. The top 2 teams are both U.S. Army Esports. Are you kidding me? Now, look, Royal Canadian Air Force, again, in second, still setting a pace right now that is equal to or slightly better than last year, but U.S. Army Esports is on top.
I'm just throwing it out here. If U.S. Army Esports wins map 4, I need Reflections to go interview Legion, because he was saying Legion might not have what it takes. And I'm just throwing it out there. Legion, proving him wrong.
Yeah, Legion playing with Djax and Actual. And again, I talked to Taj before the broadcast. He said that Actual, yes, it is his first Code Bowl, but he's a good gunny and he's a great IGL. So I think Actual might be leading the charge there from the comm standpoint, whereas Djax, it's his 3rd Code Bowl, and is just frankly crazy good at playing his life, is what Taj said. So super hard to kill and also great at getting those buybacks for his team. So this team also been doing a fantastic job all day today. I'm pretty impressed with this team as a whole. Obviously, both squads doing great. This squad really holding the line as the best supporting team, and also the second overall, I think, in points. So
support doesn't tell the full story at this point, right? Yes, you're supporting a team that's breaking records, but you are right there with them. You are doing excellent on your own. So great to see from them. And it is how important those support players are, right? You look at Djax, being able to play your life in a Warzone trio setting where you have those placement multipliers is an exceptionally valuable skill for at least one player in your team to have. We can see Legion there as they get ready for this final map. He's chatting, he's feeling good. The vibes are high. But look, it's just been U.S. Army Esports across the board. And I don't want to take away from the other branches here, Coach, because they have also been playing really, really well. It's just that when you have some superstars show up and blow the roof off, I mean, you got to put all eyes on them.
Well, and this isn't the first time that we've seen a Code Bowl happen where most of the different air forces from across the world here with the Royal Canadian Air Force, as well as the U.S. Air Force, and then, of course, the Royal Air Force, all a part of the top of our leaderboard. It's just Army seemingly, destroying everybody. So otherwise, this is about normal for this one. But shout out to Boo Monka, Chris, a good friend. And again, I think I've casted over him probably like 15 times in several different USAA competitions. So good to see him back on land and still performing pretty well.
Okay, everyone's hitting the flex. I'm not going to because I got tiny little arms. But don't I feel like you gotta I'm just when the camera comes back to us, you have a moment to.
I got a jacket on. You're not going to be able to see my incredibly jacked upper body. But we're focusing on the players right now. Oh, okay. A camera ops. Come on. All right, I'll give them a flex. You can't see with the jacket on, but shout out to our military service members who certainly are in better shape than I. I'm impressed with not only your gameplay, but also what you're able to do in the field. So shout out to everybody, as well as our content creators. Look, Brad, man, you're looking fantastic. Taylor's showing off the suit. Taylor's got a good flex for us.
Oh, there we go.
He's got a pretty good bench. Maybe, I don't know about his curling, but...
Brad, man, though, look at that. Intimidated, overwhelmed.
Coast Guard looking good. No, I know everybody's having a blast. Regardless of score lines, everybody's having a lot of fun. And frankly, my favorite part of Code Bowl is just the fact that we get to bring together all of these military service members from across the world, put them together, put them against each other, and playing with some of their favorite content creators. Just a cool moment for Call of Duty as a whole.
Look, the cameraman is hitting me with it, so I gotta hit the flex.
Yes, Katie. Look, that was a great flex. Well done. I think that was perfect. Clip it, ship it. Katie Bedford, Swole Bedford, baby, is the play. Swole Bedford. We're gonna get that trending. Swolford. I like it. Well, folks, drop number 4, the final drop of the day here, at least the mainstay part of the competition in trios, right around the corner. We are very close to dropping into Urzikstan, and I'm excited to see where we land on the map, Katie. That's the big talking point thus far. We've been mostly centrally located. The last one, we moved a little bit to the west towards Cargo. I want to see maybe a very far southwest area of the map. We haven't really seen that part of the map. We haven't even really seen southeast that much. Manor, a great drop spot, a hot drop spot in a lot of our competitions. But
Teep was just gazing into our soul there. I'm sorry, I got distracted for a moment.
Yeah, honestly, frankly, Teep is way more important than the map, so I'll just shut up. You can keep showing Teep. This guy's different. A fantastic competitor, world champion, might I add, here to try to take the cake from some of the top teams.
Oh, wait, but this is the Goats and Glory, by the way. They're the ones who have that operator skin, the Valkyrie one that I pointed out at the beginning of Code Bowl. Look, everyone's flexing now. I love it, but they've looked great. But I want to talk about this wonderful lady you see on your screen right there. That is Smixy, champion here at Code Bowl. Had a really, really, really good map, too. I'm not exactly sure what happened to them in map 3, but they've been looking solid. And there's FIFA, of course. That hair, I don't think broadcast does it justice to how fluorescently
turn up the saturation.
Neon pink Fief's hair is in person.
Oh, I love it. Everybody flexing, showing off the tattoos, everything in between. FIFA Kill usually dyes his hair. I'm going to be honest. I've been a little AFK. I think he dyed his hair this time around for some sub reward on his channel. FIFA, correct me if I'm wrong later. Text me or something. And there we go. We got Mist Whiskey, former champion of the Code Bowl, flexing for us. Royal Canadian Air Force, a threat today as well in second place. But Katie, again, double it and add another, but you can't pass it to anybody. Unfortunately, second place, double your score, you're not at U.S. Army.
I'm just saying, we started a moment, everyone hitting the flex. But you know what, Coach? Have you ever considered following in Fief's footsteps and maybe dyeing your hair
you can stop.
Neon pink for broadcast?
Nope, not happening. Not a chance.
Maybe COD orange for Black Ops 7.
Definitely not.
Just giving.
Wait a minute. Did we turn up the saturation? Those teeth are white. My man has got some great hygiene, all right? I'm loving that. Oh, even our stage manager with the flex. Let's go. Production in on it. We are making the rounds right now. I am loving what I'm seeing. Everybody having a great time, Katie.
This is so fun. It's such a delight to do these events because, yes, we are here for competition first and foremost, but the camaraderie, the laughs, the banter, the energy in this venue is top tier every single time. So I think it's really awesome to see everyone having a bit of fun before we get into that final map. But I mean, Goj, are you gonna be given some bombastic side eye? Say we get to the solo YOLO.
Yeah.
Your teammates are no longer your friends, no longer your support system. If you eliminate one of your teammates, are you just slowly looking to your right or left?
Oh, absolutely. I'm talking trash. The best trash talk is amongst friends, not enemies. Let's be very clear about that. I know U.S. Army, if they do end up winning this competition, when they go into the Corsair Solo YOLO, they know, hey, we're no longer friends. We are no longer allies. Not only do we want to beat each other, we want to beat the content creators. I want to see a military service member win that Corsair Solo YOLO. Folks, a quick sneak peek of what's about to happen. Yes, we have one more final drop. After that, we've got our incredible trophy. After that, we've got our Monster Energy MVP. After that, the Corsair Solo YOLO. So much incredible action, some amazing interviews, and everything in between right around the corner. You cannot miss the rest of this as we prepare for drop 4, Katie. I think this is where we can have a bit more conversation about logistics. Let's be very clear about our score lines right now. Let's be very clear about what we're playing for. We said that last year was a year of firsts. Royal Canadian Air Force join us. They win. We have several women win in that for the very first time here with Code Bowl. This time, I guess, is a Code Bowl 5. This is the Code Bowl of what, awards, the Code Bowl of setting records. We set a Guinness World Record with our amazing marionette outside. But here, we need a new record, okay? Based on our scorelines right now, the Royal Canadian Air Force, really the only ones in striking distance, if we can call it that, with our leaderboard against U.S. Army. I need a new record. 76 is the best individual scoreline we've ever seen. You need to double that and pass it to the next person if you want to take down U.S. Army.
I want to know, Goats, do you think U.S. Army, they're, I think, at 218.5, something like that?
Over 200.
Do they break 300?
It again would need a monster effort. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. Let's remind each other and the people at home. I do think there's actually a pretty sizable update to our overall leaderboard. Oh,
that does change things.
Wait a minute.
Quite a bit. Do they break 200, Goats?
Hold on. Wait a minute. We've got a massive update. Now, again, double it, pass to the next person, still the case, okay? You double 88.5, you're looking at a couple points shy of 169. However, we're going to have to back up all of the gas that pretty much we've given to Legion, DJX, and Actual. Still, again, U.S. Army's on top. But it looks like things have balanced themselves out, and the world is right again as we see 169 points, a little bit more reasonable.
Yeah, I was telling Reflections to go apologize to Legion. I might need to take that back. But hey, it doesn't matter. You still have double the points in second place.
Yeah,
realistically, you could have a mediocre map 4, and U.S. Army's still going to be feeling very, very confident, but things a bit more manageable this time around.
Yeah, we're good.
But hey, I think still more than likely to break that 200-point mark, already setting records for total scores. And again, year over year, we watch that competitive ceiling get raised even higher. We're seeing it here today.
Yeah, and I think if you look at the Royal Canadian Air Force, their score line, you add 76 to that. That's the best score we've seen today. If they were able to replicate that, you would need the Army to drop 0 points, and you got to better that. You add 76 on top of that, you're looking at about 164 points, which is right there, roughly around a couple points shy of where U.S. Army is in total currently without playing the next drop. So this is not necessarily entirely on you if you want a chance to win this with the Royal Canadian Air Force. You need the top team to also have an absolute blunder in this final map.
We have seen those blunders occur. They are certainly possible. The stars have to align, and you have to execute precisely on every moment of this map. But here we go. Goj, they are hopping into that plane. They are ready to get their final drop for Code Bowl 5. These teams going for glory. Let's see where we are ending up on the map this time around. DJX on our screen, and look at that. Everyone off to the races.
Come on, Army. Come on, Legion. DJX, we're ready for it. Actual, where are you at? You're on our screen right now, and we're dropping in, and it's seemingly looking pretty hot. Folks, this is the final drop of the mainstay part of our competition, and we need a big one. If we're any team besides the Army, if we're the Army, we need an okay map, and all of a sudden we might be solidifying ourselves as Code Bowl 5 champions. So, Katie, let's lock it in and see what's going on. Is that I just saw, by the way, in the kill feed, Royal Canadian Air Force, one of the squads wiped and headed to the gulag.
Yeah, definitely not ideal for them. Revenge's team going out as well. I saw that it was Aiden's team who had at least one of those eliminations, but Actual tries to get around the corner, can't hit the curve just in time. Lucky Shamu and co able to get the down, but looking for the full as DJX plays Overwatch, has to walk away though. A wise decision. Legion still up top, able to have a sight fight line, but not enough to save your teammate.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a little bit tricky. Able to get a break onto Lucky, but you got to be careful of everyone on your right. They are waiting for Legion to pop over the top of this tarp and get gunned down.
Yeah, and again, obviously Army on our screen right now, but it was Space Force on the other side. And Conservation of Greatness, the other Space Force squad got fully eliminated, sent to the Gulag as well. So a little bit of trades as, wow, Quay putting a couple in the blender. The top team at the top for a reason. Individual plays like that is what is setting this team apart. Yes, good chemistry. Yes, good team play. Yes, they're playing for trades, but they can win gunfights when they shouldn't. And that's what makes a great team.
Quay, that was a beautiful 1v2. You isolate that first player with the down around the other side of the wall. And then Quay, that's multiple times. Pistol doesn't matter. You're gonna gun that opponent. Does it flawlessly. This team not letting up on the gas in this final map, despite their performances so far.
Yeah, and funny enough, this is an interesting point. Aiden, this is actually his drop spot in competitive Warzone. They drop Bazaar, and they frankly mostly, many times win Bazaar early, and seemingly a lot of the same. Substituting Taj and Quay in for, DJ Moss and Z-Smith apparently works out for them. They are dominating right now. But Space Force on your screen again, Lucky Shamu. Look, some say he's a Resurgence-only player, a Rebirth player, if you will. Maybe an Area 99 player with Black Ops 6. But Lucky still got the gunny. He still knows what he's doing in competitive formats, making quick work of his opposition.
Yeah, and that is actual in the other U.S. Army esports scene. Lucky able to get 2 eliminations fairly quickly, but runs right into the barrel of an opponent, forced to back away and reassess this fight. Does have their final teammate who was over in that corner, I do think just got taken out. That was Goblin, but now the smokes are out, the push is in, Get Picked is looking to find at least one, gets it, Tama falls, Lucky gonna have to retreat, not gonna be able to find a way out.
That's a staple of Z-Laner play right there, and of course Royal Canadian Air Force in second place right now. Get Picked, last year's monster MVP as well. The Royal Canadian Air Force, a very strong trio, have had a little bit of trouble this time around to maintain some spacing near the top, but in second right now, and frankly, it's been a team effort. Both of the trios that represent Royal Canadian Air Force are both doing pretty solid. Z-Laner, again, with a pretty good game under his belt. Unfortunately, one of his 3 teammates fully eliminated right now. They're going to need a buyback, a flare, or something in between.
Well, take a look at that kill feed. Not fully eliminated, but a full wipe on Aiden, Taj, and Quay. So they're going to have to be able to reassess here in a minute, as I believe Mystics Team Squad 4 are going to be our 3rd team to be fully eliminated in the 4th and final map of Code Bowl 5. Get Picked. This is one of the nice things. Yes, you might come back from that gulag, you might get bought back, but when you are floating here in the sky, you can give so much valuable information to your team.
Well, I just saw Huskers, the winner, Space Force, the winner of the very first map. One of those trios has been fully eliminated. I not only saw it say a squad wipe, I saw it go from 17 to 16. I know for a fact, Huskers, Kabase, Revenge. We had a great interview with Revenge at the very beginning of this broadcast. They said they were here to take the gold. I don't know if that's going to happen with one of your teams fully eliminated, but we're going to move over to the Royal Air Force and see if they can pick up Benny Central as he's trying to complete a most wanted.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Benny, not quite far enough around that corner, will be able to attempt to recover, but Unknown, nice shots and is forced to back off though. So Benny not out of it just yet, but not an ideal position as Harry gets another down, and that's actually Legion, unfortunately. I think that is going to be the other U.S. Army esports team fully eliminated. Harry going for the shots again, but they've got to be careful. The longer that this goes on, it is a 3v2. You are letting anyone else who's nearby know exactly what's happening.
Yeah, and I talked to this Royal Air Force squad. I talked to specifically the player on your screen right now, Unknown, and he was talking about how, yes, he rivaled with the British Army, yes, they want to beat them, but they're looking at Taj. They want to gun Taj, and they want to gun him now, and frankly, everybody also wants that in this competition. Somebody needs to take down Taj as they pick up a freebie. It was what it looks like, at least, on the other side, with Gibbo and Geldog going down quickly. A perfect setup, a perfect execution. When you have player advantage, you've got to push the equation. Very well done. That did look like 2+2.
This is beautiful, by the way. Trimsky and Breadman were able to just take out 2 with a swiftness. They get that high ground. They get the punish from multiple angles, and now Teep in a really rough spot. Teammates taken down, and Teep just trying to survive, but Breadman on the hunt knows that Teep is not in an ideal situation.
Yeah, Team 15, though, I thought he was going to expose his shoulder to the team in pink. Look at the minimap, top left-hand corner of your screen. They've got a building on lockdown on the edge of zone. If you over-pursue here, you might get picked off in rotation. Brett should be visible by this team here in just a blink of an eye. Gonna push the equation on Teep. Not getting shot in the back. Not yet, but Teep doesn't need it. Wait, it is Team 19, or sorry, 9 off-screen picking up an elimination. I thought Team 15 was getting into the mix, but they're not. Teep just by himself with no help is able to pick up one. Unfortunately, it's just not enough. You can't win a 1v3. There was a moment there where I thought Teep was going to be saved by another squad, but unfortunately, no angle.
Yeah, and Teep able to at least win that one, but overwhelming forces, no support from another team, as you said. And do you see Sean J with a down in the kill feed? That is going to be Benny Central and Co. fully eliminated as well. Two more teams needing to be taken out so that we can get to that 1.5 multiplier, teams 2 through 10. Of course, first place getting the coveted double ×2 multiplier, but oh, this is gonna be, that's gonna be tough. That is not ideal, especially if you don't have smokes for the cover.
Yeah, and look, here's the thing about Royal Navy. I was shouting them out. I was excited to see them because I'm a big fan of Stade, okay? And he's touting his sniper skills. He's, well, earned well over 500,000 subscribers on YouTube because of his sniping skills. Finally, they've got their feet underneath them. Guess what he's got? A sniper. And apparently it's working out. Able to crack several plates here, looking for an opening knock. Unfortunately, a third team in the mix from distance, looking to finally clean up a couple of eliminations. Artemis picks up one and is able to do it on the low ground so they can't get shot from the far side.
I mean, this is going to be tricky, though. How do you play this? You have a 3-stack in front of you. You are being funneled in by the storm. Your teammate is in a pinch position, but it's not really ideal. And I think that choice to rotate in the storm, perhaps a wise one, not seeing a way to survive and turn that 2v3 into something profitable. So Phoenix and Co. now just trying to figure out where exactly Sean J went, but it is going to be, unfortunately, Smixy and D-Lo going down. FIFA on a rampage might be eliminating them, and I think that's what's about to happen here. Just a
That was close. That was close.
It was very close.
Lurking in the shadows, a rat in the sewer almost was able to strike at the heels of 2 out of 3 of these players. And I think a moment like that, it doesn't feel like a massive moment. But if Sean J was able to take out one, it doesn't look like there's a buy station in their path. And they would have gone into the final couple of circles here, a person down, and that's a big disadvantage when you need all 3 up for these final couple fights.
Look here, Goj, if I get someone down, I'm tunnel vision thirsting them immediately.
You're one of those.
I'm not worried. I might get traded out, but I'm taking that person with me. Sean J, a very nice attempt. Symph able to get a down, but we're into our 1.5. Just 9 squads remaining for the 4th and final map of Code Bull 5. Who will come out on top? Phoenix and Co, they've got relatively decent positioning here, but you are running up on Get Picked, who was the MVP last Code Bowl. And Harry putting down some punish onto Cryo. I think Spiffy all on their lonesome.
Yeah, and again, this is back to the Royal Air Force. Had a decent performance thus far, and I believe they're in the top 5 overall on our leaderboard, so still have an option to move up this leaderboard quite dramatically. The big question is Army in this still, or did they get wiped? I think they might have gotten wiped.
I think they did.
I feel like we would have shown them if not. So because of that, the opening maybe is there for Royal Air Force. Maybe it's there for the Royal Canadian Air Force. As unfortunately, right as I say that, Z-Lane are falling off screen and getting wiped. That might be the last remaining squad in the Royal Canadian Air Force, which means it's all down to the Royal Air Force to try to make a difference here. Space Force still in it? I don't know, but Stade off screen also eliminated again. Uh-oh, we got a problem, and we got a brand new in-game with a bunch of new teams, and FIFA's on 10.
FIFA is on 10. That is massive. But take a look at the positioning of Symphony's team. U.S. Marine Corps, Zach and Snoop. They are in an excellent spot. They are in the zone. They are going to directly be able to hold these teams. FIFA, though, trying to get that streak down to provide the cover. Instead, it is the smoke. The streak does come out, but Symphony, that's not really going to stop them from getting good sightlines onto these teams rotating in.
Royal Air Force versus the Marine Corps, and frankly, this is also a grudge match between 2 really good friends. FIFA Kill, Symphony, they play together almost every single day, in the morning for Symphony and in the evening for FIFA Kill across the pond, but good friends usually playing together, now enemies in the final 3 teams. Both of these squads have all 3 of their players alive. This is anybody's game. One team, though, that's going to be FIFA Kill squad, who has more kills and needs this 2x multiplier a lot more than the Marine Corps does.
Well, and you can look at Symphony. I don't think they realize how far FIFA has rotated. There's a chance they get caught out, especially if Harry comes in, plays spoiler, gets it down like that.
This is a big one. 3v3v3. One of the only times we've seen thus far that all 3 teams remaining have all 3 players remaining on each of their respective teams. So if you get a knock, you got to fly, and that's exactly what's happening off screen. The Marine Corps, they're safe for now on the outside of the zone. Inside the zone, Breadman squad in trouble as FIFA Kill come flying in, looking for more. The Royal Airface living up to their namesake, flying in, picking up a couple eliminations.
But Symphony might be the saving grace for them at this point, removing some of that pressure from Breadman and Trimsky. But FIFA, you could not have a better setup than this. You are dead center in this circle. Everyone has to push into you. You are in a potential bit of a pinch situation, but it is FIFA with the third mine out. On the left goes into Breadman, trying to hit the shots, forced to back off, gets downed in the process. Can the team save the day? Breadman taking out Thief, looking for the rest. Harry goes in for one shot, but it's Breadman all the way.
Breadman is unstoppable. The Coast Guard making plays when they were down in numbers. All odds against them, and somehow the Coast Guard is coming out on top. The problem is, after this fight, Breadman, well done. You got 10 eliminations. You got a full team of 3. It's the Marine Corps here to make a statement, here to get a win in the final map of the day, and they're certainly able to do it. Zach, the OG, you might be retiring, but you just won the final map of the day for the Marine Corps in our Code Bowl 5. Very well done for the Marines.
What a beautiful send-off for Zach, actually, though. You get that final map win. They had the initial rotation. They were able to get around those other teams and then come in for the cleanup at the end. Beautifully well done for them. You got to feel real great about that.
As per the usual with the final circle in Warzone, if there's 3 teams, it's all about who fights first. You usually don't win if you push the equation, right? Yes, some of this math is very simple, but in those moments, the Marine Corps made the perfect decision. We said, let them fight. Then we'll swoop in and clean up the mess. And frankly, it was impressive to see Breadman squad, the Coast Guard, they won a 2v3, Katie. And that's a huge, huge value. That is very difficult to do in Warzone. So the Coast Guard win the 2v3, they lose 1. It's just Breadman, double-digit elims. Congrats. Unfortunately, full 3 of Marine Corps come swooping in and clean up an easy kill.
Yeah, I mean, Breadman initially sees them all jumping up on that wall. There's a chance, I guess, if no one looks right, maybe you get that initial pick, you can finesse the wall to stay alive, play your life, but they all turned at the same time, and you could tell Breadman, oh no.
Yeah, and here's a quick look back at some of those replays, Katie. I would love for you to break them down for me, because a great start yet again for the U.S. Army, but it wasn't a great finish. For the first time, we don't see the U.S. Army in the end game, so something went wrong, and potentially this leaderboard might be open.
That, I like your positivity. I like your optimism on that. I'm not sure if it's going to be the case, but anything could happen. This is here. Breadman, as they pushed their way into that final match, they had the positioning for that final circle, but 2 of your teammates falling in the chaos of those gunfights, just not able to get it done. Here's a little peek at least one of our Gulag victories. We'll take a look at another. Weren't able to see a ton of them, but I think, was he going up against Teep in that Gulag? That is not someone I would want a gun. But here's that moment you talked about with Sean J trying to make the play, wasn't able to, but could have shaken things up if so.
Yeah, and again, look back, Royal Air Force FIFA kill on 11 going into this one, so a big moment. I think got a hair too aggressive right here. This is the problem. He had zone, he didn't have to push out wide out in the open. He gets picked for it, and because of that, goes down, lets Brandon win the one, but end of the day, here comes the Marines. They're excited about a victory. They're feeling very good after that one. They needed it bad. The question is, how many eliminations did they have to secure a 2x multiplier? Was it enough? I don't know. A lot of math behind the scenes. We'll see where everybody lines up, but I want to remind everybody that this year, Monster Energy is here and returning as a partner of Code Bowl 5. So to celebrate, we're introducing that new Monster Energy Most Valuable Player, the MVP award. Now, this award will be decided here at the end of this broadcast by the team here behind the scenes and on screen right now. They'll be given the honor to be the standout performance of a military team member who exhibited a relentless pursuit of victory and unleashed the beast on the competition. I'm excited to see who our MVP will be, all thanks to Monster Energy. So to celebrate all things MVP, by the way, the Call of Duty Endowment and Monster partnered to develop a custom calling card that will be automatically granted when you log into Call of Duty. It's called Unleash the MV Beast. So go check it out now and equip it now while you still can. And that's not all, by the way. It's Code Bowl 5. We've been giving you free things all day, so we're going to keep those free things coming. Scan the QR code on your screen right now or take a screenshot and click the QR code to redeem a free Monster branded sticker and a weapon vinyl. So thank you to Monster Energy for making that all possible. We will be crowning that Monster Energy MVP here shortly, but not yet. We still got to do some calculating here, Katie. I'm excited about it, but the recipient also of our MVP, Monster Energy MVP, will receive this incredible ring. They're going to be crowned this year's Monster Energy MVP of the Code Bowl, but also have some hardware to go with it. So look at this thing, Katie. Talk to me about what you're seeing. That thing is weighty. We had a chance to hold it up here, and I'm excited to see who it is.
I'm just saying, whoever ends up winning that ring, if they come back for the next Code Bowl, I expect them to bring it, wear it, and compete with it. It just looks so cool, and I think really a testament for whoever earns it. That's going to be something, if you are a content creator, if you're one of these service members, you can show that off in the background. It's really, really cool, but we still have to figure out exactly who that Monster Energy MVP is. We'll find out very, very shortly, but I think so far we've just been treated to some really incredible moments, Goj, and these players, they have stepped up.
Oh, no, they've certainly stepped up, and again, we have to do some math to figure out who's won, who's the Monster Energy
Don't
MVP.
say we, not me, I'm not doing
we
that.
is the collective we, okay, the broadcast team, because again, this is the first time that we've gotten to a point in this competition where U.S. Army wasn't obviously on top. Now, they were up by a massive amount of points, but technically, the doors were blown wide open, and if Royal Air Force had way more kills than we even maybe saw. I know Viva Kill had at least 12 or 13 by himself, right? A big boon, but only a 1.5x. At the very least, it would have been possible if they would have secured the 2x. I don't know with the 1.5, but I'm not going to do all the math on broadcast. I don't know necessarily. Katie, before we go anywhere else, we're letting them do the math. Any other kind of like big moments from this competition? Because of course, we've been talking about Army all day, but I got to give a huge shout out to the Marines for winning that last one.
I think that's a great shout. I want to go back to map 2. They didn't end up winning it, but Smixy's team, they had really incredible plays. They looked like they were in great positions to get things done. It didn't work out, but it showed why they were that team that won last year. You saw what they were able to get done. So shout out to Smixy and Co. They looked great, but I think across the board, from teams that might have been a little bit quieter early on, like the Marines, to the teams like Army that were doing it all day long, we saw the best gameplay.
No, and I think that's such a great call out, Katie. And I frankly, I was very impressed with all of our teams today. We saw some high octane action here in Code Bowl 5. Some great Warzone competition. Look, I haven't been here the last couple Code Bowls. I've watched all of them, but I will say this might be the best one yet, okay? And I think they're only going to get better down the line. I know we've got potentially more coming in the future, so you're going to stay tuned and hear a little bit more about that if we've got it. But Katie, again, math being mathed, and I think when we think about the leaderboard, obviously some of the squads not within contention. The main teams, Space Force, they've been the Silver Surfers the last couple years, back-to-back second places. Where are they going to end? Are they even going to crack the top 3? They might be down in somewhere around 4th or 5th, which is where they're at going into that map. And again, I think it was Royal Air Force. Where was the U.S. Air Force? You know, I think there's a lot of math to figure out the actual podium of Code Bowl 5.
Well, it's tough, right? Because you can start and have an excellent map 1. You can look like you're on top, but consistency can always be really tricky in Warzone, especially if you're not used to Mini Royale, you're not used to a much expedited pace of play. So we'll have to see exactly how it ends up on that leaderboard. But I still think we were treated to an excellent series of matches, but we're not done yet.
All right, Katie, well, let's send it down to Reflections, who will announce our winner.
All right, it's been a long day, but a great day, as you would expect when it comes to Code Bowl. By the way, joining me on stage to present the Code Bowl 5 trophy is the 39th Commandant of the United States Marine Corps, General Eric Smith, who is joined by the Call of Duty Endowment's president and retired Navy Captain Dan Goldenberg. General Smith, first and foremost, it is an honor to have you for the first time here at Code Bowl. Your boys got to win in the end. It's got to feel good. How'd you enjoy the event, first and foremost?
I enjoyed it tremendously. I am not a gamer, but I may start becoming a gamer because this is exciting.
Maybe we'll have you at the next one.
I will be at the next one if invited.
All right.
I'll be there.
I like it, sir. Thank you. And honestly, today's event was great, and it was brought together, I should say, military esports teams from branches all around the world. And, General Smith, any words of encouragement that you want to give to the viewers and give for the service members that competed today and at home?
Yeah, I would say that the service members who are competing today, please remember they are service members, and they're dedicated to defending the Constitution and defending this nation. And this is what they do in their spare time. So in their full-time duty, they're aircraft mechanics, they're machinists, they're pilots, they're infantry officers, infantrymen. They do everything, and they're doing it on your behalf. They're doing it so that you can game. And I'm proud of them. I'm proud of all of them.
But General Smith, I am too. Again, these men, women, these service members, they come together and they compete, and it means so much to be on this stage for them. And Dan Goldberg, obviously, thank you for putting us on as well. Well, I guess it's time to announce our winner. I am proud to present this year's trophy to the Cold Bowl 5 champions. Bravo Zulu to all participants. You have done your branches and country proud. Semper Fidelis. And by the way, I want to point out, U.S. Army Esports are your Cold Bowl 5 winners. Bring them on up, U.S. Army. Hey, come up, your champions of Cold Bowl 5. And it feels so good. I've been waiting 3 years for this moment for the first time ever when it comes to Cold Bowl.
Congratulations.
And well done.
Congrats, gents. Congratulations. Oh, yeah. Congratulations. Hoorah.
And General Smith, I'll take your mic, and if you would like to present the trophy to U.S. Army, please hand it over to one of the competitors, and they can proudly take it. And they, so. U.S. Army, lift it up, proud as you can be. All right. Big moments over here. Deja vu. You made it happen. You managed to get the job done. You played hard. And anyways, U.S. Army, they've been competing for a long time, dude. Talk to me about what it means to be here.
Oh, it's absolutely amazing. This is 3 years for me and Taj, and just it never coming to U.S. Army, us just coming short. It always hurt us, but finally this year, we got the right team together, and we worked it, and we got that dub, and now it's coming back with us.
Coming back with us. I was Army too, so this is a big moment for me myself. I just can't play like the boys up here. Legion, you carried everybody. Come on. You were the most dominant player on the team out there. What does it feel like, man? You're representing U.S. Army. Obviously, this is a great moment.
Oh, man, it's unreal. I mean, getting able to do this with these guys and having the other team completely carry us while we were bait was an experience I'll never forget, man. Seriously, so much fun. What an absolute blessing to be able to do this stuff.
Fair enough, Legion. Always great to see you, by the way, man. All right, coming from Kansas City, coming out here to represent the best guy out there. Now let's talk to the real competitor, though. Aiden, man, you tore it up. Hey, come on, it is great. But it's the truth, okay? It's the truth. Now, you tore it up, man. And honestly, I know you weren't in the service, but you've represented Army and Cold Bowl for so long now. It seems like, you've been here. It's got to feel great. You tore it up today. What was it like playing with the service members and ultimately now being champions?
It feels good to, get my first land win. These two were great. Taj and Quay, man, they were great. Like, you could have put any other third on their team and they would have done amazing. So you got to give the credit to them. They're super good. I just got to give a shout out to my dad, who is also, part of the Army. Shout out to him. Shout out to Fat Daddy Gaming in my chat, who his son is also in the Army. So yeah, that win was for him today. So
shout out Fat Daddy Gaming out there in the chat. I love it. Hey, always a pleasure to watch you play anywhere you go, Aiden. And man, you got it done. Congratulations, representing U.S. Army, active duty or reserve? Active duty. So again, balancing is not an easy thing to do, yet you got to this moment. What was it like competing against the other branches? And well, who do you want to shout out?
These guys basically just, honestly, we played as a team. It was honestly really good for us to just hold down the fort. That was our plan. We just went out there, held down the fort, tried to survive as long as we could, let them get all the kills, and just kind of be there as good as we can.
And you were there as good as you can, at least as good as you could with Legion over there, right? You did a heck of a job, okay?
Held down the fort.
You held down the fort, and that's what it's all about. Now let's get over here. You got to be strong to lift that, because that thing weighs probably 60, 80 pounds, man. When I said how much do you think it is?
Probably like 45 pounds.
I'll give you credit. I asked, I said, who's going to lift that trophy? And they said, no, man, it's got to be Taj, bro. He's the biggest guy out there. He's going to lift it up. So talk to me, man. You tore it up today. You were competing with your duo. You're competing with Aiden. You've competed 3 Code Bowls at this point in time. Now you're finally champions, brother. You've got to be on top of the world.
Oh, yeah. It feels great. My teammates went crazy. you know, I already knew Aiden's gonna go crazy. Me and Quay, we've been playing since World Series, so yeah, I mean, it was just about time. We had the vibes, we had the chemistry going. It was unstoppable for sure.
And it was unstoppable, man. Congratulations, brother. That trophy looking nice at U.S. Army. And of course, we'll come down here, Quay, your first Code Bowl. You made it happen. You played out of your mind. And in fact, your first LAN, as you were telling me earlier, and you're a champion. Not many people can say at their first ever LAN, they're champions.
Hey, man, you see the name on the back, Quay, man. You know, I really do this. You know, it was time to prove myself on LAN, and that's exactly what I did, so.
We did exactly that, making everybody at home proud, and obviously U.S. Army proud in general. Now, it's time to crown our second ever Monster MVP. Dan, if you could please join me down here. You got the ring, and we've got our champion. Taj, you're the Monster MVP. Well done, and a reminder.
Congratulations.
Show it off, baby. Oh, yeah.
This thing is beautiful.
It is beautiful, isn't it? And a reminder, by the way, the award has been decided by the Code Bowl 5 broadcast team. They're the ones who chose you as the champion, and you got it done as for your honor and standout performance of a military team member who exhibited a relentless pursuit of victory, unleashed the beast on the competition. You did all that, and you end up becoming the champion. How does it feel, man? Because, again, not only did you win it for U.S. Army for the first time ever, but you're obviously Monster MVP. That's some big rings, man.
Yeah, no, it feels good. I feel like we're like SSD out there, honestly.
Yo, SSD, if you don't know, they're the best team out there whenever it comes to the World Series Warzone 8, and I apologize, but you'll be there, all right? But no. This and you did shine big, baby. You did shine big. But seriously, though, you got the job done. What's your plans moving forward, not only as a competitor, but also in general for U.S. Army?
Hey, we're going to keep doing our thing, come back next year, try to go back-to-back, you know? You know how it is.
Try to go back-to-back, and I hope you guys do. Once again, U.S. Army, they are your champions. Lift that trophy up, baby, because we are proud. All right, Goj, it is time to get it started for the solo YOLO. We got our champions, but the job's not done just yet. These boys and girls still have to play a little bit more. Goj, back to you.
Well, thank you so much, Taylor Reflections Noble. And as expected, Katie, U.S. Army was on top, and Taj was our Monster Energy MVP. And again, as expected, it was an incredible job all the way across the board and a fantastic interview over there with the U.S. Army. They've done it for the very first time and joined the winner's circle. But, Katie, talk to me a little bit about Taj, because you were touting his skill at the top of broadcast, and, well, apparently you were right.
Well, Taj just showing out. And yes, it was across the board a team effort, but Taj consistently having these high energy plays, being fearless across the board. Wow. Look at these eliminations. 30 total elims over these 4 maps, double digits in half of them. Just such a star for this team. And always right there with Aiden as well, getting those trades, being hyper aggressive, pushing those moments and those openings they create against different teams. Truly well deserved by Taj.
Yeah, this is a fantastic stat line, by the way. If you're not used to Warzone competition, this is a dynamic stat line even for a player that is playing in traditional trios with 120 people on the map. They had 60, and he's dropping a total of 30 eliminations through 4. That is a ridiculous stat line, so well-deserved Monster Energy MVP. Very, very well done, Taj. We knew you had it in you. Congrats, and well done living up to your word as well. You told me you were going to win, and well, you did it. You did the dang thing, my friend. Folks at home, don't worry, we're not even close to being done yet, and we have a final viewer reward for you, and thank you for joining us, by the way. If you're live on YouTube and Twitch, thanks to USAA for making this possible, but thank you to you, because you get a chance to earn here, available today only, and earned by watching our Code Bowl 5 broadcast on YouTube or Twitch, are those 4 in-game items that we've been talking about. You can equip them in Modern Warfare 3 and Warzone that show your support of the Endowment. And last, certainly not least in this reward tally here, is the Bull Buzzkill weapon camo. It screams of that 1990s nostalgia we've been talking about, Katie. What do you think of this one? Because this, I said the Please Rewind weapon charm, my favorite. I don't know. I'm a big fan of weapon camos, and this one's got to be near the top for me.
I'm pretty sure that I had a pencil case that is in the exact Bull Buzzkill weapon camo pattern. So it is. You keep saying 1990s, and for good reason.
Yeah.
They look awesome. Make sure that you are getting them, linking your account, getting all of the goodies available today during Code Bowl. But this has been so exciting so far, Coach. I think we need to see the overall leaderboard here in just a minute.
Yeah.
But Taj, once again, a massive congratulations on Monster MVP. But here is that leaderboard, Coach. Take a look. I thought they'd be able to break 200. Just shy.
Okay, and I was going to say this at the top of the broadcast, and I bit my tongue because I haven't casted Mini Royale trios in a very long time. I was expecting it to be a 1-point game. It wasn't. It wasn't even close, but look at the differential between second and third. It was a half of a point that separated the Royal Air Force for becoming the new Silver Surfer, if you will, taking down the Royal Canadian Air Force. And it was frankly on the back of that very last map. It was an incredible performance from them, and because of it, they are able to secure second. Of course, a dominating performance at the top from the U.S. Army Esports.
Well, take a look at second through fourth. You have Royal Air Force, Royal Canadian Air Force, Space Force. These are the teams that won Space Force Code Bowl 2, Royal Air Force Code Bowl 3, Royal Canadian Air Force Code Bowl 4. So they were still right up there at the very, very top. But, you know, U.S. Army saying, enough of that, sit down, we want our time to shine. But 181, I do believe that sets a new first place score to beat in Code Bowl, 70 points higher than what we saw in Code Bowl 4. Next year, I'm feeling like someone is going to break 200.
I told you we were setting records today, folks. Code Bowl 5 has been a banger, but we're not done yet. You got to stay tuned for the first ever solo YOLO presented by Corsair, all coming up next. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, the action will continue, and it's going to be solos.
Code Bowl 5 is brought to you by USAA. USAA's mission is to serve the military community and their families wherever they may be. Come learn more at usaa.com/gaming. Corsair. Experience the world of Call of Duty with Corsair, the official gaming hardware and peripheral partner of Call of Duty and Call of Duty Endowment. Visit corsair.com/Call of Duty for more information. Monster Energy. Starting September 1st, head to callofduty.monsterenergy.com to see how you can earn bonus in-game rewards for Call of Duty Black Ops 6. And Pilot Company. Starting October 27th, Pilot Company will be partnering with the Endowment for the 5th year in a row. You can round up your change in-store at checkout with 100% of funds going to getting vets into high-quality careers. Through the partnership to date, Pilot Company and the Endowment have helped over 7,150 vets gain meaningful employment. If you head into any Pilot or Flying J location, you can join in on the fight to help get our veterans back to work. Pre-order Black Ops 6 on any platform. Access.
Battleground, got an issue to let you down. Trolls around the home, but we are not safe underground. Political landscape shape has been polarized. Now it's time to rebuild the zeal. Everybody breathe, get mobilized. Doesn't matter what weapon put on, beautiful are your champions. Here shortly pushes the fight. No!
Players on land, some of the greatest Warzone players of all time. Well, welcome back, folks, and I am so excited to be here because as Code Bowl 5 continues, we are excited to highlight Corsair as a key partner. Corsair is proudly presenting the Solo YOLO event, adding even more thrill to the competition today. You thought this was an amazing event thus far? We're not done yet. A huge thank you to Corsair for their amazing support thus far. Elevate your game with their top-tier gaming gear because every click, every sound, and every move matters. It's time to get into our Corsair Solo YOLO, and we're excited to introduce a first for us here at Code Bowl 5, all brought to you by our presenting partner, Corsair. And for those of you that don't know, Solo YOLO is all about, what it's all about, rather, let's actually check out a video.
But now we've got to break them up. It's Solo YOLO time, and only one player is going to be earning that paycheck.
So closer, he has no idea.
Ahsoka has a chance to make history.
Oh! Come on, get the one. Let it go without the Brendan. He goes it up. Skullface wins 100K and the Solo YOLO.
That's right, the Solo YOLO is here, and in this intense showdown, individual players will drop into Urzikstan with just one life, no teammates, no buybacks. It's all about strategy, skill, and survival. Katie, talk about a new age here and setting records here with Code Bowl 5, Corsair Solo YOLO. This is going to be dynamic.
That shield looks so cool. I know where the players are about to drop in, but I want that shield. Oh, so I couldn't get it. I wouldn't be able to win in a Solo YOLO, but look at that. That looks so nice, so shiny, so great to commemorate whoever is able to win the first Solo YOLO at Code Bowl. And I'm hoping, crossing my fingers, crossing my toes, I want it to be a service member. I think that would be such a great way to tie a bow on this whole event.
Yeah, got a lot of quality competitors that are going to be working their way through the trenches to figure out who the best player is out of 60, at least in solos. Now, the winner of the Solo YOLO presented by Corsair will serve until next year's event as the best individual player of Code Bowl 5 and have this sweet shield that we just showed in their gaming setup. They get to take it home, by the way. Such a cool value add. So before we jump into things quickly, I want us to talk about this. Who do you think has that real shot of taking home the inaugural Solo YOLO, all presented by Corsair? Katie, I think I know who you're going to say. I'm not going to ruin it for the viewers at home, but who do you think's going to win this one?
I'm thinking Taj. Looks so great. I said was going to be the MVP and was. U.S. Army Esports taking home their first Code Bowl win. And I think Taj is on fire, has that momentum to take it in the Solo YOLO too. Look, it's Taj's world, Goj. We're just living in it.
Apparently. And frankly, Katie, I got to give you some props because you are technically 2 for 2 on predictions, because not only did you predict that Taj would be the Monster Energy MVP, but technically you also predicted that U.S. Army would win it all. So you are winning here in the booth. I don't think this prediction on the Corsair Solo YOLO counts for 3 points, but if it did, this is my chance to get back and get right, okay? So who do I think is going to win? Thank you for asking that question. I think that it's Breadman.
You know what?
It's just bread. It's Breadman. He's a solo demon. This is what he does. This is what he lives for.
So you you said you don't believe in the service members, Coach? This is Code Bowl.
Okay, I see what you're doing here. You're putting me on blast, and I respect it, okay? She's trying to play to the audience here, and this is respectful from you, Katie. However, Breadman is a solos champion. He grinds solos. He's incredible, obviously, mouse and keyboard player. It would be pretty impressive to win right now as a mouse and keyboard player, one of the few, by the way. I do think that he's got what it takes to win. If I'm picking a military service member, I think Taj, obviously a great choice. I think Quay, a great choice. But I'm going Grits. I'm going U.S. Air Force. Talk about this. Remember, this is literally the #1 player in the world in Urzikstan for wins. Over 4,100 wins on the game right now. Second, by the way, like 1,200 behind. I mean, it's not even close.
1,200 behind?
Grits is the guy when it comes to wins. So I'm looking for Grits. I'm looking for the U.S. Air Force to win here in our Corsair Solo YOLO, or Breadman, which, you know, maybe is a cop-out, but I got to try to catch up. I got to catch up.
You hedge your bets because you're losing in predictions, and I respect that. Look, historically, you beat me in predictions, so I have to have this. But look, we have Breadman, we have Grits, we have Taj. We'll pick the 3 we think are going to come out on top. But Taj, just know, I got you.
Okay, so I'm looking U.S. Coast Guard, I'm looking U.S. Air Force, you're looking U.S. Army.
Yeah.
I mean, we got to give some credit over to across the pond. Frankly, Royal Canadian Air Force, we know you, we acknowledge you. You did fantastic. You got 3rd this year in your 2nd Code Bowl ever. It's pretty impressive. But Royal Air Force, I mean, speaking of somebody that's won a solo YOLO before, FIFA kill on that team and has been dominating. I mean, look, history doesn't always repeat itself, as you can tell because of what we're seeing right now. But maybe it will today. Now, folks, as the players are dropping in, they get to drop into the action, and we get to see who will emerge victorious in this solo challenge. Who has the skills, the courage, and the quick reflexes to be the last one standing. Thank you, Corsair, for partnering with us and making this new competition possible. Let's get into the action. Whether you're wearing the rat skin or whether you're wearing one of your, maybe your military service branch pit skins, all I care about is that you're trying to be the last player remaining.
I really respect that you held that smile in through that whole cutscene. But all I know is if Thief does end up coming out on top here in the solo YOLO, I am going to need reflections to ask if he's wearing his Lucky Land game day socks.
That's right.
They are tried and true throughout all of these events. But here we go, the first ever Code Bowl solo YOLO.
Look at the kill feed. FIFA kills killing Aiden already. What are you talking about?
No.
Off rip? We don't even have people on the ground yet.
Are we able to see that gulag?
That's a
Since
replay
gulags
somewhere.
here in solo YOLOs, exceptionally important as a last chance, but FIFA out for blood already.
These are good friends, by the way, is why I was calling it out. Obviously, the first kill on the map. No one fully eliminated yet. We're going to be staring anxiously at that 60 out of 60 number in the top middle of your screen. These players are in the gulags, and these are big, big moments in the gulag because, frankly, if you lose there, you're done. There is nobody buying you back. You don't have a Legion. You don't have anybody trying to play support and buy back your teammates. And Aiden goes down, falls in the gulag. Aiden, you just won it all with the U.S. Army, and you're out of here? You're in the lobby? You're hanging out with us? We got to get the guy on the casting booth. I don't know what's going on.
Desk, Aiden, because
that is crazy.
Out with a swiftness, but that's how it can go in solo YOLO. You can be one of the best players in the world, but it is chaos on this map. And unfortunately, Aiden falls victim far earlier than he would have thought. 3 players fully eliminated, and there's at least 4 or 5 condensed into this area. And it's Quay taken down, get picked, last year's MVP. Gibbo, though, we're all hanging out? We're having a party up here?
I think so. Look, there's sometimes in our solo YOLO, especially here with Corsair solo YOLO, where the players maybe create a pact and they say, you know what? Look, we're playing mini royale solos, which frankly is almost like a brand new mode for us. This is something not a lot of people get to experience. And we said, let's go up to Sorkin, okay? Let's go up to Industrial. Let's go to the north side of Popov. And let's just have a good time. Let's shake hands. Let's wave to each other. If I've got an expectation of what's about to happen, usually in instances like this, they might even just drop guns and throw some punches. I don't know. I don't know what they're preparing for. Maybe we're setting up Fight Club, but they're all moving as a unit. They have some sort of pact that we don't know about it. We need an inside person. We need somebody to give us the feed of what's going on here, because I think maybe a couple of these players said, we got to work together, at least till the final moments of this circle.
If I'm a solo YOLO player, I don't know what happened to Braiders. That didn't look good.
Oh, no.
If I'm a solo YOLO player and I see a gaggle of players running at me, I'm like, do I just try and join? Because there's no way you're winning that. But here's Teep still in the running, does have multiple players nearby, but wants to get that loadout. You'll have to be careful, though. Just over the horizon, one player with that second story trying to take a peek. That is actually Z-Laner. Gonna have to be very careful, though. Z is not looking to his right. Teep catches him out. Doesn't matter if you throw the smoke out. Teep sending Z-Laner all the way out of the solo YOLO.
Might be a crime that we didn't mention Teep in the solo YOLO here with Corsair, because Teep is a world champion, Katie.
I just did. You're welcome.
Okay, you did now. Well, Z-Laner into the gulag. One of the first looks we've seen at the gulag here in the part of our competition, because again, this is life or death in this game. Mystic on the other side. Z-Laner looking to get a little bit mixy here. But staying patient for now. Lurking, waiting. Said who makes a mistake first. No info from that either. There's the first look. There's a shield crack. Z-Laner's got the advantage. And open dead weight. Yes, snaps. Nice. Ooh, that kind of stressed me out a little bit, Katie.
Yeah, I mean, Z-Laner just playing so patient there. Felt like he was in control of that gulag the entire time. Mystic a chance, but Z-Laner just too snappy with it, able to take him down. 42 players remaining. in this solo YOLO.
Now, here's the thing, okay? Oh, yeah, Zealander getting mixy. Zealander's making... Oh, no, never mind.
Natasha said, get out of here.
Natasha said, you took my spot on the Royal Canadian Air Force. I'm going to punish you for it. See you later. Zealander not winning this one. We have lost 19 members of this lobby, by the way. And I told you Grits was a wind grinder. He's got a vehicle. He knows the strats. But to the movement king we go, and it's versus Huskers on the other side.
Wow, Joe v Huskers, the Gulag 1v1. Who's going to come out on top? Mouse and Key versus the movement king. And unfortunately, Joe getting those first shots in cracks, and Huskers doesn't have a chance. Joe dominating that Gulag.
Good friends, but enemies in the battlefield, especially in the Gulag when your life is on the line.
We can call them frenemies?
Frenemies it is, Katie. I'm liking this. You are very knowledgeable about acronyms as well as geese. I'm impressed thus far.
Geese?
Yeah, gaggle of geese. It's like
a gaggle
flock of geese.
Yeah, don't ask Swisham, who is here for COD Next. Don't ask her about geese and ducks because she can't tell the difference.
Heard. Okay, well, we'll work on that. But Joe is going to head back to Industrial. This is where the gaggle was, by the way. Where are these geese, and are they still working together?
They're waddling along.
Oh, by the way, we've got superstar Kane Brown still in the mix, looking to get a win here with 36 players remaining. We are nearing halfway, at least in our player count, but moving into the third circle here shortly, seemingly something happened. Snopch taking down Cryo. Seemingly a pretty big reaction from our players off screen right now. We can hear them yelling. But Trimsky's got a great angle, and with the help of maybe Kane Brown, Trimsky's able to pick up one.
And that's unfortunate. Revenge thinks he can get away from Trimsky. Kane Brown just ready and waiting to get that third Symphony. I'm not sure if that was I think that was a full wipe. Sim might be out of this one, but Whoopty, 4 eliminations, by the way. Whoopty just farming through this. Lucky Shamu, look at all these players. No surprise, they are prone in corners. And people say, oh, why are you camping a corner? It's a solo YOLO.
Yeah, that's right.
You have to do that at times. So Lucky not taking any chances, even though these crates going to be very tempting for some of these players.
Yeah, here's the thing, too. I think this is the first look at the north side of the map we've seen all day today, which is pretty fun. Industrial is a fun POI, several buildings and a lot of wide open spaces between them. This is the north side of Popov Power, so I'm going to be honest, a lot of Warzone competitors don't have a lot of experience here, and you want to know why? The best team in the game right now lands up here, and so they run away from the best team. But we're looking at Joe through Husker's eyes. I mean, a bit of remorse there after losing the 1v1. He's going to see if maybe he lost to the best player individually in the game. I mean, that's still a feat to tout, so Actual in a bit of trouble. He's going to probably get shot from a couple different angles. This is where it's going to start getting very congested, and this is what I'm talking about. Legion goes big, and I don't know if you all heard him yell. Probably not, but we could certainly hear him yell off of this after a kill.
Well, and Artemis able to get another wipe. Zach follows and unfortunately is eliminated not shortly after. Over half of our competitors taken out, just 27 remaining in this solo YOLO. Here is Breadman doing well, does have a lot of utility available, so not in a bad position, and really no one nearby either. So, I mean, Bread, you could kick back and relax, although he's not really going to be one of those players who's going to sit still.
Yeah, not necessarily. I will say, this is my choice, so I'm going to be asking production to stay tuned in to Breadman, but...
No, Joe! You can't get assassinated!
Wait, I didn't see him either!
He was in the corner. He was I was blind! He was laying in the corner next to the couch. Joe comes in, throws the trophy down, and then gets gutted.
What? He's wearing the Nicki Minaj skin. How do you not see him? That's wild.
Wow, that is, I don't know though, maybe Huskers is smiling, was spectating Joe, maybe happy to see that.
All right, 22 players remaining in this lobby, and well, we are going about as far north as we can. This is the north side of Industrial, which is the farthest north POI on the map right now, at least in the center part of the map. So several teams, kind of individuals layer caked upon each other as Teep takes down Breadman and the Gulag is closed. I will not be right, not for now. Kane Brown finding Miss Whiskey, a part of the Royal Canadian Air Force, falling. And well, Penny Central, he's got a friend.
does have a friend. I don't know what happened to the large gaggle of people, but some still banding together. I'm not sure if Taj's live. I don't know. I haven't seen him in the feed, but Quay still is.
Okay.
So at least one player from the winning U.S. Army esports team is still alive. FIFA gets the better of Lucky Shamu, who has taken down just 17 players left, and there is not a lot of room to work with as D-Lo takes down Iceman, and Trimsky follows not shortly thereafter.
Acquiesce flying high here for the U.S. Air Force. Excited to see what he's able to do right now. And frankly, that's the best I'll give him position right now, because outside of this new zone, a lot of players already there. There are 14 now, make it 13 individual players still in this lobby, and one of those is Natasha, who's found a couple kills and a couple downs to boot, but hunting the edge. And who's close? It's Kane Brown, country music superstar. Looking to take a fight. It's Florida Man. I know he can drive a golf ball far, but can he get a kill here against Kane Brown? Yes! My man's good on the course and on the map. Come on, that's not fair.
Look, diversifies, able to get it done IRL and in the game. Florida Man, a man of many talents. Staying alive in the solo YOLO, just 11 players. D-Lo goes down. D-Lo is wiped. Teep still in the running. 10 players remaining in this solo YOLO. Florida Man in a bit of trouble, tries to get away, but Quay ready and waiting in the wings with 4 eliminations. 8 players left. Who is going to come out on top?
Yeah, this is brutal. If U.S. Army Esports wins not only the main part of our competition here at Code Bowl, but also the Corsair solo YOLO, I mean, they're going to be flaunting that for years to come of the double up in the same competition. But look at this new zone. This is where it's going to get really mixy here, Katie. This is actually the last moving zone, I believe. It will then shrink on this spot, which means there is 0 cover in new. You're going to need smokes. You're going to need resources. And the question is, who was the teammate? Who was the player, the individual, the Corsair solo YOLO champion that knows what to do in this instant? Look at the world champion in new zone on the one piece of cover out there, which is a singular rock.
A singular rock, but sometimes that's all you need. Now, we have teams like the U.S. Navy still in this. Royal Air Force is still in this. A lot of teams that can make it happen. Natasha as well, still alive and well for U.S. Coast Guard. So there's a chance for some of these branches. Uh-oh, though, Natasha not checking that left, not checking through that. Maddie ready and waiting, but Natasha says you take too long, and I will punish you for it. Drops the smoke, scurries away. 7 remaining. A chance for other branches who couldn't get it done in the main Code Bowl to walk home with a victory here in the solo YOLO.
Teep is just lying in wait.
Just hanging out.
He's just going to be out there by himself while everybody else fights each other. This is where everybody else is on the map. Everyone is south besides Teep. This is huge. Quay going big for U.S. Army all by himself because, well, everybody is. Kill after kill, elimination after elimination, fighting in the gas, and who is waiting for all of them? It's Teep representing the U.S. Navy. Benny Central had a friend, and no longer all by himself, looking to make a move towards Teep with a little bit of cover, the last remaining piece of cover, but the entire zone is going to close on Teep. Navy, Goats, and Glory have a chance to win this.
And this is Benny Central for British Army trying to stay alive. But again, it's the U.S. Army taking them down. FIFA trades them out immediately after the 2v2. FIFA versus Teep gets initial shots in, but the smoke causing chaos. Teep gets the, goes for the down. Can't quite find it. The spray, the hip fire through the smoke. Teep from the beginning to the end is crowned your first Code Bowl solo YOLO champion. You said it, Goach. The experience came in clutch. Teep getting it done. And look at that cool, composed, a little smirk, feeling good.
Are you kidding me? Why did we not shout out the world champion at the top of this? The Corsair solo YOLO. The champion is Teep, a world champion. This continues to prove that apparently multiplayer is better than Warzone players. I don't know. But Teep dominating in the Corsair solo YOLO, winning it all. We got to head down to reflections, and this is wild.
This is wild indeed. Teep gets it done. U.S. Navy, Goats and Glory, man. And you're representing them, but you're also representing yourself. You've done, I think, a little bit in your career in esports and competitive, a couple things. But hey, what does it feel like to win the solo YOLO for the first time at Code Bowl?
I don't really play in tournaments like this too often, so to take out a solo YOLO, I think I took out FIFA at the end too, one of the best players in the game when it comes to these types of matches, so feels good. I mean, Code Bowl's always a blast.
try and show up and do what I can. So to take home a trophy like this it's a great honor. It's a great cause, and we're all just happy to be here.
Happy that you're here, man. So talk to me about the team that you competed on today, the branch that you were representing. And again, you obviously said it meant a lot to be here, but really, what does it mean to represent those service members, right, competing and while playing their heart out?
It's been a blast every year. I've been representing it with the Navy guys for the past couple of years here at Code Bowl. And, the trios didn't really go our way, but, the effort that these guys are putting in day and day out, it's like none other. So it's always just a blast coming out here and trying to put on a show for them, especially playing this game as much as I do. I'm just trying to do the best I can and put on a show. So at least I got something for them here.
Absolutely. Well, the thing is, you're consistently playing in Code Bowls, it seems. So why is it so important for you to play in Code Bowls? And I believe always for the Navy, if I'm not mistaken, unless you maybe played for somebody else. But why is it so important for you to be here as a competitive player?
I mean, showing love to the vets, man. That's what we're all here for, right? And an endowment like this, the Call of Duty Endowment, I mean, there's no other way I'd rather do it, right? I feel like the fact that they're able to put this on and so many people are supporting like this and they got the in-game items and things like that, people can show their respect for these people putting their lives on the line for us and, just being service members in general. So huge respect. Thank you, everybody, for your service, and pleasure to be here.
Pleasure to be here indeed. Teep, you got the job done. And we'd like to extend our gratitude to Corsair for sponsoring the Solo YOLO and helping us celebrate these incredible competitors. One final time, Goj and Katie, please take it away.
Well, thank you, Taylor, and thank you, Teep, for doing a better job than I could have done. Very well done, shouting out our military service members, but also shouting out the Navy Goats in Glory. They are the champions, and he is our Solo YOLO winner, all presented by Corsair. What a great interview, Katie.
Teep, consummate professional across the board, able to get it done in game, and then poised and ready to give the most immaculate winners interview of all time. So once again, a massive congratulations to Teep.
Yeah, I love that he's been apart for so long. But Katie, this is the worst part of the broadcast. This is where we have to close things out. So any final words here before I send you off? Because look, frankly, you did a fantastic job, and I'm so glad we got to do it together.
Thank you. Look, it's a privilege to be back for my second Code Bowl. I think we got an amazing showing, an elevation of skill across the board in all of our military branches. And I just want to say thank you for having me. Shout out to the sponsors, and looking forward to next year.
Yeah, looking forward to it as well. We're going to take a quick look at replays before we send it out here today, folks, because, well, we have to, right? Replays, this is such an incredible moment. Looking back at the Corsair Solo YOLO, all of the competition that we had in front of us was amazing, but a great way to finish things out here. Looking back on some of these fights, some of these moments where Teep was able to set up his successful win. Such an opportunity to showcase all of the assets, all the facets of Warzone, rather, from gulags into the final circles, and Huskers gets a win there, but unfortunately doesn't win at all. And I think, again, looking at these replays, I mean, Z-Laner, all of these incredible content creators, I mean, they're fighting every inch, tooth and nail against our military service members. Tit for tat, it was an incredible competition, and excited to see the rest of these replays, Katie, because I sent you off, but we got to shout out Legion one more time. Come on. He got a great kill there towards the end. He was fighting for his life. And in this moment...
No, don't play it again. No, not the roundhouse Cholo. Look, I was letting you take these replays because I wasn't sure if I was out, but I'm back.
No, you're back. You're back. This is
Creators,
so cool.
All of the service members, just an impeccable job from them, and these are the final moments. Goj, I took it away in real time. Please close it out here in the replay.
Yeah, and again, such a great moment where Teep was just waiting on his competition. It is the making of a great player, a great Call of Duty player, a great Warzone player, takes down FIFA Kill, a friend, and like you said, one of the best players in the space in solos as well. So shout out to FIFA, of course, but shout out to Navy Goats in Glory, and of course, Teep for winning it all and becoming our very first Corsair Solo YOLO champion. Folks at home, thank you all for tuning in to Code Bowl 5. It was an incredible event, and we also want to give a huge shout out to our incredible partners, USAA, who has been the cornerstone of this event since Code Bowl 2. A big thanks to Monster Energy for crowning our second MVP, and Corsair for introducing the Solo YOLO, as well as ThroughDark and Pilot Company on making Code Bowl 5 possible. We appreciate everyone's support and look forward to seeing you next event.
Fire cell. Slam, Dr. Luke. Oh no, hold up. He's also ult. Don't talk shit.